Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Ada K Show. We're glad to have you. Today, we are going to be doing day 2 of the Colt Gray, motion hearing, or not motion, hearing, where he has pled guilty to 55 counts. Good afternoon, Miss June. Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. So, this is going to be an interesting day today. But I'd like to recap for those who've not seen, not yesterday, 2 days ago, where we watched day 1. So on Friday, the 24th of July, Barrow County Superior Court, Colt Gray, now 16, he was 14 when he committed the crime, entered the courtroom in ankle shackles at 9:20 in the morning. He stood next to his attorney and told the judge he changed his mind about his innocence. Is it non-negotiable plea? It's a deal with the prosecutors? No, it's a flat-out plea. There is zero, hi Kathy, zero negotiation. The state argues for its sentence, and the defense argues for its own, and the judge decides. The judge, Nicholas Prim, questions Gray to make sure that he fully understood what he was doing and that it was 100% voluntary, nothing promised and no coercion. And Gray answered to every one of his questions, yes, Your Honor, every single time. Now, he pled guilty to all 55 counts, including redrum and aggravated assault. Judge told Gray that the floor is life with parole eligibility, and the ceiling was life without parole. Now, the victim impact statements went first. The hearing opened with victims describing their panic, the nightmares, the fears, still follows them into the classroom and for some of them into their own bedrooms. Brianna Schermerhorn, I always have a hard time with that, Mason's mother, spoke first and said, quote, I want it to be very clear that I do not forgive Mr. Gray. The failures of the adults around him may explain part of the story, but they do not excuse the decisions that he made. Those decisions were his and his alone. And because of those decisions, my Macy is gone. Ishmael Anglulo Jr., if I'm saying it right, Christian's eldest sibling, asked the court for life without parole, saying the defendant's family will still get to see their son, talk to him, hug him, and know that he is still breathing. The evidence and Gray's own police interview, the investigators testified about writings and drawings found in Gray's notebook. Prosecutors then played the police interview that was over an hour long. In it, Gray said he heard voices telling him to do it. He described it as a psychosis state and a blackout, and he said he'd planned to see a school counselor but changed his mind. When they asked how many people he thought he'd killed, he said, I wouldn't know. All I saw was the bag in the hallway. What was that bag? He was referring to the covering over one of the people he unalived. He also insisted that his father wasn't responsible and asked the officers to tell his dad, quote, it wasn't his fault and that I know he tried as hard as. How in the world? I'm sorry, I get choked up at that because his father, for some of you who don't know, was arrested, charged, and found guilty. Day one ended with the interrogation videos. Prosecutors said they plan to call 2 more witnesses today. Still to come at that point, more prosecution evidence, defense witnesses, and even Gray himself will get a chance to speak. That is what I'm waiting for. So we are now in day 2. We will be going into day 3 another day. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining. So this is a long one. This is 8 hours. So I'm hoping for us to get through this 100% tonight. We shall see. All right, guys, let's get into court. June, I will need a sound check, please.
All present for the record. Call, investigator, don't go attention to where it's all right, ready for all?
Your Honor, I believe, logistically, we're going to take Dr. Richards first this morning.
Okay.
Sorry, doesn't have any objection to that.
And the same thing objection to that, Your Honor.
All right. So, if I could call Dr. Richards to stand.
Acceptability.
Dr. Richards.
Yes. This is just what it
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear from your own faith that I will both of them not about the truth.
I do.
Please be seated and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Kevin Richards. Last name is spelled Richards.
Dr. Richards, what kind of profession do you have?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
And as a forensic psychologist,
A little closer.
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
and as a forensic psychologist, currently where do you work?
I'm in private practice. I have a private practice called Forensic Specialty Group in Marietta.
And how long have you been there?
Full time, I've been doing that since 2007. I actually started the practice in 2002 as kind of a side hustle when I was working for the state.
And prior to 2002, did you work as a psychologist?
I did. I've been working as a psychologist since 1991.
And what kind of work did you do prior to 2000?
Before I went into private practice full time, I was working at Northwest Georgia Regional Hospital in Rome. It's since closed, but I was on the, I did forensic evaluations out of that hospital. Prior to that, I worked at Clifton T. Perkins Hospital Center in Maryland, which is the state of Maryland's maximum security hospital. And there was a brief time in between then when I worked at Atlanta Regional in Decatur for about 7 months.
What kind of educational background do you have to have this?
You have to have a doctoral degree. I have a PhD from the University of South Florida. I got that in 1991. after completing the requirements and a one-year pre-doctoral internship at the University of Minnesota. I also got a master's from USF in '89, and before that, a bachelor's from a small school in Connecticut called Fairfield University in 1985.
Do you have license in Georgia?
I do, yeah, I'm licensed in, I think, 5 states right now.
Do you have any other state licenses?
Yes, I'm licensed also in North Carolina, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Alaska.
Do you have any certifications beyond that?
I'm board certified in forensic psychology by the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
And prior to working in the forensic psychologist field, just describe some of the jobs you had. Were you also working in the clinical psychologist?
I have at times. My career's been primarily forensic, but all forensic psychologists are clinical psychologists first, and then they specialize. So my degree is in clinical psychology. I developed this specialty in forensic psychology after I got my doctoral degree.
Are you currently involved with any professional organization?
I'm involved with the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. I belong to APA and a number of other professional organizations that are kind of involved in the kind of work that I do.
Have you worked in any consultant capacity?
I have. I do a fair bit of consulting now. I consult with the various branches of the military when they have courts martial. I also do a fair bit of file case reviews for attorneys.
Have you worked in any hospitals or regional facilities?
Well, just the 2 I mentioned, the 3 I mentioned, Coaching T. Perkins in Maryland, and then Atlanta Regional in Decatur, and then Northwest Regional when it was open up in Rome.
And during your term as a forensic psychologist, have you handled any kind of training for psychology or non-psychology experts in the field of forensics?
Yeah, for a while when I was in Maryland, I was on the adjunct faculty at American University in their PhD program. I used to teach their PhD students forensic psychology and a variety of other things. I don't have any academic appointments now, but I do a fair bit of training for attorneys and students and interns and other psychologists.
And have you had any contribution to both areas?
Not very much, honestly. I'm not an academic. I've had a practice career, so.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
And can you give us an idea of how many cases?
I'm close to 300 probably.
And they been just in the state of Georgia or another?
No, they've been in Georgia, where else? New Mexico, Arizona, Wyoming, and then all over the world on military bases, Korea, Japan, Germany.
I'm going to hand you a copy of the document that I've marked as D2, and I'm going to ask if you can identify that for me.
Sure. Yes, that's a copy of my CV.
Did you contribute or compose that CD?
Yeah, I wrote it.
And looking over it, have there been any alterations to craft that?
It's a couple of additional trainings, but otherwise not.
Is that a copy of the CV that you have provided for me?
Yes,
It's further to the
that's correct.
At this time, I'd like to tender D2 in for the record as evidence. You're here testifying on just with Colt Gray. How did you become involved in that case?
I got involved when his original attorney, Mr. Kraft, from the Public Defender's Office, contacted me and asked me if I would be willing to do an evaluation.
How long ago was that?
A year and a half, 2 years ago. That was about a year and a half ago. I'm guessing.
At that time, did he provide you with evidence and materials to work with?
He did. He sent me a hard drive that had essentially, I think, the entire case file on it.
And what kinds of information on that?
Oh gosh, there was a lot of police documentation, there was interviews, there was DFAX records, there was school records, body camera video from law enforcement. I mean, there was a lot.
Was there a request done for a full forensic psychological evaluation?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, forensic psychological
Well, I
evaluation.
was, for forensic evaluation, Mr. Kraft was particularly interested in looking at the case in light of the Miller v. Alabama decision about sentencing juveniles to life without parole.
Tell me a little bit about the difference between a forensic psychologist and forensic.
Well, forensic psychologists focus on application of clinical principles to questions of law. So, as I noted earlier, all forensic psychologists are clinical psychologists first, and then they specialize in application of clinical psychological principles to legal questions. It's similar to physicians. Once you graduate med school, you're a doctor, but until you do a residency and specialize, you can't be a surgeon or a pediatrician or something like that.
What kind of investigation techniques and methodologies do you use?
I do quite a bit of interviewing. I do a lot of case review, looking at evidence. If there are prior records, prior evaluations, I look at that. If there are collateral sources that I can talk to and interview, I talk to those people. I do psychological testing.
Judge, at this time, I would like to tender Kevin Richards as an expert in forensic psychology and clinical psychology based on his education, his experience, and the methodologies that he uses in his work. Thank you, Judge. Now, when you first entered the case, did you immediately go to interview Colt, or did you do some background work?
I did a little bit of review, but I did go to see him fairly soon after Mr. Kraft contacted me. I don't know the exact timeline. I know it wasn't very long.
Okay. And in that early interview, can you tell us what your impressions were on that?
I thought he was kind of an odd kid. When he first started the interview, he had wanted to put his arms inside his sweatshirt because he said he liked the way that felt better. His affect was a little bit odd and flat, but otherwise, there was nothing terribly remarkable. He was cooperative. He didn't give me a bad time. He answered my questions, cooperated with the testing that I did.
Did you interview subsequent to that?
I did. I interviewed him a total of 4 times, I think for a total of about 15 hours.
And did you interview any other classes?
Yeah, I talked to his mom. I talked to her twice, in a total of about 3 hours back in May of this year.
After that review investigation, did you also review the file that was given to you by Mr. Kraft?
It was Mr. Kraft that sent me the hard drive. Yes, I went through substantially. I think I looked at pretty much everything going on. There was a vast amount of information, and there was a lot of things that weren't really relevant. Like, for example, watching every single body camera video for officers that responded on the day of the incident wasn't really relevant to what I was doing, but there was a lot of things in the hard drive that were.
As a result of your investigation, did you prepare the report?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what I want by the special services team one and ask you if you could identify that.
Sure. I just want to make sure all the pages are here. Yes, this looks like a copy of the report that I wrote.
As we go through some of these issues, I'll allow you to refer to them, see something we can read. Okay. Going back to your initial interview with Colt, did you immediately jump into covering the facts of the event, or how does that work out with you?
Yeah, when I do an interview, I start with easy questions like, what's your birthday, where are you from, where'd you grow up, And so a lot of the first interview was talking a lot about his history, where he lived, where he was born, who his mom and dad were, whether he had siblings, that kind of thing. Just getting kind of basic background information.
And in that background information, did he cover his family life, circumstances that happened between his parents, his brother and sister?
He did.
Some of those issues that came up when he was young, can you enlighten us as to what you think may be important in this story?
There was a lot of moving around, a lot of chaos. There was, the family moved in a really large number of times. There were financial problems, there were issues with neglect, lack of money, lack of moving into places that didn't have any furniture, having utilities shut off, not always having food in the house. Those kinds of things. There was reports of some abuse by the dad. I think the dad was using drugs. Eventually, both parents were using drugs, which also had a detrimental effect on the well-being in the family. So it was pretty chaotic. There was a lot of, I think, abuse and a fair bit of kind of neglect and just a lot of transition and chaos.
Where was Cole's position in that?
He's the oldest of three. He's got a younger sister named Jenny and a little brother named Coley. I think Jenny's 15 now. I think Coley's 12.
When he was going into his background, did he describe anything to you that raised special red flags, like what has perceptions of the violence that he may have seen in his development?
When we talked about the stuff between him and his dad, I think there was a lot of chaos between the parents as well. I'm not sure if that was physical. I think maybe it was at times, but I think a lot of it was a lot of screaming and yelling.
Did you get any indication of whether he was close to his mom or his dad, or did he?
I think he had complaints about both of them at different times. I would say he probably had a closer relationship with his mom than he did with his dad.
Now, how did any of the chaos that you were referring to in the Thompson movie, how did any of that affect his skills and stability?
I think he already started out as, like I said, kind of an unusual kid, and I think all of the chaos and so forth led to him, what it really led to him being was really isolated. A lot of times his mom and dad weren't putting him in school. They didn't take him to socialize. He didn't hang out with other kids. He didn't have like a normal childhood where he had friends and things to do. They were always moving, and like I said, he wasn't in school a fair bit of the time, and it kind of drove him into a sort of an isolated position, at which point I think he discovered the computer, and then that's kind of where that whole situation took off.
Did he give you an understanding of how financial problems came about with your family?
He said it was spending money on drugs and irresponsible purchases, things that couldn't be afforded, and then moving into houses and apartments they couldn't afford and getting evicted, instead of spending the money on taking care of the family, buying trucks and boats and RVs and stuff like that. Just a lot of really irresponsible behavior with money.
Did she tell you how much school he did?
I don't recall exactly. It was inconsistent because sometimes he was in school and sometimes he wasn't. I think there was an entire year where they just didn't even bother to register him. So.
Was there any extended family that he was involved with?
It seems like he had a pretty good relationship with his grandma, Miss Polhamus.
Is that the maternal or paternal?
I think that's Marcy's his mom. I think that's Marcy's mom.
Do you know how much contact he had with her during this time from?
I think he was in and out of her home at various times. She did take him. I know the Pleads was involved with the family at times, and like I said, both of the parents were having issues with drugs and financial problems and so forth. And so I think when those things would get bad, I think there were times when Debbie stepped in. I think the kids lived with Debbie at various times.
Did he have a chance to go down and stay with him?
Again, we didn't discuss specifically, but it was clear he spent a fair bit of time with his grandma.
Obviously, since this time occurred during COVID, how did that act?
I think it impacted like everybody else. I think he was already a kid who was pretty isolated, and COVID didn't help that for any of us. And so I think the idea that stuck at home, not going to school, locked down, I think it just kind of reinforced the level of sort of isolation and loneliness.
Now, you indicated that you got involved a lot with the computer. Did he tell you any direction or any inputs he has with the computer?
I mean, most of his social life was on the computer. He was a gamer. He played online video games, but he was also spending a lot of time on communication platforms, specifically on Discord, which is a place you can go to play games, but also chat with people, look for people with similar interests. I think he spent time on Reddit, and then eventually kind of got really focused on this, what they call the true crime community, which is a group of mostly teens and adolescents that are focused on true crime, but primarily focused on people who do mass shootings. I mean, the point of being obsessed.
In the context of social development, how does that kind of isolation impact the growth of a child once you're adult in the city?
Well, I think what happens is that you end up, everybody's impacted by the experiences that they have when they're growing up. And I think if you're really isolated, those kind of normal social developmental, experiences that people have, you're deprived of those. And when you kind of go into the online world, there's fraught with problems. So if you're carrying on your social life, you're carrying on your, the substitute for a social life online, it can lead you into some dark places.
During that time that he was getting involved with the true crime community, did he indicate that he had a fixation on a certain act of violence?
It was primarily on school shootings, although he was focused on a fellow named Holmes, who was the individual who did the shooting in the Aurora, Colorado movie theater. That wasn't a school shooting. It was a mass shooting, but it wasn't at a school. He initially, I think, was focused on Adam Lanza, who was the person that did the school shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary up in Connecticut, and then ultimately became really focused on Nicholas Cruz, who was the person who did the school shooting at Parkland, at the high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. And that was the one I think he was most focused on, although he said he was more focused on Holmes just prior to the shooting.
And as he was getting into the true crime community, did he impart the information to you that gave you a red flag about his mental health?
I mean, he was talking a lot about how he kind of related to these people, how he could, felt like we had similar histories. Kind of asked him what grew into it, and he said, well, Nicholas Cruz was a lone guy, and he had a bad family life, and, he was depressed, and he thought about killing himself, and I had all those things too, and so I felt like I could relate to him, and so it kind of, again, it eventually kind of turned into an obsession, but in terms of his mental health, I think it was, he became more isolated, more focused on the computer, and consequently, in parallel, his ability to kind of have relationships and interactions with people outside of the online world became impaired to the point where he even said, if I went out and tried to have interactions with people, it would be really hard. I just had panic attacks because I've been so focused on online, and it was clear by the time the shooting happened that his entire life basically was online. He didn't have any friends outside. He wasn't, I don't think, going to school very much. He mentioned knowing some kids at school, but he hadn't been at Apalachee very long. So there wasn't really anything going on for him aside from his intense focus on these online relationships, and these online relationships were in the true crime community, which is a pretty dysfunctional place.
At what point did he indicate to you he began having suicidal ideations?
That's been going on for a while. It's hard to know exactly when. I think it's waxed and waned over time. He's dealt with depression and anxiety, and I think at times, depending on circumstances in his life, getting worse or better, he would think about hurting himself or killing himself. He also did some non-lethal self-harming behavior, cutting himself. There was an instance he said he cut himself once with a butter knife, and he had some kind of he described it almost like a surgical tool that he used to cut his arms with. So there was that as well. I don't think he ever made an actual suicide attempt, but he thought about it and became feeling like he wanted to kill himself, but never actually tried.
Are you familiar enough with gamers and TCC community to give us an idea as to whether that's a normal component, or is that something that was unique to him?
I learned quite a bit about the true crime community just working on this case, but that seems those are the kids that are in there. There are kids who have issues, there are kids that have problems, there are kids that have mental illnesses, there are kids that are disaffected, lonely, suicide and self-harm are themes that come up a lot. This obsession, fixation on people who have done these horrible crimes comes up quite a bit. And so these are the people that are there. That's who you're interacting with when you're in that community, are people that have a similar kind of fixation and also have some, there were two people, I think I read about 50,000 messages, Discord messages between him and primarily two young women, and the relationship was extraordinarily dysfunctional.
And as you were going through your investigation, you indicated that interviewed some other family members.
Yeah, just mom.
Okay. What kinds of information did she give you about his young development?
It was kind of parallel to what he said. She fleshed it out a little bit more, obviously, because she was able to provide information about him when he was very young, information that Colt wouldn't have had, kind of about his, perinatal development, meeting developmental milestones, what he was like as a baby, what he was like as a toddler and a young kid. And so that was helpful. In terms of the way that the family life progressed, I think, Mom clearly has a bias she has her own way of seeing things. She has a tendency to blame most things on the dad. And I'm not saying he's without any faults, but that's kind of was her angle. But she did provide quite a lot of information kind of about the family moving and the financial problems. And she was pretty forthcoming about her own issues with drugs and the dad's issues with drugs and, how things just weren't getting taken care of properly with the kids.
Did he ever give you any indication that the family had been involved with Department of Family and Children's Services at any point?
Yeah, I think there were various times when DFACS was involved. I know there was, when his mother got involved in drugs, I think DFACS got involved then. I know they got involved right after the shooting as well, but I know there's been involvement. There were records that I got that showed that there had been contact with DFACS over issues with this family. Not sending the kids to school, not taking care of the kids, being neglectful. I remember specifically reading some records about truancy, about how he just wasn't showing up. I'm not even sure he was registered.
And to your knowledge, did he ever spend any time in foster care?
Foster care, again, I don't recall. I know he was with his grandma a fair bit. I don't know that he was ever at any foster homes.
Okay. In the months, or actually let's say weeks before the shooting, as you reviewed the records and the discovery that was given to you by Mr. Kraft, did you notice an increase in his statements and activities regarding suicidal ideations or related to acts like the shooting?
He was talking to a young woman named Amanda, who went by Mandy, and he wasn't saying anything specifically about doing a shooting. They talked about school shootings a lot. Both of them were obsessed in a very dysfunctional way with Nicholas Cruz, but he was making statements to the fact that he was paranoid, that he felt suicidal, that he felt he was hurting himself, but he was also making kind of ominous statements about how something was going to happen soon. It was going to happen on September 4th, and I think Ms. Coots Mandy had an inkling that that's what he was talking about, but he never specifically said it, but he did say that something big's going to happen on the 4th, and it was almost like a countdown in their messages as that was approaching.
And did you get any indication that he had reached out to his family for help on the suicidal ideations?
It didn't seem like it.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, you said did or didn't?
I said didn't seem like, I know he made statements to the effect that he was telling his dad that he needed help, and when I talked to Mom said she noticed around the time not long before that he was having more panic attacks, more anxiety, that his level of paranoia maybe was a little bit worse. So I'm mistaken, actually. Yeah, he did talk about that, and evidently there was some effort afoot to get him into a clinic. I had some messages, they were basically phone messages between Colt's dad and a mental health facility trying to set up an appointment for him, but they never took him to an ER or a hospital or anything like that. It was trying to get outpatient treatment.
Okay, so to your understanding, no one ever called crisis mental health center for him?
Not that I'm aware of. His mom mentioned when I spoke with her that she felt like he needed to go to an inpatient facility, but nobody ever took him to one, and nobody ever took him to an ER.
Okay. And At the time of the shooting occurred, I'll go back to something else for just a moment. In their conversations with his mom, did she indicate to you that she had given him any kind of medication?
Yeah, she started giving him Zoloft. She had a prescription for Zoloft. Colt did not have a prescription for Zoloft. And what she was doing was taking pills and breaking them up and giving him pieces of them. So there was no prescription, and it's unclear what kind of dose he was getting. Estimated, I think they were 100 milligram or 200 milligram pills she was breaking up, and she was giving him about a fourth of them at a time.
Y'all, don't do this to your kids. Number one, don't ever do that. Wow.
But again, when you break them, that's not the way you're supposed to take Zoloft. But that's how he was getting it. It was from his mom.
Did he describe how it was affecting him?
So it made him feel a little bit racy, a little bit wound up.
Is that kind of like the opposite effect of what's supposed to happen?
Some people do have experienced a little bit of activation with SSRIs. I mean, I'm not an MD, but I've been around them a bunch. Some people do get a little bit of activation. But they also help with anxiety and depression. I think he said he felt maybe a little bit better, but they made him feel kind of racy and sped up.
How intense at that time was it?
I think it was pretty severe. I mean, it waxed and waned. I think it was pretty severe. I think at the time of the shooting, the anxiety and paranoia were probably prominent, although the depression was always kind of there. And the thoughts about hurting and killing himself were always kind of there. But I think around the time of the shooting, it was primarily the anxiety that was prominent.
What kind of characteristics did his paranoia?
He talked about being afraid that there were plots against him. He talked about believing that people were talking about him. Like if he was out in public, he'd see people talking. It's called the idea of reference, where you believe that seeing something happening in public refers to you. If you see two people talking to one another, you think they're talking about you. He talked about believing that the teachers were plotting against him. He mentioned this to his mom and also to Mandy. And so it was that kind of a thing. He also had this idea that somehow his computer had been, he used the word infiltrated. He wasn't sure who did it, but he kept changing his usernames, and he was storing information, I think, on little SD drives like you use with a camera, and he was taking those out and destroying them, breaking them up because he was afraid. He never was able to tell me who he thought was doing it or why, but it felt like somebody was probably keeping track of him. He said some more, I think, more outlandish things that I'm not sure, about cars going by the house and seeing people. I'm not sure how much of that was, maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but I did believe he used to kind of conflate his paranoia and anxiety. He was real anxious, but he was worrying about things, and so there was an element of paranoia that he used to kind of conflate with the anxiety, and the two of them kind of coexisted like that, so.
And are those kinds of things that can impair someone's judgment if they're going through those episodes?
Sure, yeah. I mean, if somebody believes that there are, forces marshaling against them, that can certainly impact the way that they carry on their life. Certainly he was doing certain things in response to the beliefs that he had, like destroying the hard drives with SD cards and changing his usernames. But I don't think he's really doing, other things in the service of them.
Now, you made a reference to the teacher were against him. Is that teachers at his current school or what?
The teachers at his current school.
Were you familiar with the circumstances that took place in these interactions?
I'm not sure specifically what you mean.
When the FBI could not investigate.
Yes, yeah, I was aware that there was a message, I think, that got flagged on Discord about somebody making a statement about doing a school shooting, and law enforcement showed up at the house because they were able to trace they were able to look at the account, the email associated with the account, trace the email to him, and so they went and interviewed him about whether he had made this threat.
Did you listen to
Inspector Smith's interview when he was arrested?
There were two of them. There was one at the school and there was one at CID, and I listened to both of them.
And the particular one at the school, what were your initial impressions?
It was pretty hysterical, and that was the main thing.
At any point did you try to deny that it didn't?
No, he didn't.
When he was taken into ROTC, did they do any checkups or any assessments on him to determine if there were any psychological situations?
I think they do that with most kids, but, what I learned when I was talking with him is that he was having these symptoms. He was telling me about this paranoia and stuff that he was having, and then I asked him, what do the normal people think about it? And he said, I haven't told them. And so I suggested that maybe being more forthright about these things, if they were going on, would be a good idea. And then I think he started talking more to the staff about it. I also alerted his attorney.
Did you have access to any of the records from detention?
Not until just a few days ago.
Did you get a chance to review them?
Yeah, there was a lot, but yeah, I reviewed them.
What was your understanding of his initial treatment?
Initial treatment.
When he was in RYZC?
Okay. I think it changed over time. He was reporting some paranoid ideation that was continuing, worrying about other kids in the RYDC, worrying about the staff, worrying about the cooks putting stuff in his food. And I think at one time they diagnosed him with something called schizoaffective disorder, which is a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. He said they did. I didn't find evidence of that in the records. But they were treating him with antipsychotic medication and also antidepressant medication. They're actually giving him Zoloft, which is what his mom was giving him. They started him on an antipsychotic called thiopine, but evidently he had some side effects, so they changed him to one called olanzapine, or Zacprexa, which he remained. I think he's still on it now, and Zoloft.
Do you recall about their determination of this diagnosis?
Yeah, they diagnosed him with a mood disorder, depression with psychotic features. They diagnosed him with conduct disorder. They diagnosed him with an unspecified personality disorder, and they diagnosed him with PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder.
What's unspecified personality disorder?
That basically means that you think somebody has a personality disorder, but the personality, there's a variety in the DSM, which is a diagnostic manual. There's a number of specific personality disorders. A personality disorder is a dysfunctional pattern of interpersonal behavior that's kind of persistent across time and situations. They tend to develop in adolescence and early adulthood, and they can manifest in various different ways. And if you're not really sure, if you think the person probably has a personality disorder, has dysfunctional interpersonal functioning that impairs the relationships, you can diagnose them with a personality disorder unspecified, which means you're not sure whether it's a narcissistic or borderline or some other specific personality disorder.
Did you find substantiation for that in your work?
Well, I mean, 14, 15 is really too young to diagnose a personality disorder. If you're talking about something that develops in, late adolescence and early adulthood, he hadn't even really gotten there yet. And, one of the things about kids in adolescence is that their character and their personalities are not fully formed. They're developing. They're works in progress. Their brains are still developing. Their personalities are still developing. And so to find evidence of a personality disorder, you have to have something that you observe kind of onsetting in late adolescence and early adulthood, carrying on into adulthood and impacting a person's ability to have normal functional interpersonal relationships, but it has to be across time and situations. It can't be limited to one particular relationship or one particular situation. And when you're 14, 15 years old, it's really just too young to diagnose a personality disorder, in my opinion.
What about the schizoaffective disorder?
I don't think he has schizoaffective disorder. Schizoaffective disorder is a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. If you want to think of it in a simple way, if you have schizophrenia and you have either bipolar disorder and depression at the same time, that's what schizoaffective disorder is. So a person has what we call the main criteria for schizophrenia, which is psychotic symptoms, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized behavior, that kind of thing, at the same time that they're having either a manic episode or a major depressive episode.
And I believe you said that the diagnosis also included conduct disorder?
Correct.
What are the components of it?
So conduct disorder, that's changed in the DSM-5. It used to be diagnosed in a different way. There's basically a list of 15 kind of dysfunctional behaviors that kids can manifest. And if you have 3 of them, I can get a 12-month period, then you can get diagnosed with conduct disorder. There are also specifiers about your kind of emotional function. If there's a more kind of characterological developing pattern of these kinds of behaviors that are occurring across time and situation, like personality disorder would later, then you can get diagnosed with, I think it's called with like limited emotional function or something like that.
What kinds of behaviors did he exhibit that would qualify?
Well, I honestly didn't find a lot. I mean, there was obviously the main one that landed him in the LIDC, but while he was in the LIDC, actually, all of the behavior management plans were directed at protecting him from being victimized or preventing him from hurting himself. There was no indication there was ever any kind of aggressive behavior or persistent rule-breaking behavior that was occurring. So, you know, aside from, and also prior to, you know, being arrested for the shooting, there wasn't really a pattern of antisocial kind of conduct disorder behavior that was documented anywhere.
Do you recall having looked at pictures from his second interview with Beck Smith?
Yeah, I had an issue with getting the videos to play right, so I was able to see them interacting, but I couldn't hear them, so then I got the audio files and listened to the audio files.
And was there anything noticeable about his political state of the arm? Did you notice that the photograph of him with cuts or marks on them?
I remember because I remember them mentioning and photographing them, and he told me he'd been cutting himself with some kind of a thing with a blade on it.
Was that one of the self-harm actions that he engaged in?
Yeah, that was what he was, you know, it was that, and the incident with the butter knife that he told me about. I don't know if there were others, and there was someone he was in the RY as well, breaking up buttons off polo shirts and then making scratches. But you can really kind of only scratch yourself superficially, but still, it was brought to staff's attention. It didn't require any treatment aside from cleaning, but it was problematic, it was concerning, because he was hurting himself on purpose.
From your review of the records and your interviews with him, did you notice a difference in him when he was on medication removal?
In terms of just normal day-to-day interaction, I would say not particularly. He seemed pretty depressed and anxious most of the time when I was talking to him. He said that the medication helped some with the paranoia, but he was still talking about being worried about people. But his presentation was always kind of similar. I mean, his affect doesn't vary a whole lot. He's kind of flat when you speak with him. So that didn't really change very much.
The medical records comment on transition plans. Can you tell us your understanding of the transition plan always?
Well, I think they were transferring him from one facility to another one, and so what they did was kind of did a summary of all of the mental health interventions that had been done, all of the times he had been on, close observations or some other kind of observation due to, risk of self-harm or risk of being victimized. There was also a problem list and, the diagnoses and also a mention of his medications. So it was in one page there was a ton of information kind of about what they had done, and that was for the benefit of the receiving facility so that they were aware of what had been happening without having to, I think it was like 450 pages of records. You could get the gist of it by looking at the transfer summary.
Did there make any changes to the treatment plan and the transfer?
Not that I'm aware of. I think he stayed on the same medications.
So today, would you anticipate that he's still being medicated?
I would assume so.
One of the issues that was raised was can you tell us about that?
So malingering is basically exaggerating or faking a symptom, and it's a specific way because in malingering you're faking to avoid some other kind of consequence or to get some kind of secondary gain. So you're doing it for a reason. And in forensic contexts, that's something we're always kind of have our ears perked up for, because people who are facing serious criminal charges sometimes have a motivation to try and manage that in a way that's dysfunctional. I know that there was some question about whether Colt was malingering his psychotic symptoms, and I actually was concerned about that as well.
And you know that it's still successful to treat his PTSD.
Specific steps, I'm not aware. I mean, he was given his Zoloft. I think he was in some group psychotherapies. I think they had him in a dialectical behavior therapy. I don't think they had him in one of the empirically supported PTSD treatments, but I could be mistaken about that. I know they were aware and addressing it. So.
And with trauma-informed therapy, even with somebody with PTSD.
Yes.
Do you know about the provider of
I'm not, I can't say definitively, honestly.
Okay, when you were doing your sentence, did you run any tests with regard to his cognitive or those types of things?
I gave an IQ test, and I also did a personality test called the Minnesota Multiphasic. It's spelled MULTIPHASIC personality inventory, the adolescent version that's been restructured. So it's the NMPI-A-RF. And then also another one called the Trauma Symptom Checklist for Children, or what we call the TSCC. And that's a measure that it gets at specifically at sequelae of trauma in kids and adolescents.
And following those tests, did you come up with your own probable diagnostic relationship?
I don't think I gave them a specific diagnosis. What I talked about mostly were kind of the phenomenology, the things I was observing, because a specific diagnosis isn't as helpful as kind of describing what you're seeing in forensic evaluations, at least. I did want to rule out whether there was any kind of intellectual functioning deficit, and there's not. His IQ is average. When I did the personality testing, the first time it was invalid because he was what we call over-reporting, meaning he was just kind of endorsing everything willy-nilly. And then I went back and gave it to him again and instructed him to be more careful and thoughtful and to not just endorse everything and to really think about what was going on with him. The second time, there was still some level of over-reporting, but not to the point that it invalidated the testing. And it was pretty consistent with what he was telling me. There was indications of mood problems, anxiety problems, problems with thinking, paranoia, persecutory ideas, suicidal ideation. Psychological tests are not like you have x-rays or blood tests. What they usually do is help us develop interpretive hypotheses for understanding people, and sometimes they help us corroborate things that we're observing or seeing in an interview, and that's pretty much what the MMPI did. Colt never really talked about trauma, PTSD symptoms with me as PTSD symptoms. I would kind of ask him about, traumatic re-experiencing. Was he having flashbacks? Was he having dreams? And he said he had dreams about the school sometimes, and sometimes dreams about things that happened when he was younger. But the dreams about the school didn't involve the shooting incident. It was just him alone in the school wandering around. But he never really talked about the kind of, when you talk with people with PTSD, they talk about having flashbacks and dreams and traumatically experiencing, and they talk about trying to avoid things that remind them of the trauma and changes in their emotional functioning. And the diagnostic criteria are pretty complicated. He didn't talk about that, but on the TSCC, he endorsed a lot of trauma-related symptomatology, and it didn't appear as though there's validity checks in that test as well. It didn't appear as though he was manufacturing them, which I thought was kind of odd, because when I tried to talk to him about it, I wasn't getting much, but he was responding to it on the testing, and clearly the RODC docs felt he had PTSD as well. Water. Yeah. He did talk about that. Excuse me, sorry. Like I said, when I first met with him, that was the first thing we talked about. He asked if he could pull his arms inside of his sweatshirt and kind of hold his arms around him because he said he felt more comfortable talking that way. Talk a lot about having issues with noises, particularly with textures, kind of sensory things. When I talked to his mom, she talked about this as well. She said when he was little, he didn't like people touching him, bathing him, washing his hair was a challenge, getting him a haircut was a challenge. Noises seemed to bother him, and I think that persisted. He had specific kinds of sheets and towels that he liked. He had rituals that he did when he got out of the shower, like things laid out a certain way. And so that was the kind of thing that he related to me.
Did any of that give you an indication of any other kinds of spectrum disorder?
Well, it made me wonder whether there was, an element of an autism spectrum disorder. Because those kinds of sensory integration issues are common in people that have autism spectrum disorders. And his interpersonal behavior was kind of odd. So it got me wondering or thinking about it. It was something I considered as I continued to talk to him.
So that was something that you did as a roll-out and have evaluated.
I suspect if you wanted to do a specific evaluation for an autism spectrum disorder, that would probably not be a bad idea. In the end, I didn't feel like, based on what I got from him and what I got from his mom, I felt like there was some elements. He certainly has some elements, particularly sensory type elements, and some interpersonal stuff. But in talking to his mom, she said that, when he would interact, he was capable of interacting. He didn't have the kind of interactive patterns that we see, particularly with people that have autism spectrum disorders. But, his interpersonal behavior was odd, and we don't have a great sample of it because most of it was online. So, to do an evaluation for that might be worthwhile. I ultimately didn't believe that he met diagnostic criteria, and that's what I put in my report.
And in your report on page 29, you talk about ACE factors. What are ACE?
So that stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. Years ago, the Kaiser Foundation and the so it was Health and Human Services did a big CDC did a big study. And they looked at, between 1995 and 97, they looked at 17,000 people. And what they identified was a set of adverse childhood experiences, things that people could experience when they were in their developmental period that tended to be correlated with adverse outcomes when they got older. And some of these were psychological, psychiatric. There was increased levels of depression, anxiety, PTSD, substance abuse in people that had experienced these adverse experiences as children. What they also found interesting was that there was kind of what we call a dose response characteristic, meaning the more of them there were, the worse the outcomes tended to be. They also studied a lot of kind of physical well-being outcomes, but when I look at these, I'm thinking more about the psychological ones. And certainly, he was exposed to a lot of these things, and the manifestations that he has psychologically in terms of his interpersonal function, his anxiety and depression and so forth. It's not really surprising. They're not the only reason, but certainly not surprising. Growing up in an environment where he was exposed to a lot of adverse things, that he would develop depression, anxiety, and struggle interpersonally.
What is the concept of emotions? How does that relate to this?
It just means that the more of them there are, the worse the outcomes are likely to be.
And I think you've really experienced most of them.
Most of them at one time or another. Yeah. The last one I think was an incarcerated parent. That's only been recently. That wasn't when I was growing up.
How does all of this relate to his overall functioning around the time?
Well, I think he was, basically he was a lonely, dysfunctional kid who was anxious, paranoid, depressed, and immersed in this highly dysfunctional world with these people that were obsessed with folks who had done school shootings. So his interpersonal behavior was very dysfunctional, and kind of layered on with the psychological issues. He had just kind of disappeared into Discord and disappeared into the true crime community. Really wasn't really having interactions or relationships with real people on the outside. There were real people online, but not really people on the outside.
And With the things that you went through, what would be the role of treatment for somebody with schizophrenia?
It would depend on the specific, kind of manifestations. I think with him, certainly symptomatically, you would try and address the depression and anxiety, any level of paranoia. You would want to try and do that to get some symptom relief with medication. But then, kind of intensive therapy. There are therapies that have been empirically derived to deal with those specific kinds of things. So doing that to try and work through those things or disentangle them, kind of, particularly with a young person, would be the way that we would go. Kind of do the symptom, address the symptoms, and then work on the interpersonal behavior, work on the coping skills, work on the ability to kind of have a normal life in the outside world, would be the things that would be the targets in treatment.
Given your interactions with him, were there other things to help him?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, anytime a kid is struggling with the psychological, psychiatric problems, and you've got someone whose brain isn't fully developed, whose personality isn't very developed, who doesn't really know very much about the world at 14, who hasn't developed a mature set of coping skills, and then you kind of turn them loose in this dysfunctional environment with these things going on, and coming from a home where there was a lot of neglect and probably some abuse, and not really any kind of normal interpersonal contacts. It's not surprising that he kind of ended up the way that he did, and having had some kind of psychiatric, psychological intervention well before this happened, the shooting happened, would have absolutely been beneficial.
And we're talking about the development of 14-year-old teenagers growing up. Someone without psychological burdens that you have, they develop in a way that they can make more normal decisions?
I think, it's kind of, you think of it as, all teenagers, adolescents, young adults, the brains are still developing, and particularly the frontal lobe is developing. The frontal lobe is important because that's kind of where that controls decision-making, impulse control, anticipating consequences, making good decisions, planning courses of action, considering alternatives. All of that kind of stuff lives in the frontal lobes, and those keep developing into the 20s is what we know now. There was a big study done a number of years ago, and that found kind of what we clinicians have known for years is that kind of cognitive development lags behind chronological development. And so, you take somebody who's a normal 14-year-old, they're still going to have all these issues. It's kind of the reason we see adolescents and kids and young adults do more dumb things than adults do. Part of that is because of the way that their brains are underdeveloped. And I think if you pile on, depression, anxiety, neglect, some abuse, some paranoia, that it's just going to exacerbate the situation. But even under the best of circumstances, the brain and the personality and the character are certainly not developed. They're not in anywhere near a final format at age 14.
During your conversations with him, did you speak directly about shooting the genocide?
Yes.
Did he ever try to provide any of it?
No.
What was his response to you when you were talking about the victims and what the ramifications?
When he said he felt terrible about the victims, and it was interesting, when he was interviewing with Investigator Smith, they talked quite a bit about that as well, and I think he even wrote some apology letters. I focused more on his own kind of functioning, trying to disentangle kind of what was going on with him at the time. But he certainly talked about the victims, and he talked about in the CTC true crime community also that one of the things he was interested in was not only the perpetrators but the victims. He said with the Parkland, I think Nicholas Cruz killed 17 people, something like that, and he said he was, was interested in their stories and what they were doing with their lives, but obviously more obsessed with the shooter himself.
And would you say that
Pardon me?
was he apologetic about it?
Yes. Well, what he certainly was when he was talking to Investigator Smith. I didn't try and elicit anything like that from him. I asked him how he felt about the thing, and he said he felt terrible. He felt terrible for what he did. He knew he, screwed up a lot of lives.
Based on the investigation, your interview with him, understanding all the issues he's facing out psychologically, would he be able to improve with continued therapy, medication, treatment plan?
I think so. Again, you're not talking about somebody who did this in their their mid-20s, late 20s, or as an adult, when, there could be characterological issues underlying, but they're kind of well-developed, the personality is finished, the brain is finished. And sometimes if you end up in a situation with an older person where there's characterological issues that drive them to do things that are antisocial, there's sometimes not a lot you can do about that. I think when you're dealing with kids and adolescents, there's still some room before things are consolidated, before they're finished, before they're finished developing. You can intervene in a meaningful way to try and help them develop more healthy coping skills or address some of those symptoms. So, yeah, sure.
You indicated that Mr. Kraft asked you to do this before in conjunction with the University of Alabama prosecutors for sentencing you.
Right.
Did you reach any conclusions on that?
Well, they talked about incorrigibility and, irredeemable depravity, and I certainly didn't find evidence of that. He didn't appear to be on a really antisocial kind of vector. He wasn't a kid who was getting in trouble a lot. He wasn't a kid that had prior contact with UJJ. He was doing all this weird stuff on the internet, but it wasn't, antisocial stuff. It wasn't kind of comic disordered stuff. And so what I saw mostly with him were things developmentally, were, his interpersonal skills were developed, his mood issues, his anxiety issues, and then the subsequent paranoia, were all things that I think were manifestations of things that had happened to him when he was younger, developing, lack of support, lack of treatment. I think they could have been addressed earlier, and I think there's still room, he's 16 now, he's still an adolescent, his personality is still not done, his character is still not done, his brain is still developing, so there's, I think, room to intervene at this point, to make some headway, to undo some of that stuff.
That's all I have, Judge. At this time, I'd like to move on into evidence reports that be put on the That's all I have. Let's see. Why don't you take a short lecture?
So we're going to go ahead and zoom a little bit. We have over 8 hours. We have 8 hours of court today, so I'm going to try and just move through it as best as possible. Try and get as little as I can. But are y'all enjoying this particular witness? I'm kind of in for it. I'm liking his testimony. I like the way he talks. My camera's not doing well. There. I like the way he's talking. I like the way he's explaining things. He's easy to listen to. I think he's a good witness.
Before we get specific, it's okay to look out for Colt Gray, but can we have the computer on our side?
Good morning.
So the resources you rely on were medical records, law enforcement files, video footage of the shooting, and then various interviews with Colt, Kyle, and Mark. Is that correct?
That was the bulk of it. I mean, I had a place and I had a hard drive with a lot of stuff on it, but I think those were the highlights. Yeah.
How much time and energy did you put into each of those things?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't break it down that way, to be honest with you.
But would it be safe to say that most of the information you had came from either Colt or Marcy?
In terms of information I gathered myself, yes. It was from him and his mom as a collateral.
And even like a lot of secondary sources with interviews and stuff from law enforcement, it's what they are telling law enforcement.
Of course.
And even this court records are the Colt saying stuff on this court.
That's correct.
Now, Marcy, Colt's mother, you would consider her an unreliable source?
I would say she is reliable to an extent. She certainly has an angle.
Yeah. And you were aware that she had, in a few years leading up to this incident, she had limited contact Colt.
Yes, I was aware of that.
In fact, in November 2nd of 2022, Marcy leaves the house to Colt Gray to Gerald.
Right.
And it wasn't until August 11th, 2023, almost a year later, that Colt attempts to stay with her from August 11th, 23, August 4th, 23.
That sounds about right.
So that's 2 months that they lived together.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of contact.
And then he leaves in October because Marcy had caught the drugs. And she comes up to stay with him the next year, July 6, 2024 to August 16th, 2024.
That sounds about right.
About 1 month.
Yeah. I think she said it was about 5 weeks.
So in the 2 years leading up to the shooting, she was with him about 3 months.
Yeah, not very much time.
And during that time, she had serious intoxication issues.
She did.
Had a lot of her drugs.
She did.
And that was a lot of the reasons that you removed from her, and she left.
Yes. That was,
She was in rehab for about 6 months.
I believe you're right.
And she had her own criminal justice issues,
She did.
and she had psychiatric issues on top of the intoxication.
Yes.
We were also aware that Colt and her, even when they were separate, did not speak to each other very much.
It didn't seem like he had a lot of contact with her. There was a brief period of time not long before the shooting when she was living up there in Winder. But for a lot of the time before that, especially when her issues with the drugs and so forth happened, the contact was really limited.
In fact, they mostly just texted with each other.
I think that's a fair characterization.
Now, your first interview with Colt was May 16th of 2025.
That sounds right.
And that was 8 months after the shooting.
Right.
Let me go into Colt a little bit. Were you noticing that Colt likes to mimic other people, and especially like the other shooters and things like that?
There was some stuff, like some photographs that he took of himself, and I think the dyeing his hair orange was a manifestation of that. There were some things that I had in the records where it would be, I think one of them was James Holmes. There was another one, I think it was Christian Bale from a movie where he was making a particular face, and he would mimic those things, and I guess post them. They were in the materials that I got.
And when you were reviewing the Discord, that's when he was talking to members of the CCC community.
Correct.
Did you notice in his interactions with these people that he was very quick to, yeah, me too. They would say, I did this, or I experienced this, and he would go, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think so. There's an element of that, certainly.
Did you notice where he would, even within the conversation, say one thing and then change it to accommodate and be more like the person he's talking to?
I can remember times when that happened, sure.
I'm going to show you a couple of them.
Sure.
First one's on the Discord.
Okay. Is it going to pop up here? Okay, I got it.
So this is him talking to Mandy.
Right.
Mandy's in the light green. Can you tell color difference on the
Yeah, I can tell who's who, and it also has their names.
Colt is the Hayden marker.
Right.
And he is in the blue. This is August 29th, 2024, so a few days before the shooting. And they're talking about Nicholas Cruz. And
Right.
their obsession with Nicholas Cruz. Correct?
That was what they talked mostly about.
And Mandy asked him, have you put a cookie in your sub yet? And he writes back, cookie in my sub, question.
Okay.
This isn't them talking, this isn't them writing. You're reading each other writing, correct?
Yeah, I think that's what it I don't know if they ever actually talked. I think it was all these text messages on Discord.
So when he types in cookie in my sub question mark, he doesn't know what she's talking about, does he?
Either he doesn't know or didn't remember. I mean, clearly he asked her for clarification.
And then she said he would put a type of cookies and stuff, same for 30 minutes per script.
Right.
And then Colt immediately said, oh yeah, multiple times.
I see that.
And then that him kind of like referred to them when she's talking about, they know, yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah, I think there were probably times that he did that. I mean, again, I reviewed between Caitlin and Mandy like 50,000 messages. So, I mean, there were times when he did this.
So that's an example of Colt changing his answer about things to fit in with his people.
I think that's not an unfair characterization. I think he was very invested in trying to fit in with this unusual community. So, I mean, seemed like he had plenty of his own independent information, but certainly this is an example of a time where he accommodated based on what somebody else said.
And let's say, for example, putting cookies on your sub sandwich was a sign of psychosis. This would be him kind of lingering, exaggerating. That's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is, but yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it could be that, you know, it's hard to know because we're looking again at a small sample. But certainly, I would agree with you that he was interested in being perceived as somebody that did this same thing that Nicholas Cruz did if he actually puts cookies in his subs.
Let's put another example that's a little more urgent.
Sure.
This is also the physical humanity again.
Okay.
So, this is enough. This is enough. So, can I ask you, is if we're going to this time we will indulge in our next visit, so we can put all of these in. But this will in. It was entered earlier. I would say the one I showed earlier was page 13 of the occasional earner account. There's the occasional earner account and that column account. This is page 59 of the occasional earner account.
I think it's on record for.
Okay. So, this is gender black hole here at the top there. So I'm on 6 different heads, and they really don't do anything but make me stone the head. I took it all before I did it to work to you. And then he says, they did the same for me, like they made the room spin. Now, she's talking about 6 different heads, and he said they did the same for me. But he was never on 6 different heads or multiple heads. He was only on the Zoloft.
That's the only one I'm aware of. Yeah, it was just the Zoloft his mom was giving him.
So the they, to try and make it sound like more, he's trying to again fit into this genderless black holes and changing the amount of types of messages he said.
Yeah, you could read it that way. I mean, it could be referring to meds as they, but the only one he was on is Zoloft, that's true. He wasn't on 6 different meds.
You skip down a little bit into the middle of the reading there. Genderless black holes. So the worst side effects I had were with hallucinations. That wasn't what Zoloft thankfully. And she said, still give you hallucinations somewhat. And then he said, mine are auditory. Correct?
Yes.
And that means hear voices.
Right. That would be hearing things that aren't really there.
And then he said, oh, it may be different.
Right.
And then she says, oh my God, same Twinkies. I have visible ones too. And he says, same.
Right.
So when they talk about hallucinations, he first said, I have auditory hallucinations. Full stop.
Right.
And it's not until she said, well, I also have visible ones. And then he changes it and says,
Yeah, I agree. That's what he
It's
did.
changing, talking about his men say, what he says that men say, that he changes it to fit in with the group.
Right, he adds onto it.
And then, let's go to page 61. In this case, you have them talking about drinking a lot with another person. I do not know the gender of this person. But they're talking to like being flat out.
Right.
And Colt is talking about how often he gets flat out drunk.
It looks like it.
And then at the very bottom, the next to last one, Colt said, literally just steal it from my dad.
I see that.
Did you listen to Colin's interview about his home?
A long time ago.
You remember him saying that he didn't drink and he didn't allow alcohol in the household.
That rings a bell, yeah.
And you remember Marston's interview where she says the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
So it's literally I steal it from my dad. That's not true.
No, it's not what he told me either. So.
And then he said, sometime in class, some random dude walked in and did me some. Again, I never followed around, I'm sure you did. But based on your understanding of how often he actually did guys outside of this, that's not something he needed to do.
Seems unlikely.
Then we move to page 62. And same person he's talking to, now they've moved on, and just to do some BSN, bro. Colt says it's real, and I asked you to drop that, but then never I'm up to it. He says, do you even know what that is? He says, yes, over the counter stuff. They're talking about Benadryl?
Right.
I think that's the next call. Yes, and he says Benadryl, call us.
Right.
And then he comes down with it, says you just gotta pull through the tiredness. After that, it's pretty much schizophrenia simulator.
I see that.
So the whole thing that when you take the Benadryl to test, you'll get schizophrenia simulator. Colt talked about a lot about schizophrenia.
He does.
And then PK Wafflefest says, that's not the worst part, it's the anxiety, the dread, and seeing spiders. I'm terrified of bugs. So he's the one who first talked about hallucinations moving on it and refers to bugs.
Right.
And then he said, the next one, the high. Sorry. All right. So then PK Wafflefest says, the highest I've ever gone is 450 milligrams. And Colt says 725 here. It appears he's trying to one up PK Wafflefest.
Looks like it.
Again, exaggerating
Yeah.
for attention.
It's a fit in, yeah. No, I agree.
Okay. And then the last one, PK Wafflefest asked him what kind of hallucinations you experience. Colt says knocking me on the wall, it's weird, and then bugs.
Right.
Which is exactly the same hallucination that PK Wafflefest had.
Right, he was just talking about spiders, so yeah, same thing.
So now Colt is changing his hallucinations to fit this other person's hallucinations.
Right.
Because Colt allows a lot to pay attention on this or doesn't.
Yeah, he does. He created an entire other personas, lied about his age, name, location, so.
And Colt studies and emulates prior mass shooters that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, he was kind of obsessed with that group of folks.
I think the main one timeline-wise was Adam Manzo. That was saying the earlier shooter.
That was the first one that he identified becoming obsessed, quote unquote, but then said that he wasn't so interested because there wasn't that much information to find about him. In my perception was that Nicholas Cruz was the one he got most focused on, and then also I think it's James Holmes, the Aurora, Colorado. Those were the two that he was most focused on, although there had been a period of time. And the young woman, Caitlin, he was speaking with, she was an Adam Lanza person. That was her obsession. So we'll talk about that when he was talking to her.
Well, I want to pull up the other disorders. This would have been the F-bomb, some of the breathing alarm. This is going to be 8 and 9 of that exhibit. Same with the 266. Thank you. And then this one, the F-bombs is now Colt. This was back in 2023.
Okay.
2 years before the shooting. Are you familiar with the date of the May 18th? And the significance of that date? Not the specific date, but that time frame. You know the name.
I mean, my guess is that this was the other threat that he made.
Right.
Yeah, the one from 2023.
You may not remember, but you did look at the things when they came out. That would have been May 21st.
That sounds about right.
So this is right before they came out.
Right, I think Discord flagged this, and then they figured out who it was, and then they went and talked to Colt.
Right. And then he said, God spent hours researching Adam. That's the third line there.
Right.
Okay.
And that would track. I think it was around 22, 23 when he got, and then we said Adam Lanza was the first one, so I guess about that time he was focused more on him.
And then at the bottom, he's asking what the other person's target would be to commit mass shooting. He said, I'll probably kill my dad, maybe go to a local elementary school. He said, but I might move to Connecticut and shoot up a new one for laughs.
Right.
And then on page 12, he said, I already have an outfit for if I commit a mass shooting. He got atoms in that desk, same shoes, same hat, you even have the vest.
I see that.
You're very wise, but apparently I don't even wear sunglasses during the shooting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, that's the kind of micro detail that these folks were interested in.
Yeah, they get down into every little thing about that shooter, how they dressed, what they said, what they did, everything.
Yeah, it seemed like it was so deep. It was like any piece of information they could find and put out there was kind of what they were after. And even like I said, Colt said his frustration about Adam Lanza is there wasn't enough information. There wasn't enough to find out about him, but clearly there was, some things. So.
That's Colt destroyed the hard drive of his computer the morning of the shooting.
He said the way he described it to me is they were more like SD card storage units. It wasn't like a physical hard drive or a solid state drive. They were little SD cards.
So he didn't say he destroyed the actual hard drive the morning of.
He did say that he destroyed a hard drive, and then I asked him, and he talked about the SD drives, and it sounded, I think when he talked to Investigator Smith, that's what he said. But there was also photographs of him disassembling his computer. It's like in pieces in the house, and it appeared, I'm not a computer expert, but it appeared as though it could have been that he removed a drive, and he certainly did refer to it as that in the messages.
And Colt told you that he did this because you were being surveilled by a government agency.
By somebody. He said it might be the government, but he thought he was infiltrated, and then he got this idea that there were government agents driving by the house, and is what he told me.
Yeah, I think Colt reported he believed that he watched or followed the person online, said he believed that he marked like vehicles passing by residents that he believed were from a government agency. Right. He said he was unsure of a lot of types of surveillance was happening, but took actions to protect himself, including data destroying data storage items in his computer and changing meeting names frequently to avoid being tracked or followed.
Right.
And you thought that was significant for Colt.
I thought the idea that he was paranoid and felt like somebody was paying attention to him was significant, and I thought the fact that he followed through and did something in response to that belief. I think some of the story about government agents and SUVs I don't know about that. I mean, I think he was paranoid. I think he felt somebody was watching him. I think some of the other stuff was embellished a bit.
So you believe it was signs of like delusional thinking?
I think it was signs of paranoia. You know, again, it's when you're trying to decide whether something is delusional, one of the things you can think about is whether somebody will change their behavior in response to it. So if you're paranoid and you think somebody is looking at you online and then you destroy media storage, you know, that's doing a behavior in response to kind of a paranoid idea. Again, the elaboration with the SUVs, guys with sunglasses and stuff, I don't know about all that, but I think there was some level of paranoia. I think some of the specific stuff was probably embellished a bit.
Okay. And that was based on destroying the
You know, again, it was the idea that he was paranoid. You know, I don't think he has a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. I don't think he's, you know, but I do think he had paranoia that was part of his mood disorder that was impacting his thinking.
But didn't in May of 2023, didn't he do something on his computer that called the FBI to call the sheriff's office to come to his house?
Yes, they did.
And that would be a logical reason, if you're going to continue doing those things on your computer, to destroy your SD cards.
Sure, that would be another way to explain it.
And that would be delusional or paranoid, would it?
No, that would be reality-based.
Did you research yourself on any of these other issues that Colt had?
No. I mean, I maybe looked at Wikipedia just to orient myself, you know, but I didn't go down the rabbit hole or anything. I was just kind of making sure I understood who we were talking about.
I can't wait to get you guys to my work from all that.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah.
Did you know that Adam Lanza destroyed the hard drive with his computer?
I didn't know that.
Did you know he also did it on the morning before he went into the shooting?
No, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't.
Did you know that he left it in the middle of his bedroom floor, exactly like Colt did?
No, like I said, I don't know, but I did see the photo that Colt did that.
Would it surprise you to know that Colt did know that?
No, not at all.
Were you given his phone calls that he made after he was arrested from autopsy?
I did receive some. I did not listen to all of them, but I listened to a couple.
I'm going to bring your attention to a phone call made on October 12th, 2024,
Okay.
at 11:38 a.m. in the morning. I guess that's what it is. In your honor, this is not the evidence yet. I asked for some indulgence. I have it right next to it. It's going to be interviews to me. And evidence. We have to take this out of order.
The jail already introduced, at the 267 through 335, and they were labeled by date. So on the thumb drive, it'll be within that range, it will have the date on October 12th.
So this is going to be October 12th, 11:38 in the morning. Phone call from Colt and his mother, Colt Gray. And we're going to play the fifth part from 8 minutes 34 seconds to 8 minutes and 53 seconds.
Okay.
Next time, talking to anyone with a district one and feel that he was just like remember.
So what they're doing is they're looking through posts on the internet, and people on the internet are comparing Colt to Atlanta.
I got you. Okay, thanks.
So she said people on the internet, because this is just a month after the shooting,
Right.
people on the internet are comparing him to Atlanta. And he says, wait till my room pictures get released and they see the computer on the floor.
Right.
That's That's a lot of forethought on his part.
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, again, there was a lot of forethought.
So before the shooting, he's anticipating the crime scene photo being released onto the internet.
That's what it sounds like.
Did you know that Colt didn't just destroy his computer like Adam Lanza did, that he staged it to look exactly like Adam Lanza looked?
I was not aware of that, but I don't find that surprising.
But you had interpreted it as paranoid delusions.
Again, I think it's important to note that I believed he was paranoid and anxious at the time, but I didn't believe that and I believe he thought that there was some people talking about him. But at the end of the day, I don't believe that's why he did what he did. So what I'm saying is that those things were coexisting and impacting his insight and his judgment. But I don't think he was driven by hallucinations or delusions to do what he did. I think he planned it out, and the kind of stuff that you're telling me, I don't find it surprising at all.
Because this is more him destroying the computer, not so much a sign of illusion or paranoia. It's actually like an Easter egg for other Adam Lanza Hall fans to discover.
I think it could be both, but I can see where it would, I mean, particularly like staging the computer like that certainly would be an example of that.
As I said with Nicholas Cruz, that was, now we move on to the summer of 2024. We moved on to Adam Lanza, and now it's 6 a.m. in Nicholas Cruz.
Right.
I'm going to show that this is where this is back in the page burner. It's going to be page 18. It said there, it is bad, by the way. The image there, if you click on it, it's just an image of Nicholas Cruz. It makes a Colt posting image of Nicholas Cruz, and it's bad, by the way. The way he says, holy shit, while being arrested, it's so funny. Okay. So, he watched Nicholas Cruz's arrest based on this, correct?
I'm sure he has.
And he thinks it's funny that Nick Cruz said, holy shit, when he was arrested.
Right, that's what he says here. He and Mandy were both pretty obsessed with Nicholas Cruz. Yeah.
And then Mandy brings up Nicholas Cruz makes amazing voices.
Right.
And then Colt says, and you mentioned reviews.
Which do you like better, the one before or the one now? Let me know. The one before or the one now? Let me know.
Voices, words of noises. And then WPH, right? And then where PH Anna? Holy shit, what happened?
Sorry, didn't mean to blow your brains out, but I need to know the first or the second one.
Right.
Second one.
So we're making fun of Nick arrests. It's funny. And you notice that when Nick was arrested, he heard voices.
Right.
Or he said he heard voices.
Right.
He knows that when Nick was arrested, he said he saw hallucinations, the demons.
Yep.
And he knows that Nick claims that he had blacked out during, holy shit, where am I? Right.
Right.
And you listen to Colt's interview, right?
Correct.
Okay. And he said basically the same things. That he didn't remember.
Yeah, that he didn't really remember.
That he heard voices, hallucinations,
Okay, I did something to the boost.
and he didn't remember.
Right.
So basically exactly what Nick Cruz said he was arrested and that Colt knows about. Colt said the same thing when he was arrested.
Right.
Now, did you watch the Nicholas Cruz trial, or did you look into that at all? Okay. And you know that there was a doctor that looked at Cruz similar to what you did with Colt.
I mean, I'm sure there was, but I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
And it was Dr. Charles Scott, if you ever did.
I don't think I know him.
You do have to testify in that trial.
Pardon me?
He testified in that trial.
Okay. Yeah, I'm following.
And Colt has seen all of that trial happening.
Yeah, he said he used to fall asleep watching it. He's watched it numerous times.
I think he told me to watch it 3 times.
At least 3, yeah. He said he used, like he said, he used to fall asleep watching it.
And during Colt's interview with law enforcement the day of the shooting, he told them that Nick was notorious for faking his schizophrenia and interrogation.
Yes, he did.
So he watched that and he knows that.
He does.
Now, when Colt's talking to you, in y'all's interview,
Right.
the next year, he tells you that the reason he watched the Nick Cruz trial was because he felt terrible for the victims and wanted to know their stories.
Yeah, he did say that.
He said a lot of him looking up stuff with Nick told you was because he wanted to know more about the victims because he felt bad for them.
He did say that. I mean, clearly there's way more to it, but he did say that.
And he told investigators the same thing that day.
Right.
Now, did you corroborate that statement with Colt Gray at the time?
The statement about,
About that he was looking into Nick and watched the trial of Nick because he was feeling bad for the victims and wanted to know more about victims.
no, but I mean, I didn't think that was the only reason he watched it.
Well, let's go to the behavior burner, the courthouse, page 9.
Okay.
And this is Mandy, she's talking about when I watched the impact statements, I had so many panic attacks because I'm like, why did they feel the need to be so hateful? So these are the victims at the Cruz's sentencing, giving their victim impact statements.
Right.
Sort of like our victims did in the case. You were
No, I wasn't here for that, but I'm sure that happened.
And Colt says, it wasn't for Nick, I was running my brains out months ago, and then he responds to her, I know, right? So inhumane. Talking about the victims, talking mean to the Nick.
That sentencing, yeah.
And she said, like, they were going to get raped and killed. And he said, and people say, Nick's the monster.
Right.
So that doesn't sound like he's identifying with the victims. It sounds like he's identifying with Nick and mad at the victims for being mean to Nick.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I was reporting to me. It was clear if you read the messages with Mandy, there was way more to it. I mean, it was a whole deep, intense, obsessed, even sexual thing. And the idea that he may have looked at and researched the victims was always part of the kind of the TCC thing. I don't want to give the impression that I think that's all he was doing.
No, I'm just saying this is what I'm showing you is the opposite of what you told you.
Right, but not surprising based on his obsession.
In fact, continuing on with the same conversation, this is just the next thing down.
Okay.
She says, something made me sad, to be honest, I had quite Nick, so I just had a hard time with empathy, I want to feel real empathy towards Nick. And then he said, God, I hated the black-haired bitch. Sam, I think. Did you know he was referring to Samantha Fuentes, one of the victims that survived the shooting department?
No, but that sounds right.
She testified that she had still had shrapnel in her.
Right, okay.
And he goes on to say, Nick should have blown your fucking brains out, Sam. It's okay though, force him to eat her shit. This is the exact opposite. He's telling you you're remorseful. He's telling you that I was just looking at this stuff because of the victim, that I cared about the victim. And then he's actually saying this stuff.
Right, well, I read these messages as well. And again, you know, I don't want to give the impression that I thought that's all he was doing. The obsession was clearly way beyond that. But in this TCC kind of researching the shooter and researching the victims is part of the thing. But yeah, this is all pretty hateful.
And then the next page, the next line, page 10, let's jump. Now I want to go to page 16. That was just one of the victims.
Okay.
In the very bottom. He said one of the teachers across from Scott mentioned she walked out of the event before he shot Scott and injured her. He referred to Stacy's Little. She was one of the teachers that was standing outside with Scott Beagle. They were both teachers. Scott Beagle was shot by Nicholas Cruz while he was standing next to Stacy Little.
Okay.
She testified to this. And he says, LMAO, which you understand means laughing my ass off.
That's my understanding as well.
So not sympathy there.
No, I mean, again, I'm agreeing with you. You know, this is, in addition, there was a lot of really bizarre, distressing stuff that was going on in this TCC, in all of those messages that I read.
Yeah, let's go to page 31. Now, you click on the first image, an obituary will come up.
Okay.
Oh, let's get down and read it. And that is Michael Schoolman. It was his obituary that Colt has found on the internet.
I remember seeing that.
Okay. So Colt went looking for this, found this man's obituary, and he is the adoptive father of Parkland victim Scott Beagle. Scott Beagle is the teacher we just talked about.
You were just talking about.
He was, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, he's passed away. So
Right.
he puts that image into the Discord. And Mandy says, is that him? And clicks a video, attaches a video. Now that video is of Michael Schumann testifying at Nick Cruz's sentencing.
Right.
Okay. And Colt says, yep. And then she says, I hate that guy, and Colt posts a video. Did you click on that to see what that video was?
I don't know, because, what is it?
That is the school surveillance video of Colt shooting that man's son.
Of Cruz?
Cruz, I'm sorry, yes, Cruz shooting that man's son.
There was a,
Colt puts the obituary of Mr. Michael Schoolman,
Right.
who's the father of Scott Beagle,
right.
and then posts the video of Nicholas Cruz shooting his son, Scott Beagle.
I saw several videos that appeared to be of Nick Cruz in the school and shooting, but I couldn't tell who he was shooting at. But there certainly were, if that's what it was, then I'm sure I saw it, because there were a number of videos of him in the school with the weapon, and in some of them he was firing the weapon, but I couldn't tell who he was shooting at.
So he has no sympathy for Scott Beagle or his father, Michael Schoolman.
No, again, no, clearly not here. No,
Okay.
no.
And then he goes on down. Every time I watch this, the way I want to pin him down and stick a blade in his chest multiple times.
Right.
And then he says, same for that fucking Borges guy.
Right.
Do you know who he's referring to there?
No.
That was Anthony Borges. He was also a victim who survived.
Okay.
Fucking Nick should have come back around to double tap him. Now, Mandy, actually, according to Mandy, I don't know if she's telling the truth, but Mandy says she lives in that area of Parkland.
I think, yeah.
Knows Borges.
Okay.
Okay. And then she's like, I can't believe I was friends with him. I swear he had a crush on me when I was 13. And Colt says, dox him. And the bottom says, I'll kill him for you.
Right.
So when Colt tells you this, that he has sympathy, the reason he was looking for this is because he has sympathy for the victims, he is lying to you.
If I believe that was the only reason, yeah, but no, that's clearly not sympathetic. I'm not. Yeah,
I'm asking what he said,
that is what he said. Yeah,
and that is him lying to you.
it would appear so.
Okay. Now let's move on to James Holmes. That's the Aurora theater shooter, the Batman movie.
Yeah.
He went to the Batman screen. Colt researched him and started idolizing, well, he researched it for a long time, but he started idolizing him almost right up to the shooting and then even after the shooting.
That sounds right.
His Colt shooting.
No, I knew what you meant. Yeah.
Now, for James Holmes, he was, the people in your position for him were Dr. Jeffrey Metzner and Dr. William Reed. Do you know either of them?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
But they were the ones that evaluated James Holmes and testified at the trial.
Right.
And did you know that with the Dr. William Reed, they actually tendered video of Holmes's psychiatric evaluation into evidence?
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So where like when you met with Colt and did all your stuff with Colt,
Right.
they actually videotaped it.
Okay.
When Dr. Reed did it, and that tape was put in the trial.
Okay.
Okay.
Tracking.
Did you know that Colt watched all of it?
Not surprised.
Okay. Did you know it was 15 episodes long, 8 hours each, according to him?
Yeah, and again, it's consistent with this obsessive fixation. So yeah, I'm not surprised that he would have done that.
Okay. In fact, he talked about that with his mom on the jail calls. Your Honor, this is on November 16th, 2024, 11:23 a.m. This is from the 10:05 minute mark to the 11:18 minute. Thank you.
So it's okay when, you know, that obviously the usual email of you and stuff like that, and I'm excited to tell them on the usually obviously compare to that.
Okay.
And that I've really been fixating on James Holmes, and I think that they're looking to him that he would find a lot that's correlated to me in him.
Okay. I don't know anything really about him.
Oh yeah,
What's
like
his story?
every mental health person I've met was like study James Holmes because he was just me into the real life. It's so effective in general mental things that.
Okay, I'll read up on him. I wonder if there's a documentary on him.
There's some, but a really good watch is his 15 episodes long, and they're like 8 hours each. There's a recording of him and the psychiatrist, and pretty much all of the questions.
Okay. I can probably find some stuff on YouTube or something.
So remember, please how to get a book about him on Amazon?
Yes, I will. I got written down.
So this is Colt talking with his mother, Marcy. And these are the two people you interviewed. These are your two sources.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're talking about this, and this is, well, months before they met with you. So this is October. This is November of 2024.
Yes, so it would have been months before, correct?
Okay. And he is actually watching and asked his mother to watch a psychiatrist ask James Holmes questions and James Holmes' response to that psychiatrist.
Right.
Wouldn't that kind of taint what you're going to do later on?
It could, potentially.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, Holmes was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. Did you know that?
Yeah, I was aware that he had schizophrenia spectrum disorder.
And Colt told you that's what he had.
He said that's what they had diagnosed him with, but I didn't find that in the records, actually.
You didn't find that anywhere in the records?
No, they diagnosed him with psychotic symptoms, but as part of a mood disorder, not schizoaffective disorder.
And Colt said that Dr. Singleton was who diagnosed him with schizoaffective disorder.
Right, he said that, but that clearly wasn't true.
And did you see any mention of a Dr. Singleton in his reports?
You know, I didn't go through all of them, but so I don't know if there was a Dr. Singleton in there or not.
So Colt is telling you that he was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder.
Right.
The same one James Holmes had.
Yeah.
But according to his medical records, that's not true.
No, and I don't think he said, I don't think he has schizoaffective disorder either, so.
Did Colt tell you that he researched the evaluations and diagnoses of Cruz and Holmes?
I don't remember talking to him about that.
Okay, so he never volunteered to you that he had looked at their diagnoses and evaluations and that sort of stuff?
No, but again, knowing what I know about the level of obsession, it wouldn't have surprised me to find that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he tell you he also coordinated those things with Marcy?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play you 4 more calls. The first one's going to be on 10/25, October 25th. So this is just about a month and a half after the shooting.
Okay.
Not guilty is a definitely good stance, but I would at least like to know
Well, I'm,
So what's going on here is they just found in the news that Colt's original attorney had sent in a waiver of arraignment and a not guilty thing. So it happened outside of court. Colt wasn't there, didn't know this had happened. So he's finding out from his mother that his attorney had entered a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Got it.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay.
calling, because that's something, I mean, you need to keep me updated on that kind of shit. I mean, I'm supportive of it, but I just need to know what his intentions are. I mean, is he gonna claim insanity, temporary insanity, because that's really the only way, that's the only way that should be getting not guilty,
Sure. But kind of what we hope now, thinking about it.
Yeah, after all that was, hell yeah. I mean, that was my first thought anyway.
Because if they're pushing for not guilty, that means they're going full on with the insanity, which I can definitely stand up for.
Yep, and when you see Miss Doctor and her wanting to try, some medicine for schizophrenia, that's just even more backed up.
I've been using medicine for when it's possible, it's there.
Do what? No, I
You use medicine when you possibly have to.
that's not what I was saying.
So that's them talking about using mental illness as a chance to get a not guilty.
Right.
Okay. And that a doctor would really help that.
Right.
And that's on October 25th. Go to the next day, October 26th.
So because we've already got not guilty, which is actually like people are calling it as usually when they're going for something along the lines of like insanity and stuff. And temporary insanity is also a thing that actually exists in law.
Oh, no.
That along with them saying like putting everything on dad, like the jury and stuff, and getting second-degree murder and stuff, like what my things will be. Like I genuinely wonder if they'll like truly see like I'll be medicated soon and like I'll be completely changed and out of that hole.
That's exactly what I told him, and what I told her is that, like a temporary insanity could that you'll be in the midst of like a psychotic state. Which is, it's the classic description of temporary insanity. When you're under the influence of some type of extreme mental distress.
It's literally the definition of mania, maybe as the manic state going forward.
Exactly.
That's where you have your burst of manic, and it just flips from manic to feeling very happy and euphoric, like saying, just feeling like on top of the world.
Yes, that's exactly right. Almost like you're high on.
Yeah.
And so if that plea is accepted by a jury, which it's likely that it would be. Of course, I'm going to cry regardless. I'll either cry from happiness or sadness, one or the other.
So that's them talking about the possibility of not.
Was she laughing? She's laughing, y'all. This woman is sicker than he is. And they wonder why he turned out the way he did. Oh, my God.
Guilty about temporary insanity. Colt seems to know a lot about manic psychosis and psychotic and things of that nature.
Yeah, he even talked about that with Investigator Smith right after he was using words like schizophrenia and mania.
Telling his mother the symptoms of that.
Right.
And this is the person you use to corroborate this.
What I used to corroborate some things, I never believed he was manic. I never believed he had schizophrenia. I never believed he was anywhere near the neighborhood for an insanity defense. It was never on the table.
But we're talking about it.
Of course they are, and I talked about it with him too and told him that it was not that was not something that was feasible. And never, I think I even wrote in my report, they can talk about insanity all they want, but my evaluation of him didn't reveal an acting mania, and didn't reveal a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and didn't reveal sufficient symptoms to warrant an insanity, temporary or otherwise, finding. They're talking about it, and they can talk about it until the cows come home, but there was no evidence for it.
And then on the next month, November 24th, they walk in.
Also looking for June 25th, because I think the file for you look at the picture, yeah, on my it's like a guy in condo, position or deep condo. A-U-N-C-A-O. Condo. A condo position.
Is it online?
Really smart guy, like going in the ready to power up with the down and
So here he's now telling his mom to watch videos of James Holmes, looking for the similarities between Colt's mental state and James Holmes.
That's what it appears.
Okay. And again, the next month, on December 5th.
Thank you for giving me a call. Yeah, maybe $7 is what we did. So we were working last night. I ended up falling asleep, but I'm going to finish the part that I didn't yeah. So he watched that one, and then something else, she wasn't watch it. But then she said, well, she was watching the one and watching all these documentaries about she watched one on the Prosecutors, she watched one on the Ukraine, you know what the and she watched one other one, I can't remember what one was, but she really just, she don't really talk to them because she was watching it.
What did you think of James Holmes?
Well, honestly, I didn't really watch it. I feel like you get additional knowledge other than what I already have. But, really,
I'll take it in, sure, but,
we were watching one, I think you said
Are you ready to move this to another day?
That's what I guessed.
Now, all of these calls were before any of them talked to you.
Right.
In fact, you talked to Colt on May 16th of 2005.
That's it, yeah.
So, months after the shooting.
Right.
And he'd been in ROSC the entire time.
Yes.
And was being treated by them.
Yes.
And Colt is telling you all these symptoms that he has.
Right.
Psychotic symptoms.
Right.
Okay. And you find out he hasn't told the people that are treating him these things.
That's what he told me, yeah.
Now, is that telling you one thing but not having told the treatment providers, is that a symptom of lingering?
That's something weird. No, because if you're hiding symptoms, that's different than lingering. But again,
Well, I'm saying lingering to you, not lingering to them. I'm not saying he's lying to them.
let me make sure I understand your question.
What I'm saying is when he's telling you he has like symptoms,
Right.
he hadn't told anybody treating him for months about it.
Right.
Isn't that a symptom that he's malingering to you?
It's possible.
Now, malingering is generally to avoid punishment.
Right. It's or to get something.
There can be other secondary motivations.
Correct.
And hallucinations and delusions are the most common symptoms to be malingering.
Right.
There's no like brain scans for that.
Right. That's what usually people will try and do. They'll talk about seeing or hearing things or having delusions.
And were you weary of this possibility?
Was I wary of it? Oh, yeah. I mean, again, the way that he reported the hallucinations that he said he had was not really consistent with how hallucinations work. And, the idea of schizophrenia or schizoaffective, you never really reported any symptoms consistent with those. And even though Mom used the word mania quite a bit, she never really described a manic episode. So, I mean, they're talking about these things, but this is the thing when people don't really have a particular diagnosis, but then they try and manufacture it as they don't really know how to do it right, and so, I didn't believe that it was hallucinations that caused him to do what he did. I believe the paranoia impacted his judgment and his thinking, but again, I never thought he was even close on insanity. I never thought he had schizophrenia. I never thought he had bipolar disorder. So if he was trying to convince me he had them, he did a poor job, because I didn't see any evidence for it.
Okay. If that would be the motivation.
If it would be the motivation. Yeah, well, I think, as I said, I think I said in the report that there can be symptoms and exaggeration at the same time, and I think that's what was going on. I think he does exaggerate his symptoms.
As similar to how he anticipated the crime scene photo of his room getting out, the one where he destroyed his computer like Atlanta.
Right.
He anticipated that getting out.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Like I said, I'm not saying I think.
And would it be possible, we talk about that probably being like an Easter egg,
Yeah.
for other Atlanta fans.
Sure.
Would it be possible that he also anticipated you or someone like you would be testifying at his trial or sentencing?
I'm sure he did.
And would it be possible that he would like to plan other Easter eggs for people watching on TV and other James Holmes fans to discover?
It's possible.
Now, you gave him the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory as an addition to structured form.
Correct.
Well, that has validity scales in it.
It does.
Okay. And the first test, the validity scales test for things like malingering.
Yeah, well, they call it underreporting or overreporting, but yeah, basically.
And the first test suggests significant overreporting.
Correct, to the point that it invalidated the test. Yeah, correct, you're right.
And that was on May 16th. You gave them another test 9 months later in February of 26th.
Right.
And that one still said possible overreporting.
Yep.
Which is lingering.
Not necessarily. The way that we talk about malingering is a specific kind of overreporting. The test can only get to overreporting. The test doesn't know why you're doing it.
Okay. So you look at his psychological or his mental health records from RYC.
Correct.
Now, he was seen for his first psychiatrist was Dr. Simone Dupree.
That name sounds familiar. I don't know her, but...
I was in the single woman section.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Right. Sounds like a woman's name.
So she, Dr. Dupree, interviewed or met with Colt on September 10th, 2024. This would have been 6 days after the shooting.
Right.
Okay. And she stated that Colt denied suicidal and homicidal ideations as well as psychotic symptoms.
Right.
The psychotic symptoms would include hallucinations and delusions.
Right.
Okay. So on September 10th, he's denying that.
Right.
Okay. And she also put in her report, patient did not display any remorse for his actions.
Okay.
And he did not put on any medications at that point.
Right.
Okay. Now, the next day, September 11th, 2024, he meets with a psychologist, which is Christopher Ackerman. Do you know Christopher Ackerman?
I don't know him, but that name is familiar.
Okay. And he said that Colt reports occasional auditory and visual hallucinations.
Okay.
The last time being 3 days ago. So 3 days prior to September 11th was when he was having auditory visual hallucinations. 3 days ago, but 1 day ago, he told Dr. Dupree he has none of those.
Right.
So that's inconsistent, right?
Yes, it is.
And then Christopher Ackerman actually puts in his notes that the youth endorses symptoms on malingering stream. And he said malingering with psychosis appears evidence.
Okay.
Now then, on September 24th, 2024, Dr. Dupree sees him again. And she writes that he denies suicidal, homicidal ideations as well as psychotic symptoms. So now he's back to denying again.
Right.
I don't see or hear things. And she writes, currently there are no symptoms for me to intervene pharmacologically.
Right.
And he gets into medication.
Right.
Okay. The next month, he says, Dr. Dupree sees him again. This is October 22nd. I hear, and now he's saying, I hear voices telling me to see what you have done and saw your fall. At times I see black shadows. And she knows that patient's mother will be contacted regarding symptoms reported. No medication. So, this is on October 22nd.
Right.
Tell the doctor that he hears voices. This is the first time he's told the doctor that.
Sounds like, yeah.
And she says, I'm going to contact
Yeah.
That's on October 26th.
Okay.
Now, the phone calls between Marcy and Colt were 3 days later, October 25th and October 26th. That's not
Right.
So, the first time he tells the doctor, I'm hearing voices, I'm seeing things. 3 days later, he's on the phone with mom talking about getting not guilty by reason.
Right.
On November 12th, so the next month, Dr. Dupree sees him again. He says, something happened yesterday, I felt that everything was muffled, I felt that I was like in a tunnel, heard whispers relating me. But he denied psychotic symptoms. And she writes, you endorses symptoms on malingering screening.
What's that last word?
Malingering screening. screening.
Oh, screening, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't hear
They gave him a
well.
test, it
Got
had
it.
lingering.
Yeah,
And he indicated they had symptoms of that.
okay,
And still don't give him any medication.
okay.
The next month is December 9th, probably the previous to the weekend. And he tells her, I see frogs in my room, Tuesdays and Wednesdays mostly. I close my eyes and they disappear. They don't come on other days. And she writes, one does not hallucinate on specific days and be free from them on other days.
Right, that's a good example. Yeah, and that's a good example of someone that doesn't know how hallucinations work.
Right. So he's lying about the pretty about them.
Sounds like, yeah, and again, I feel like I need to come back. I was clear in my report. I think he makes things up. I think there's some level of paranoia, but then some of the more outlandish stuff, I never really believed. So, the thing about some of the things that he said he was hallucinating and some of the magnitude of the psychotic symptoms, I didn't think were actually genuine, and I didn't think they were the reason that the way that he explained it to Investigator Smith, that, was because of voices, and I never thought that was the reason.
Now, on January 6th, they meet, still in medication.
Right.
February 4th, they meet, still in medication, because they're not telling them things for the medicate, correct?
Right.
Okay. February 5th, he's actually, 2025, he's actually transferred back to Christopher Ackerman's psychology because they're not using medication.
Okay.
That's to say, transferred the medication because it's not prescribed meds. And you disable doing both behaviorally and emotionally.
Right.
Then on April 11th, Colt claims to Dr. Ackerman that he claims to smell gunpowder and see shadows in his peripheral vision occasionally. And Dr. Ackerman says that the youth endorsed a high number of malingering items on SIRS, S-I-R-S, a few months ago. And that's the structured interview reported symptoms test.
Right.
Okay, and that's another test of malingering.
That's exactly what that test is for.
And he has no medications.
Right. Okay.
And that's on April 11th. You then meet with him on May 16th for the first interview.
Yes.
Okay. 12 days later, on May 28th, that's when he goes to Christopher Ackerman and reports increased anxiety, would like to be considered for possible med referral. So after he's met with you, he then goes, like you told him to, goes to Dr. Ackerman and says that he has increased anxiety.
Right. I think that's something he actually did have.
Right. But Christopher Ackerman, Dr. Ackerman says that his speech was normal tone rate, his thought process was clear and goal directed.
Right.
He did not appear visibly distressed.
Okay.
Put that in his notes.
Okay.
No psychomotor agitation, effect was neutral, calm.
Right.
So he's saying, the child's telling me this anxiety stuff, but I'm not seeing any physical manifestations of it.
Okay.
And then he goes on to say, exacerbation of anxiety symptoms. He believes he needs medication to help cope with since he's overwhelmed.
Right.
But again, no medications.
Okay.
Then you meet with him again on June 19th for 2 hours.
Sounds right.
Okay. So a few weeks after that.
Right.
And then it's in July 16th to 25 is when he meets with Dr. Ackerman again. And now he says, patient does not appear distressed, but complains of persisting anxiety and recent depression. So again, the doctor's pointing out in his notes that the kid is telling me one thing, but he's not showing manifestations of those things.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was looking for. I mean, a lot of people that tell you they're depressed or anxious don't look acutely depressed or anxious when you're speaking with them. But, that is what it is. I mean, the anxiety and depression and things that I think were there, he comes across as kind of, or did with me at least, as kind of flat most of the time anyway. But that's, okay, that's what, I wasn't there.
Right.
So that's what he observed.
And then he says in there, the Colt endorses delusions, but suspect malingering.
Right.
So again, they don't believe what Colt's telling them.
Right.
So now he goes to another psychiatrist. So he leaves Dr. Ackerman, the psychologist, and goes to Dr. James Freeman, who's a psychiatrist.
Right.
Do you know Dr. Freeman?
I don't know Dr. Freeman, but I recognize his name from...
Okay. And he says, youth notes mood swings, anger issues, some paranoia, but notes FB. I don't know what that means. FB/NM of incident. Flashbacks.
That sounds right.
Now notes flashbacks.
What's the other one?
NM.
NM?
Anyway, of incident that led to his being detained. So we're now getting flashbacks of the shooting. Some paranoid ideation, possible, maybe anxiety rather than psychosis. And then he writes, there's a history of probable malingering.
Right.
Then in October of that year, October 1st, he meets with Dr. Freeman again. Patient now states he sees a figure. However, affect is euthymic. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, euthymic just means like normal mood.
Like calm.
Yeah, just stable, normal, like you and I right now talking to one another.
So he says, patient now states he hears and sees a figure. However, he's calm when claiming this.
Right.
Okay. Suspect some malingering.
Yeah, I think people can be calm and report hallucinations, but I think they were responding more to what the content he was claiming to see, because those don't sound like real hallucinations.
Yeah, and then 2 weeks later, they meet again on October 15th. He says some continued issues, a bit vague on symptoms. And being vague on symptoms is a sign of malingering also.
It can be, it can be. Well, and again, the mistake people make most of the time when they try and malinger is that they don't really know how the disorder they're trying to malinger works. So they don't do it right.
On December 4th, 2025, he states he hears and sees his father. Some other AV hallucinations as well, though less defined. And then he puts significant degree of embellishing symptoms likely.
Yep.
In fact, the doctor actually put embellishing symptoms in all caps.
Right. I saw that a few places in the records.
That'd be significant, wouldn't it, that they put it some words in all caps?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was right. So.
Again, on December 29th, 2 weeks later, again, Dr. Freeman likely embellishing and or malingering of psychotic symptoms.
Right.
Keeps trucking on through the next year. We're now into 2026. Again, now this is March 14th, 2026 with Dr. Freeman. At this point, he says, when event briefly discussed, so I guess they're talking about the shooting.
That would be my guess.
When event briefly discussed, youth did not express remorse or seem emotional. And then he wrote, if 18 would likely meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, malingering doesn't make you antisocial, but okay.
I don't think he's saying it's because he's malingering. He just says that 18 would likely meet criteria for
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's getting that, but okay.
And I think you testified earlier with personality disorders, they're too young at that age to actually diagnose with somebody.
Right, because the personality is not really finished, it's not all the way done yet.
But apparently Dr. Freeman is seeing signs of that at this age, but can't diagnose him because he's not 18 yet.
That's what he's saying, yeah. I mean, that's what I believe he's saying, is that I think he's saying if he was older, he would diagnose him with that.
And someone with antisocial personality disorder is also a higher risk for lingering, correct?
Correct.
Now, other signs of malingering. So now we have both years of scales paid malingering, and all three of the treating physicians believed he was malingering. Correct.
Okay.
Other signs of malingering are just inconsistencies and contradictions, correct?
Can be.
Okay. When you watched Colt interviews from the day of the shooting, did you check them for signs of malingering?
Did I check them for signs of? Yeah, a lot of the stuff didn't seem. Again, I keep coming back to the idea that I know that's what he said on the day of the shooting. That didn't. The way he was talking about psychosis and schizophrenia is like not how they work. You know what I mean? And so, I've never thought he did the shooting because he was hallucinating things. And so if he was telling investigators at Smith that, then I don't think that was true.
Now, one of the things he said, he tells the investigators that his dad had hid the gun from him.
Right.
Now, this is the interview he gave at the scene.
Right.
And are you aware of the time frame of that interview to the actual shooting happened?
I think the first one happened like in the classroom in the school, and then the next one was, I think it was later that day at CID.
Like, this is like 30 some odd minutes after the shooting.
The one where he was all hysterical, yeah, that was in a classroom, and my impression was that it actually started, the way it sounded is that it started in the hall and then moved into a classroom.
But this is after the university, and he's giving that first interview.
Right, yeah, like right immediately after everything
Play a
happened.
clip from that.
Okay.
I heard yesterday, Your Honor, this is going to be a clip from the Apalachee at the school, and it's from 6:09 to 6:26.
I told him that I did better than he did. I don't know why I found
You had the gun?
Yes, he already ordered me to get a note saying, well, this is the sort of information where I need to be
Now, this is 6 minutes in that interview.
Right.
And a lot of interviews are reading in routes. So this is early on in what happened.
Right.
And Colt volunteers that I told my dad to hide the gun, and he did.
That's what he said.
And that's without being questioned on it.
Right.
He volunteered that.
Yeah, I think that was spontaneous. I don't think anyone asked him.
Onset.
Right, sure.
In your review of the material that you sent about the case, were you aware that that's not true?
Oh, yeah.
So, in the emotion, with him crying, right then and there, he had the ability to make up a complete lie to this officer.
About where the gun was, yeah.
Okay. Because the father did not have guns.
Yeah.
In fact, he testified at trial that he did not have guns.
No, it was in Colt's room.
In fact, Colt goes into pretty elaborate steps to describe what he went through to get the guns. We'll play a couple more clips. Your Honor, the first one is 1745, 1854.
So you said you looked for a while for the gun today?
Yes, sir, because he hit it. That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't big small.
Where did he normally keep it?
In his room.
Do you know where in his room?
I think it was a closet. I found it. His normal boss, I can't remember. He was trying to hard as I know he did.
But he told you that. When did you tell your dad to move it? You said it was a month ago?
It was like a month ago. I didn't even walk for so long. Oh my God, this is just dramatic. I know all. I'm so sorry.
And you said So you think it was in the toolbox?
I think it was, yes. Someone really well hit.
Where is the box?
It's truck, and you know that trucks they have.
Okay, so you found it in the truck. In his truck. When did you get the gun?
So he's saying that it was in his dad's truck. And he got it right before he left.
Right.
This was immediately after, like, his first interview.
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to protect his dad.
Yeah. And then, well, we know that's not true, right? Right. The dad actually left in the truck before Colt came out.
Right, so that wouldn't have worked. Well, I mean, it wasn't, so.
Realizes that by the time he gets to the second interview later that day.
Right,
Okay. You hear the different versions of it.
right.
This is going to be the interview at the CID, Your Honor. That's going to be from 3610 to 3753.
Alright, so the gun was in a box. So
Already closed. He had to close. Trains was another one, you know, watch the door at the time.
alright, so that's my next question. Do you get that him or is that somewhere where you didn't do it?
That's him. I looked for it for a good while. Like, no, that was a really good one. That's not him just half-assed and like, oh, you know, I'm hiding this. He knew like, you know, this at this point, that's something we definitely very often use to help them.
Does he go to work before you go to school?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so when you're going to school,
What time did you get up this morning? I didn't get up this morning. I've been
so
that was most of that stemmed from the sheer like fighting, just trying to fight on this urge and it's bad.
So once you get up and work it out, it's a little bit,
Yes, sir.
what other, I guess, preparations did you make?
That was pretty much about, I remember just grabbing whatever thing I saw that could somehow conceal it. You know, to that point, it was just, it was like somebody making a long climb. It was like, in this case, I was doing this camera, when I camera, close to the camera, was wrapped around it.
What do you get a picture from?
It was around like a pink sunlight. Yeah, it's just in my house.
That's something your sister made?
I don't know, I didn't look at it, I just drive around, because the house up was white.
So now he's changing it from, you realize not from out inside the house, right? It is under closed.
Right.
So the day of the shooting, immediately after, he's not being forthcoming about it. He's lying.
Right, like I said, I think he was trying to protect his dad, because he never represented anything to me other than that he was always in possession of it. It was a different story than what he told the investigator.
Now, Colt told you to talk about this, about the computers, destroying his computer.
Right.
And he told you that government agencies were failing it.
Yeah, that's what he thought, suspected.
It wasn't all over his head.
Sorry about that. But he told investigators that the teachers had somehow gotten into his computer.
Okay.
He made no mention of government agencies.
No, he didn't. No.
Go ahead and play it. This is going to be the interview at the investigations 432 547.
You know, in the 4 or 5 Discord accounts that you have, do you have any other social media?
No,
You don't have a Facebook account?
no, like, as far as like, chat, social media, no, I've never used it.
Okay, well, Instagram, Snapchat.
Any account that I had previously, probably liked,
Okay.
but not recently.
When did you up and delete your accounts?
I'm talking like months ago, like, now I'm like, I mean, that's just a habit, I mean, it's like, you know, making emails,
How many different emails do you think you had? You only told William her phone number, so like 6. Okay. What's your current email address? I have 3. Email us? Yeah. What are your 3 email addresses? They're at Gmail, but I know 2 of them I can't remember, but I know the other one was more like a burner. I think it was digitally decentralized, and I can't remember the set of numbers. Okay. Declinity? Yeah, what's that mean? It's just like really new words.
So you said that Colt told you that the reason he changed his password and usernames frequently was because of government surveillance.
Yeah, or somebody tracking him. Yeah.
You use that as another example of him having delusions.
Yeah, I think he was paranoid. Yeah.
But that's not what he told them why he did it. He told them just to have what he does. It's like changing his emails.
Okay.
In fact, all the time, all the delusions with the investigators was that it was students and teachers out to get him. He never mentions the government at all.
No, and the government, again, was to do with speculating, because they even asked him, like, why would the government want to track you? And he said he didn't know. And he talked about students and teachers as well, and that's what he talked to Mandy about, and I guess his mom too, so.
But in over 3 hours of interviews with the investigators, he never mentions the government. He always mentions teachers and students.
Okay.
And it's not until he talks to you that the government comes in.
Okay.
And he told you the FBI was following him?
Yeah.
Did you know that James Holmes also said the FBI was following him?
Yeah, I didn't believe the FBI was following him, but it doesn't surprise me that James Holmes would say something like that.
And it's the video that Paul watched.
Right. Yeah.
So now, with you, the person you anticipate will probably testify.
Right.
He is saying something similar to what James Holmes said.
Right.
He's claiming another Easter egg.
Suppose so.
Now, Colt told an investigator he was wearing purple gloves.
Right.
Are you aware that that's not true?
I only saw a little bit. Yeah, I only saw a tiny clip that it was when he was being arrested, so I didn't know whether that was true or not.
Okay. Well, let's play the clip.
I remember him saying it when he was talking to the investigator, but I didn't have any, I didn't know.
You remember, this is from the one after school, and it's 2447 to 2591.
Understand how you got ready.
I guess putting gloves on.
Okay, so you put gloves on. What kind of gloves did you put on?
Out there, I would not get purple.
Like the little rubber ones? Like the little thin ones?
No, I think so. I think there are purples. There are fully purples. I know.
Okay, so you put gloves on.
So Colt tells them 4 times he uses the word purple. Okay. They were actually just the standard yellowish tan work gloves.
Okay.
Just your generic work gloves. Okay.
Yeah.
Does purple sound distinctive to you?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the gloves that like EMTs use.
He was insistent that it was purple.
Right.
Which was not true.
Not true.
Did you know that Kyle Rittenhouse wore purple gloves?
No.
I knew Kyle Rittenhouse is.
I do. That never came up in my conversations, and I didn't see it in any of the discords, but I'm aware of who
You
that
know
is.
that Cole also researched Kyle Rittenhouse.
I did not.
And then when he's telling these investigators something that's not true, it's another Easter egg. And the Kyle Rittenhouse speak.
Potentially, yeah.
Did you talk to him about what I said?
No.
Did you hear on his interview why he told The investigators said before.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember him telling them it was because voices were telling him that the teachers were going to strike on that day or the next?
That sounds about right. He told me when he went to school, he believed something was going to happen that day. But it wasn't. He didn't tell it to me the same way he told it to the investigators. He just said he had a feeling something was going to happen.
So he had to do it that day because he thought something was happening that day.
Yeah, I mean, when he talked to me, and then when I read the Discord messages, the way he represented it to me was that he believed something was going to happen at the school that day. I was not as clear at how focused he was on the 4th until I saw the messages with Mandy. Yeah.
So his version, it almost sounded like a preemptive self-defense against these voices that were going to do something.
Potentially, although it was clear he was, I mean, it was clear from the messages of Mandy that he was going to do something on September 4th, but he never said what it was. Yeah.
Did you look at the Discord to see what the actual motivation were for something?
For that specific date, I didn't know that there was any specific significance to that date. I mean, I think, again, you know, my formulation for how the whole thing happened was this obsession and getting lost in the true crime community and all of the things that get you cred and get you, you know, noticed in that group, you know, kind of just disappearing into that subculture where different things are valued. And I never thought it was because of psychosis, but
So let's go to the Discord. This is going to be the occasional burner.
Okay.
Discord accounts. It's going to be page 32.
Okay.
And Colt occasional burner name says, Colt, the officer can report he be awake like around 8:30, 9ish in the morning.
Right.
And this is August 31st.
Right. I mean, he clearly knows he's going to do something on the 4th. Yeah. I mean, in retrospect now, we can. Right. We know. Sure.
She said, what happened on the 4th?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Something I have for Nick.
Right.
It's not anything about voices, teachers, students out to get me. It is something I have for Nick.
Right. I think that's
the motivation.
Right.
5 days before.
right.
Okay.
I think that's probably right.
So on the next one, this is going to be page 33. So they're upset because they made me in Colt has sent messages today.
Right.
Responding.
Yeah.
I'm upset about it.
Right.
So like how the fuck are they not responding? Like it's just a slow ass company and seeing how whatever those words are.
Something better to do.
Because like if I'm in prison, I'm writing back every single one of them.
Right.
And then the next thing he says is, I'll fix this. All of this, just give me a few days.
Right.
Ha! I'll surprise you. And then the bottom of that page, he said, sorry about the distance. I had to clean up a few things before the TV approaching crew.
Right.
He's upset that the crew is not responding to him.
Right.
He's upset too. And he says, I'll fix this.
Right.
In a couple of days.
Right.
Then on page 34, he said, again, this is September 2nd, and now 2 days out. Maybe I can't wait. 3 days, Nick is going to be in love with us. Surprise! LMKO, I have my something happened.
Yeah, I don't know what the case for.
So again, this is the Nick. We didn't love him.
Right.
No mention about people at the school conspiring against him, he could have hit him on that day. It was all to hit Nick Cruz's attention.
Right. You and I have been agreeing about this for about an hour.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Just piling on.
I know you are. I get that, but I'm just saying. You realize we're agreeing over and over and over again.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Page 36. My love for Nick is formed into something in which I can find no other resort that can prove my love and affection towards him. I mean, that's pretty much it right there, isn't it?
Yep.
July 4th. Let's go to page 40.
Dang, got it, Doc.
And he said, well, I don't mean to rob. Why did you pick September 4th to do something? And he says 4. Nick chose the 14th. The shooting department was February 14th.
Okay. I vaguely remember that.
And then on page 41, he says, he showed a clip of somebody running. He said, me as running away from the police on the 4th. He says, fun fact, September 4th is a Wednesday, same weekday that was February 14th.
Right.
The day Nick Cruz did it.
Yep.
Did you remember Colt telling investigators that he called a suicide hotline in the bathroom immediately before the shooting?
I don't remember that.
You remember that? You wouldn't know this. I don't think you do. Did you get copies of some records?
I don't think I did. There was some texts that were encrypted and then the Discord, but I don't know if I had the phone records.
Even if you did, those things are so luminous.
They're hard to read. Yeah.
Just to let you know, you know that that's a lie. He never called the suicide hotline.
Yeah, he never told me he did, so I didn't remember. Right, I didn't remember he told investigators that, but I have no reason to doubt that he did if you say he did.
Did you know that James Holmes did that?
No.
He went out to his car right before he came back he went into the theater, then went back out to his car to get ready and go back in and while he was out there and called the suicide hotline. Did you know that? Okay. Did you know that Colt did know that?
I'm sure he did.
Just pull up, Your Honor, this is the same, this is over page 24. So it says, he called out James Holmes, who, that toward the bottom, dude, he's like a forgotten mass shooter. He called a hotline right before he did it, too. Okay? So Colt knows that about James Holmes.
Yeah, not surprising.
When Colt is being interviewed by the investigators, the day of the shooting, he had the mental wherewithal to lie. Tell him he did the same thing James Holmes did that he actually didn't do.
Right.
Again, another Easter egg for fans of James Holmes to discover.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Again, since I didn't go down that rabbit hole, I mean, I wouldn't have known these things, but the way that you're framing it and characterizing it, I mean, it makes sense.
And it makes sense with what you know about the C community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We'll talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
We'll go through a few more of these things.
Okay.
And Colt told investigators he blacked out the actual shooting.
Right.
Okay. When did he tell them you that?
I don't recall specifically. I mean, people do, when they do something like that, it's not unusual for their memory to be spotty about it, but I don't remember him specifically telling me down.
Because you made no mention of it in your report.
Yeah, I don't think I put too much detail about what he told me about the actual shooting.
That doesn't seem to be a big deal about if he blacked out or not. When you're talking about the mental state.
Again, I've talked to lots of people who've done terrible things, and it's not unusual for them to say that they blacked out or don't remember parts of it. So if he had told me that, I would not find that to be inconsistent or particularly noteworthy.
Okay. So you don't think it's no?
It wouldn't have been surprising, again, because it's not uncommon for people who have done things that are problematic like this to not remember pieces of it. So if he had said that, I wouldn't have put too much into it.
Now, when he describes it, he uses some strange words for people.
Right.
Play, this is going to be at the school, 8:11 to 8:27.
Okay.
Where's the bathroom that you go back?
It's down there, I can really read this all of it. I
I completely just became decentralized through all of it.
Yeah.
That's a strange word.
It's an odd word to use. Yeah.
Did you know you used that word before?
I was not aware of that.
In fact, I can tell investigators that an email is decentralized declivity.
Right, I did remember that, yeah. Or declivity decentralized, I think it was the other way around. So I asked him what declivity meant, and he said he didn't know.
He said he blacked out during the shooting and uses the word decentralized.
Right.
But he had the wherewithal and the forethought to, before the shooting ever happened, to make an email account with that same word in it.
Yes.
It's almost like he can predict the future. And I'm not predicting the shooting because we know he's planning that. We're
Right.
predicting the blacking out part.
Potentially, again, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he knows what the word means, but...
I think he goes on throughout his interviews and says phrases that transformed into a state of psychosis.
Right. Yeah.
Almost a blackout state of mania psychosis, he said that once.
Right, that's not a thing.
And one time he says, like, so psychosis is state of blackout because that's an actual thing that you can have. Sounds kind of pretty thought out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly, there's no question that he's researched mental disorders.
But it seems like he already has those things ready to say.
Yeah. But again, whatever the blackout mania psychosis, I mean, that's not a term I would ever use, so I'm not sure what he was referring to, but you're right. I mean, it seems as though that was teed up.
Yeah. And again, that's the same thing that Cruz said when he was arrested. You've already shown that this court.
Okay.
So he's now setting up the blackout Nate Cruz Easter egg
Right.
to do right after.
Yeah, and again, since I didn't go down the rabbit hole with them, it's interesting when you think of it. I think you're probably right. And again, not surprising the way that he was disappeared into this true crime community. It seems like something somebody would do.
Yeah. So you do know the basic synopsis of the shooting. He's in the bathroom.
Right.
He comes out of the bathroom, goes to one door, it's locked. He goes to the next door, goes in, shoots the room, runs back down the hallway, shoots some people going down the hallway, and he's arrested at the end of the hallway.
Right. Law enforcement had put together a PowerPoint timeline that was really helpful for me to kind of orient. I didn't realize how quickly it all went down until I watched that.
And he tells investigators that he was in the bathroom, he blacks out, and he comes to, he's on the floor in custody.
Right.
And doesn't remember anything in the,
Right.
actually describes them.
Right.
But that's not what he says on jail calls the next month with his mom. And this is going to be on October 21st, 8:24 p.m. from 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 12 minutes, 14 seconds.
From 82 million, do you want to read this? Sure. Investigating the involvement of the Colt Gray, he's a teachers. Inside, teacher, the she was working with the notice of an asset to outline the plan for the shooting. Just like you said with it. We can put it, and discuss something else, and we can leave the rest of the way. Well, this is good, so we're doing the work tomorrow, and the second board, somebody else can change all that. People going to the deal. And you can join in the process, and you don't even know. Talking about the teacher and the so, they talk about having the desk. So the first thing was and nobody,
I've been down for, I believe that's the other one, we've been waiting on it. Yeah, we took one out. And I think it's getting what WBA answered, but I, yeah.
I thought you were locked out.
Seems to me now has pretty clear memory of that. There's another call next month on November 11th, it's 8:25 p.m. from 8:53 to 9:46.
But you want me to propose the choice?
You can go and do it again? Yeah.
The Apalachee about the council that shooting of the venue raised on the back of the door.
No, I did not. I know for sure I didn't think I'm on the phone door. That was probably the gun on the room.
He does have memory. He did not black.
Right, he never represented to me that he had blacked out when we discussed the
But
incident.
he represented to the police he did. Y'all, I'm really frustrated right now. I'm listening and I'm being very quiet and almost disbelieved at what I'm hearing. I don't know about y'all, but the mother laughing on the phone with him and this nonchalant, this joking, this the way that they're talking, it just makes me want to puke. Especially the mom.
There was never any indication that he didn't remember.
No, he told.
Investigate. Yeah. I'm just pointing out that
And
that's
it's
not.
for the acreage sense.
Sure. It seems like, yeah.
So let's go into the TCC a little bit.
Sure.
You're familiar with it, heard about it from Colt? Did he tell you about it?
He told me about his involvement in it, and then I did a little looking around to look.
You want to look into it.
Yeah, I wanted to know something about it.
What did you look at?
I knew some things online. CNN did a thing about it recently. I watched that. There was actually an article, I think, that the state provided. Yeah, that one. So that was interesting. And then just kind of poking around online, trying to find out what I could about what this was. And
So basically, help the judge understand it's sitting in there as a culture.
yeah, it's a group, mostly teenagers and young adults who are obsessed with these school shooters to the point that it becomes. Obsessed is the best word, but it becomes kind of all engrossing, even sexualized at times. It's pretty disturbing.
What are some of the activities that he's...
They do a lot of research. They do a lot of trying to find information and media that have to do, you can obtain a certain level of credibility by having information other people don't have. The people in the community tend to focus on one or another person. Sometimes they'll shift, like Colt did. And then, he was speaking with Caitlin. Caitlin was obsessed with Adam Lanza. Andy was clearly obsessed with Nick Cruz, as was he, and that's kind of typical for how it goes. But again, the relationships become, there's an idealization of the shooters, there's a minimization of the impact on the community and on the victims, and then there's almost like I can't think of a good way to describe it, but almost like a wanting to be similar, sort of a joining or wanting to be, with the person or recognized by the person. As I said, even sometimes it became sexualized in some of the texts. I think it was this report between Andy and Colt. They even talked about doing various sex acts with Nick Cruz if they ever got there. And that's kind of the level of obsession and intensity that you see in the messages with Caitlin. It was very similar. Those were the two sets that I focused on.
And they also, they create like fan art.
Oh yeah, they create art, they make like little clips, like if you look at the attachments in the Discord, there's a lot of like short videos. I mean, there's this one of Nick Cruz running into the school that's there over and over again. They tend to repeat, but then there's also like memes and fan art and animations and stuff like that people will make. Including, like, they'll take a photo that's available in the media and then make a meme out of it.
Because on a psychological level, participating in this community, does it give the people in it like a sense of connectedness?
Yeah, I think it does. It's dysfunctional, but I think there's a piece of it where people kind of are drawn to it. It's mostly kind of disaffected, damaged people. I mean, I don't think there's any super high functioning people that are spending their time doing this, and the people that are in it are doing it. I think Colt talked about one person he was speaking with where he'd spent 30 hours at a time online. He said he was up for 3 days before the incident talking to Andy, and they were talking about Nick Cruz, and so that level of, it almost substitutes. I think one of the things that I said in the report is that his entire social world was happening on Discord. It wasn't happening out here with us. It was happening in this internet space where the things that these attributes that these school shooters have are valued and idolized, and people get these really kind of twisted connections to these people, and sometimes I think in probably the vast majority of them, because there's hundreds of thousands of people on this, and most of them are not doing school shootings, but there are a significant number that have come out of the true crime community who have done things, and there are examples. I think Mr. Smith had some examples in his article as well. So it does happen. It is something that happens as a result of the fixation and obsession that these people have that are involved in the true crime community.
And it's not only the emotional field, but the aesthetic field that these things are edgy and cool, and that's kind of what people get to.
I think sometimes it starts as like, and it's because there's no shortage of interest in true crime. I think Headline News runs forensic files 24 hours a day, so there's people out there watching this stuff. But there's people that have kind of an interest in it because they're actually interested in kind of how people's minds work, and then there's people that kind of go at next level and start to identify as opposed to just being interested. Someone like myself, I'm in the forensic psychology business, and so I'm interested in why people do things the way that they do, but I don't get obsessed with them or want to emulate them. So there's a difference between people that are out there in the community that are just interested in this and people that kind of maybe start there, but then kind of go into this online space, and particularly if you're somebody who's already kind of an outcast, already kind of disaffected, already kind of function not at a great level, to be drawn into this and then to be able to kind of become a different person in there, and get credibility and get admiration and get friends to talk to. I think there's some value in that. Again, the danger is, and it is danger, is that something like this would happen. So but I think that, I don't claim to be an expert on the TCC, but that's how, I needed to understand what was going on. Yeah, okay, yeah, so you're set. No, but I needed to be able to understand kind of what was going on. It's one of the reasons I tried to get in touch with, I had phone numbers for Mandy and Caitlin, and I tried to reach out to both of them because I wanted to talk to somebody else that was in there, just to kind of hear what they had to say, but neither one of them talked to me, so.
And they, members of the team, they have like inside jokes, associated hashtags.
Oh, yeah.
And do they assign significance to certain numbers, symbols, and emojis?
Yeah, there's all kinds of their own sort of modes of communication, hashtags and stuff like that they use.
And these obscure symbols and imagery, they're usually only understood by them, not the outside world.
Yeah, if you were to just go and read the messages, there would be some things that you probably wouldn't get. And then there'd be, there's some that's pretty clear, so.
And some of the content, like it's a dark subject, but some of it kind of on base, like cute little things that they do.
I think that's what they're shooting for, because there are things they referred, cute is a word that Mandy and Colt both used to describe Nick Cruz repeatedly, so, and I guess there are pictures out there of him smiling or, whatever, and those are some of the ones that got memed, so.
Have you ever heard the phrase mimetic participatory violence?
I have, but yeah, I've heard that. I'm blocking on what it means, but.
Well, we've got this community.
Right.
And the members research the meanings of past years.
Right.
Okay. And then they participate and commit their own shooting. When they do, they leave behind that same meme content from other shooters.
Right, mimetic meaning based on memes, which is based on the things that we're going. Yeah, it's coming back. So
they research and find out all this stuff about the people that the true crime community, the TCC, generates.
Right.
And then when they're doing their own act of violence, they put these Easter eggs in for those members of the community will then see them.
Right.
Okay. And by that way, they can gain fame and status within the community.
Right.
Okay. And I think we talked about malingering earlier. Most people talk about malingering, the primary motivation being to get out of trouble. We talk about secondary motivations.
Right.
And some of these lies and malingering, if they're Easter eggs, that would be the secondary motivation to gain status within the ECC community.
Right, if anyone ever decided to start researching him, they might put those things together.
Right. Let's go back to Discord. We're going to go back to, this is the F-bomb from 2023.
Okay.
Page 22 and 23. So this is him talking to Smith again from earlier. And this is before. And they got with me to commit it together. And the next, okay. So God, we can be committed together. God, people making edits of us, we can fucking trash. So he's already thinking that.
Right.
Way back 2 years before the shooting, he's thinking, do the shooting so that we can get the edits.
Seems like.
And then on page 23, I want to make history, to put it short. I want people to remember the pain I caused and research me for hours.
Yep.
So, if this is the primary motivation,
Right.
Nick's love, fame, research edits within the TCC community.
Right.
Fame within them.
Sure.
Okay. He laid those Easter eggs, a lot of them, the blacking out by Nick, calling the hotline by James Holmes, Purple Glove by
Calvin House.
Thank you. all of these things that he said there were lies. And he said in his interview after the shooting was laying of these Easter eggs.
It seems like.
So if his ultimate goal is fame within the PCC, the shooting wasn't the final step in that plan. Because he continued the plan after the shooting.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, it seems like.
Yes.
I would want to get him done too. Why did it go dark? There he is.
So, obviously, Colt wasn't involved very much in his social media with this program.
Clearly.
How does that relate directly to the issues that he's facing and his diagnostic issues, his depressive issues, PTSD? How does interaction with that community relate to his mental health?
Well, I think, people that have those kinds of issues, they have I guess could be depression, anxiety, but more like have that kind of history feeling disaffected, isolated, are the exact people that end up in there. And so I think it's not surprising that he ended up in there, given the issues that he had. People with those issues don't end up in there sometimes too, but I think if you wanted to make a connection, it would be because of the way that he was in the world and kind of his prior experiences that had kind of isolated him to this point where he then goes into the computer and then his whole world is in there. And that's what I think happened.
The children his age have a tendency to mimic those around them in the community they want to be a part of.
They can, sure.
When they were 13, 12, 13, 14, how easily was it to assume they weren't being accepted?
I think most people do. I think teenagers and early adolescents, I think that's a period of time where kids are real sensitive to that kind of thing.
Well, it's fair to say that Colt, for a lot of years, felt as though he wasn't accepted in a part of his family because of the way the troubles and the chaos went.
I think that's a fair characterization.
And I believe when you were talking earlier, you said when he got down into his community, he kind of put himself in his own.
Right.
Can you describe a bit of the world he was creating from what you've been over with Mr. Smith and what you've interviewed with him and structured in your analysis from both his mother's information, from his background, to the development, and what he has given you in the 20 meetings that you have with him, plus what's been discussed with his interaction with this board with Mr. Smith. Can you kind of give us an overview of how all that fits together in his personality and his development?
I can try. I think, again, if you look at somebody's lifespan, if you look at their development, you look at the experiences they've had, and you're trying to get a sense of how somebody came to be where they are at a certain point in time. I think when I started when I started evaluating Colt has started to kind of listen to things that he was saying and looking at aspects of his history, looking at his online presence, and then eventually, and the thing that was most useful to talk to his mom was, she talked a little bit about his symptoms. I got some of his, background history, certainly her slant on it. But it's not surprising because I think people that are, maybe kind of disaffected, isolated, with, poor supports, not much interaction in the world, in the community, who were a little odd to begin with, and he's an odd kid, and then developed these kind of depressive and anxiety symptoms. I think to get into a community like that, where you're with a bunch of other people that are similarly kind of disaffected, outcasts, kind of lonely people, and you can get a certain amount of credibility in there, I think it kind of draws you in, because in that world you can be somebody that's not lonely, disaffected, and isolated. You can be somebody who's connected, and you can be somebody who's, got a social world and who has sources of, self-esteem. I mean, it's extraordinarily dysfunctional, but it makes sense, quotes added, that somebody of his kind of psychological makeup at his age might end up in that space.
It's possible that somebody jumping on the bandwagon and some folks following through the analysis of school shooters can join in the conversation, can present themselves as being part of this without ever really having a plan to do anything.
Well, I think, again, there are thousands of people in this, and not all of them are doing shootings. So, yeah, it's possible. It's not what happened in this case, but certainly, not everybody that's involved in the true crime community ends up doing something like this.
Well, that's a significant period of time from 2023 and 2024, and we're looking at the spent bomb and occasional crime. In 2023, at that point, when he was making the interchange with spent bomb with the right frame.
Right.
Was he in a position to actually formulate a plan, or was it possible, or more probable at that stage, that this was more an interaction just being part of it?
That's the way he characterized it. I mean, I don't know what his capabilities were at that time. I don't know if he had access to weapons or, was enrolled in a school or could have reasonably done something like that. Certainly he was at least fantasizing about it and talking about it and trying to use it to get attention from people in that community.
I mean, one day, a significant attention response, possibly.
Seems like.
Now, if someone is on the cusp of developing a paranoia, you've been discussing before.
Right.
Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that once, say, the FBI contacted him, that would heighten his paranoia response? And that's why he would take their accounts, destroy accounts, and would do other steps, not necessarily that he was planning something, but the paranoia was triggering, and he was responding to the circumstances around him.
It could be an element of it. Certainly, if you had an experience with the FBI, being worried about having another one, that has a certain realistic aspect to it. I mean, it doesn't mean it can't also be, paranoid and unreasonable, but if the FBI has already visited your house, to be concerned that they might visit again if they saw similar material is not really delusional.
Now, you indicated that you really didn't believe the delusional comments that you made about the black vans watching him.
Right, and yeah.
How does paranoia manifest if it's not in delusional suspicions?
Again, I think he conflates paranoia and anxiety. I think he's anxious. He's an anxious kid who spends a lot of time worrying about things. Some of the time when he was saying paranoia, and I pointed this out a few times in the report, he was really conflating it with anxiety. What he was talking about was not paranoia. I think there were elements of paranoia. I don't think it was the primary thing that was going on with him. I think the anxiety and the depression were the primary things that were going on with him. I think there was some level of paranoia. I don't necessarily think he was hallucinating the way that he's described it. But I think the paranoia, again, it could have directed some of his behavior, but again, there was a realistic basis for it as well.
And the fact that the anxiety related to the FBI visit to his home, that had an impact on behavior, right?
Well, one would think it would, one would think it would change one's behavior, but it would also make somebody a little more alert, being aware that people are monitoring, and might be paying attention to what you're actually saying on Discord. It didn't seem to be, because these Discord messages are available, he wasn't destroying those. I'm not sure what was on these SD cards that he was destroying, because we have the messages and we have all the stuff that he said on the messages, so he wasn't covering his footprint that well. It's possible. Yeah. I didn't see him do it, and I don't believe they found any crushed up SD cards.
Children, when they're growing up, oftentimes have feelings, don't they?
Sure.
Is that a normal developmental manifestation?
Yes.
And generally, parents are able to guide children to what kind of heroes they look at and follow, right?
Right.
Did that happen in this case? Did he get guidance from his parents?
Didn't seem like that. It seemed like he was pretty much on his own, in his own little world from a pretty young age.
So when he gets into this board in the true crime community, is he looking at some way to only fit in to have a hero?
It seems like, it was at least that, again, because it tipped over into, obsession. But looking up to, it seems odd that this is who you would pick to look up to. It makes sense that you would feel a certain kinship with somebody else who is disaffected and lonely, but there's lots of disaffected and lonely people that don't do these things. I think the explanation for getting into the true crime community is it kind of gets merged. I think maybe sometimes people start innocently just really actually being interested, and then they get into this community, and then they find this place where they can be accepted, and then they start talking about, fantasizing about these things or glorifying things. That's a major piece of it, is the kind of glorifying and idealizing the shooters and minimizing the impact on the victims and minimizing the aftermath, and then idolizing them in a way. Again, it probably doesn't make sense to the average person, but I think if you're looking for a way to belong, you can end up in a healthy way to belong, or you can end up in an extraordinarily dysfunctional way to belong. And I think that's what happens to the people that get, mired in this true crime community. I think Colt even had an inkling that it was unhealthy, because he mentioned 2 people he used to talk to, and he talked about them getting better. He said, well, Caitlin got better, she got therapy, and she doesn't do this anymore. And Calvin was the other one, got therapy and got better. And I think Calvin was even trying to get him to quit, being in there, recognizing it was dysfunctional.
And during your testing and talking to Colt, would you say that he was emotionally appropriately developed for 14-year-old, 15-year-old when you were talking to him?
No, it didn't seem to be. I think his emotional development was really problematic. He was missing a lot of the things that kids get when they're growing up in terms of, attachments and stability and pure relationships and all of those things, and, healthy parents that are nurturing and present and not having a lot of their own issues and not neglecting them and not abusing them. So there was a lot of things that occurred in his childhood that were abnormal or that were not usual, and stunted his development kind of emotionally and interpersonally. And I think that, kind of, again, when you think of it that way, the idea that he would have found himself kind of immersed in this true crime community and overvaluing these other disaffected people, even though they had done these horrible things, I don't want to say it makes sense, but you can kind of see how one got from point A to point B.
And the similarities to some of the other shooters that Mr. Smith was alluding to, how does that play in his trying to feel a part of the community, if that was the goal, or how does that play into satisfying whatever hole he had in him in creating this world?
Well, again, you've created now kind of a mythology around yourself, because you've done this thing and you've, shown a similarity to these other people, and then, it creates a certain amount of status for you in a again, extraordinarily dysfunctional way. But again, it's this, I'm going to do something that's going to, stand out. I'm going to do something that people are going to notice. I'm going to do something that Nick's going to notice. As kind of twisted as that is, it is an attempt to belong in an extraordinarily problematic way.
And it's safe to say that it would fill a hole that he's been trying to fill?
I think so.
Does that mean that he will have a point that he can't be treated and brought back to some level of memory?
Well, as I was saying earlier, when you're talking about kids that are teens and adolescents, even when they get themselves into problematic places, the fact that their brains aren't fully developed and their personalities and characters are not fully developed, clearly he was immersed in this, clearly he was obsessed with this, and clearly he was guiding a lot of his behavior at getting attention and credibility in this community. But the idea that you could, at age 14, 15, 16, that you would, kind of say there's nothing you can do with somebody whose brain and personality and character are still in a state of flux, are still developing, and also if they haven't had, kind of a realistic shot at treatment. I think to just say at this age we know it's pointless, kind of ignores how development works.
And with Colt, we're exposed to something other in this community, we're taken out of this community. How do you think that would impact his emotional growth going forward?
Well, if he could really get himself extricated from it and really kind of work on pro-social interpersonal interactions and learn how to cope with things in a healthy way and learn how to manage the feelings that he has, process the things that he understands, certainly you could find a different way of relating.
Tell me a little bit about antisocial disorder and why you think you may not be able.
And, he's doing a lot of things in the aftermath. He's doing a lot of lying and, malingering, but those are not necessarily indicative of an antisocial personality organization. Certainly he does some things that could certainly lead to that. He's clearly been able to do things that disregard the rights of others. He's clearly been able to do things that have an extremely adverse impact on the lives of others. And it appears maybe remorseful, maybe not. I can see how that would make people think he was on a trajectory like that, but there was not a lot of other kinds of things that you usually see with conduct disorder and so forth kind of developing, forward. I think if you, look at the things that he did in this instance, I don't know that it necessarily captures the entirety of his personality. Again, I can't say, certainly there was a lot of problematic stuff, but to say that there's absolutely nothing you could do, you shouldn't give it a try, or, we're just going to give up now, knowing, again, what I know about brain and personality and character development, seems like, it's certainly one way to go, but it seems like it ignores, what we know about people's ability to make change, particularly at a period, when they're still developing. If we were talking about somebody that was 27, 28, 29 or older, I would be much less optimistic.
There's been some comment about his blank effect, the fact that he doesn't seem to be overly emotional and showing remorse. Is it possible that someone who is not in a normal social environment may not know the wrong world cues to trigger that so others will understand what they're doing?
Yeah, I suppose so, but again, it's, there's a certain amount of social stuff that you get from modeling, and there's a certain amount of stuff that's just kind of how you're wired up. If you're not wired up to be a particularly emotional person, then that's the way you're going to come across. I think it's hard to tell with him. I think there's, again, evidence to suggest that he did know, and when he communicated remorse, maybe he was or was not remorseful, and it was hard to tell. I couldn't speculate, to be honest with you. I know I just talked around in circles a bit there, but it's hard to know.
Were you aware that he wrote the Ultimates?
I did. I saw them.
At this point, given everything you and Mr. Smith has discussed, do you still maintain your recommendation in your report?
I still think there's, if you look at him, certainly the exposition from the state and all of the problematic stuff he was doing, I was aware of all the problematic stuff he was doing in the true crime community. I think it would be, clinically, I would want to get him out of that milieu and see if you could address things to kind of maybe restructure his personality in a more healthy, better coping sort of way. It's going to be a big job, but I think it's not something at age 14, 15, 16 you can say, oh, there's no point.
Okay. That's all I have. Any questions?
Just a second.
Good question, Your Honor. Witness may be excused. Very well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll go ahead and take a 1 recess, 1 minute.
Okay, everybody take a stretch. Everybody get comfortable. Everybody take a minute. Oh, Lord, y'all. You know what? I was tired. Rolling over my cord. Can't do that. Couldn't figure out why that was glitching. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We appreciate you. By the way, we are now monetized. Thank you, June. You've been a member for 15 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Trace on the case for the jewels. But what do I do with them? I don't know. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. We greatly appreciate you. Now we're going to get into another witness. And this was very important stuff. It was very much needed. Now, the next witness is on the case. Lunch is over. We're getting back into court. Well, as soon as I thought I had it geared up better than that. No spoilers if you know something we don't. Please, no spoilers.
Yes, sir.
I think this is probably working.
All right. And this is Peter Smith, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to kind of,
Yes, I do. All right, so, Mr. Smith, if there's any issue that comes up, and being able to hear or see us have, we just do something.
Thank you.
We'll address that. I'll see if I can do it correctly.
Absolutely.
Everybody ready for this? We can do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, before we start, if you could raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you give tonight or not before this court that you truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
No.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can put your hand down. And if you could introduce yourself to the court.
Yes, my name is Peter Nolan Smith. I'm a children's researcher and journalist living in Canada.
And how long have you been a researcher on extremism?
For the last 6 or 7 years, it's been full time.
And how did you get involved in this?
Initially, as a geek journalist, I'd run a few projects in college where I would look at harmful religious cults, and then I started to apply that to my work. Now, generally out of journalism, I work for a variety of NGOs or private companies, providing information about extremist movements, particularly the far right, the Islamic State, the Kurdistan province, and more recently, nihilistic violent extremism, which includes the true crime.
Okay. So how did you get to be involved looking at the true crime community?
It started to intersect with extremely violent neo-Nazi movements. Participants who were part of online spaces, whether you call it part of the true crime community or TCC, were also parts of kind of online collectives or communities that would have similar kind of worship or violentization of the masculine.
Have you done any writings on your research?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
Have you done any writings about your research?
Yes, sir. I've been published
wide variety, as I said, of NGOs, particularly one that focuses on Canada, the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, and then multiple new publications, as well as the U.S. Army's Counterterrorism Center, their academic journal called the CTC Sentinel, specifically on the subject of the true crime community.
I'm just kind of an expert in the true crime community.
Mr. Chairman, have you had any, if I could, have you had any special education or training with respect to extremism and any kind of relationship to psychological behavior?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that? Yeah, you may have.
Have you had any special education or training with respect to extremism and the impacts on psychological behavior?
No, sir.
Do you have any educational background with regard to the sociology of extremism and its impact on communities?
No, sir, I was a political science.
Okay. And in your studies in political science, what did you consider?
International relations, security, but yeah, predominantly international relations.
And you had indicated that you worked with anti-hate group in Canada, is that right?
Yes, an NGO that monitors and tracks the parliament.
Okay, and they are an advocacy organization, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in most of your publications that you have listed, they have been related to advocacy, is that correct?
I mean, many of the publications relate to research, monitoring, propaganda analysis. I wouldn't say a majority of my work has been related to advocacy.
What other training have you had with regard to international labor relations and or the extremism community related to the TCC?
I'm an investigator. I've taken courses in open source investigation, but if you're talking about training specifically related to the TCC, no, sir.
Judge, I'm not sure that you need some qualifications under OCGA 24. 7702, I believe, is the section related to expert testimony, Judge. I know he's written some documents, but that's more a chronicler more than it is somebody who has an expertise. I think if the court wants to accept his information as lay opinion, that would be appropriate under 701, but I don't think he qualifies to make a judge.
I would disagree, Your Honor. As far as an expert, you just have the knowledge about something that the average layperson wouldn't have that knowledge of to help the fact finder in his decision-making process. I would also note that the expert, the defense call, used him as a resource for his own opinions about the TCC.
They did. They did. Good point. That's a point. Good point. They did.
So even that can be used as a resource, not their expert, because that expert did not have enough knowledge about the subject, and used him as a basis for that knowledge and to testify.
Did you want to take a minute to elicit from him how much time he has spent researching the true crime community and how we're going to go about that?
Tell us about your research of the true crime community specifically.
Yes, sir. Again, like I said, it usually started when the United States, it was observed by researchers that mass casualty attackers, particularly ones who were expressing a distinct ideological motivation, were repeating instances, linking themselves in kind of a chain of different actors, repeating details, including their own, as well as references to various online communities within their manifestos, within writings on their firearms, within their guns, or words written on the gun, for instance. There are numerous cases that get called back repeatedly, and this kind of led to a larger expanded project where we analyzed cases that have been linked to the TCC. This is for the paper that was written for the CTC Sentinel. when that was being done, we examined these cases. We found 21 TCC cases and plots across 2024 and 2025 that showed some clear indications that people have been active within these communities. Since then, it is kind of a daily occurrence to spend time on social media, documenting the symbols, the language, the different social media platforms that these individuals can use and utilize to communicate with one another. It's not a unified group or a formal organization or even a political movement. There's a very large and broad social community that in very rare instances, but in prevalent instances, includes extremist violence.
How have you gone about studying them?
We do a large amount of logging of kind of visual language, the words that are used, or the language that is used repeatedly, instances of like manifesto analysis, post-attack. In the case of individuals who are interceded before plots take place, analyzing their online footprint. I think it's fair to say that there have been dozens of cases over the past 3 years, potentially more, where I have investigated those specifically. And yeah, have spent the past kind of 3 years immersed specifically in the kind of nihilistic violence and true crime community ecosystem online.
All right, I'm going to permit him to testify as an expert, and of course his experience or lack of it will just affect the credibility of what that testimony is.
First off, Mr. Smith, what is the true crime community?
So it's a diffuse and decentralized network. Is kind of at its core a social community that includes a large variety of interests, from people who just have a kind of passing interest in the subject and genre of true crime, but at its most extreme and violent, lionizes, glorifies, and encourages acts of mass violence, not for any particular political end, but for the notoriety, to resolve grievance, and as well as the social standing among the other members of the community that it can provide.
And who is it mostly comprised of? What type of people?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
Who is it mostly comprised of?
Oh, it skews quite young. It's international. We have a flurry of cases in Southeast Asia. Predominantly, though, it is a North American and Western Europe based phenomenon. And yeah, the participants skew particularly young, though there are outliers and exceptions to that.
And what platforms are they using for this community?
So it originated on a variety of websites and forums, particularly around the Columbine shooting, and then from there kind of evolved to include Tumblr, but now it's so expansive that there's few social media and online spaces where there isn't some sort of presence. TikTok, Instagram are probably two kind of the largest at this point, but that's by way of both their popularity with youth as well as the editing tools that allow the creation of original content very easily.
Back in 2024, would Discord and Tumblr be used? Were you able to hear? Back in 2024, were the platforms Discord and Tumblr used?
Yes, absolutely. Until very recently, I mean, still today, but until very recently, Tumblr was a kind of significant point of interest for the TCC. Discord as well, it's a private chat application. Individuals can create servers to talk about any subject that they choose, really. And yeah, many have been dedicated to the TCC and the creation of their community.
The phrase TCC, or true crime community, is that a label that outside people have put on it, or is this a moniker they have adopted themselves?
This is definitely a moniker that was adopted by the community. Initially, it was used for hashtags. Hashtag, you put the number symbol ahead of a word, and then on social media platforms, by accessing that, you can see all of the posts that include that hashtag or word. So yeah, it initially developed around that hashtag, and then now that there have been moderation efforts against it, you see kind of alternative versions of it popping up.
What do the participants of the TCC do? What are their actions on this platform, or on these platforms?
Yes. So like true crime is a spanning genre, and then it's like at its broadest overview includes individuals with a very kind of for lack of a better term, innocent interest in crime and reporting about crime. And podcast documentaries technically count as part of this kind of big circle of true crime, and then as you move within, and when we're talking about violent extremism, you have different like layers of participation. So the first is the kind of broad one that we all interact with, whether we watch like a Netflix documentary or read a book about it. The second tier, you start to have kind of parasocial identification, where individuals start to identify more with the attacker and potentially sympathy for that individual, as opposed to the crime itself or the victims. The second tier the third tier, becomes more interested in encouraging the violence and supporting of the act. And then the fourth and smallest kind of circle within these many circles are those who go out and commit violent acts themselves.
The ones that are specifically in Tier 2 and Tier 3, what kind of actions are they doing?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
The groups that are in Tier 2 and Tier 3 specifically, what kind of actions are they doing? How do they interact with each other?
Yeah, certainly in Tier 2, this is where you start to see fan art of an interest in images or photos of the perpetrators when they were very young. This is where the identification or the sympathy starts to come into play. In Tier 3 is where things start to get more extreme, where not only are the acts, something carried out by a desperate or kind of downtrodden individual, but something that is desirable or to be emulated. And we can see, very blatantly on social media, individuals encouraging others to go out and carry out attacks of their own.
In these Tier 2 and Tier 3s, do they do things like doodle their names in notebooks, dress like
absolutely.
them? Do they dress like them?
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the, in the kind of like mimetic or like repeating chain of actions, individuals will wear similar clothing to perpetrators, they'll listen to music, there's extensive fan art that is created. In the same way that social communities support pop stars or sports teams, these individuals become very much kind of fans, like it's been described by other researchers as a fandom of the perpetrators of acts of mass violence.
And what makes it a community?
The connection through social spaces, aesthetic, the visual language or appearance that they use. There's an in-group language, specific terms that are common. In many cases, it is hard to tell on TikTok or Instagram if you're watching TCC content if you don't recognize that you're looking at the baby photos of a particular perpetrator. They're often dressed up in the same way that you see individuals become not obsessed, but become kind of infatuated with celebrities and kind of look for as much original information about them as they can. And the kind of more you're able to find, esoteric or like small unknown details about an individual, their life, their photos, their former online habits, more kind of social cachet is combined within those spaces.
You talked about a specific language and symbiology they have. Is that directed to the outside world or to themselves?
Oh, it's very much an inward focus thing. Without kind of understanding or like being in those spaces, just like you wouldn't understand slang or terms within other communities, it can be difficult at least to pick up on it within the TCC.
Can a particular participant gain status within the community?
Sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
Can a particular participant gain status within the community?
Yeah, certainly. Like,
How would they do that? Go ahead.
Original research, like even at tier like 1 and 2, like original research information that's not available can be shared. Like that's one way to provide cachet. Creating media, whether that's video edits, which again relies often on the tools that are kind of ubiquitous on cell phones now, like TikTok. Any individual can take a few images and create something that you would have needed fairly expensive editing suite for 10 years ago, and share that very quickly through social media. And then ultimately, beyond having information about perpetrators themselves kind of exist within the space where some are more popular than others. Even when we look at individuals who've committed acts over the past 3 years, some of them are supported or find that kind of notoriety within the community, while other ones are more or less forgotten. There's no like formula for that specifically, but yes, like status is obtained through original research, original content, and then ultimately the status of the perpetrator.
Okay. Does the TCC have a particular ideology? Like, are they white supremacist, anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ, conservative or progressive, anything like that?
Not typically. This is kind of where the difficulty of classification comes from, and we see multiple kind of terms for referring to this type of violence in different countries, in different jurisdictions, by different researchers. The UK uses violence-fascinated individuals. Some people will say nihilistic violence. Others will say nihilistic violent extremism, or mixed ideology and motivation. The difficulty is that ideology is not typically the primary motive. So if we look at the Christchurch attack in New Zealand against a mosque, the perpetrator had a very clear ideological motive, that it was to kill as many Muslim people as possible. In many of these attacks, the motivation is the attempt to kind of place themselves in this line of mass shooters. And Columbine is typically held up as the origin point to some degree. But no, while you might have individuals who might say, oh, I'm a neo-Nazi, or oh, I'm like subscribe to whatever type of ideology, in their target selection, in the motivations that they discuss for the attack, whether it's in their manifesto or if they survive during interrogation and trial, we find that there is not a distinct ideology among the community, and it remains ideological. So it is not a political movement, it is not a group, it is a fandom, it is a social movement.
If someone in the TCC were to put like mimicking someone else's writings in their journal, or putting references on their rifle that other people have put on their rifles, and the original perpetrator had a racist or anti-Semitic or something like that ideology, does it automatically mean that that's what the second perpetrator meant by it?
No, typically not. Again, the notoriety that past killers have received, like Christchurch, is probably one of the best examples. Brennan Tarrant was very clearly motivated by a racist ideology. We wrote extensively about it over the many pages of his manifesto. But we do see, but the impacts of that in the media and on culture were very widespread. And we see individuals who kind of ape or reproduce elements of that attack who don't seem to share the same ideology as Karen. It can be difficult to parse out. It is kind of it's often considered to be a novel form of extremism, but it exists within kind of a shared community, and the distinguishing factor is the lack of ideology, or at least the lack of ideology in the primary motive. Samantha Rucknow, who committed an attack in Wisconsin in 2004, I believe, she wrote very racist statements in her manifesto, but ultimately her target selection was just against random individuals at her school, including teachers. There's very little indication that despite having this ideology, that was what motivated or prompted the attack rather than her grievance and depression and desire for notoriety. So yeah, we would classify that as being this within the space of violence, as opposed to one that was motivated by a particular ideology.
What makes one mass killer more or less popular in the TCC than other mass killers?
That's a question that doesn't have a good answer at this time, unfortunately. There are a variety of factors that seem to count. Again, the impact on the culture, the media spectacle that gets created around it, the following analysis and interest by researchers and the community, but and obviously the body count. Very unfortunately, the amount of victims is a contributing factor, but not always. There are attempted attacks that exist within the TCC as great areas of interest, and there are successful attacks that they rarely talk about. There is no kind of silver bullet for understanding what is going to be significant in the space or not. But individuals who do carry out these attacks, do seem to understand the type of content that the community would be interested in, whether it be manifestos, their social media history, or sometimes we've seen they kind of tailor what they're leaving behind, ostensibly for researchers and media to find. But yeah, there's no kind of firm formula for what gets turned into the subject.
Would the amount of content available to the TCC affect their popularity?
It certainly seems to. But there are individuals who've made sure to leave, very large amounts behind who just haven't been picked up. There's unfortunately not, like I said before, there's just not a clear formula for what they're going to pick up and what they're not.
Would additional content that came from the perpetrator after arrest, like continuing to feed content, would that affect their popularity?
Oh, absolutely. There's a big culture of not only digging up the past, but trying to initiate contact with perpetrators, writing them letters, and then sharing those kind of in these spaces. Yes, that absolutely.
That's all the questions I have. I think the attorney would have some questions for you.
Mr. Allen Cross?
With regard to the research you've done, how many case studies with TCC turning into active shooters occurred? Oh, thank you. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, within the research you've done, how many case studies have you come across where active shooters have come from the TCC community?
There's the case study I wrote for the CTC Sentinel. There's been reported by the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, who I believe has done a few reports, but it is a newer community, so there's not an extensive amount of literature on the subject.
And within that article, there were 21 people you identified within your case study?
Sorry, what was that?
Within that article, you're referring to the one for TCT, right? I mean, the CPC.
Yes.
Yeah. And that particular article, you were highlighting 21 cases, right?
Yes, from 2024 to 2025, 21 TCC attacks.
Okay. And how many people are involved in the TCC community?
It is an expansive community. There's, I haven't seen what I would call an accurate estimate.
Within that, has there been any select control group study done to determine what kind of psychological impacts the various tiers you identified have on the community?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And within those 21 individuals that you cite to, how many of them turned into active shooters?
I would have to consult my data to answer that question. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you recall any of the cases and what kind of materials or manifestos are left behind?
Oh, yeah, certainly. Like there's Samantha Rupnow, which I already mentioned, and Solomon Henderson, Robin Westman. Sorry, just like I'm just listing off names. These are individuals who carried out attacks, for lack of a better term, successfully, and then left behind online footprints or manifestos that connected them to the Jesus.
And in identifying these, were they initially identified after the shooting, or were they tracked in any kind of manner before the shooting?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In other words, how did you come upon them? Was it because of the shootings themselves? Is that how you determined which ones were in your analysis?
Oh, yeah, they were either reported based on public arrests, or they had carried out their plans, and then it become the subject of report. So
then the way you derived your analysis was you started from the end and essentially backtracked to the beginning.
I mean, we started with the most recent, certainly, and then, yes, to a certain degree, like the community is fairly, well, the behavior has existed for a long time. In fandoms related to the Columbine shooters were emerging very shortly after the attacks. It is a fairly novel community that started, it was roughly estimated, a couple of years before 2020, like 2017, 2018, that it kind of solidified into what we think of the ecosystem as today.
How does that compare to other fandoms, like, say, Star Wars fans, or other than the fact that sometimes at the end you have a shooter that you're identifying? But how do they compare to other fandom communities?
Well, like the fact is that most people who are involved in TCC are non-violent. Even those who get very deep, as far as tier 3, it might be a macabre, but it is a perfectly healthy interest to whatever degree, or at least a common one. They have an interest in true crime, particular cases. Most of the individuals we even talk about committing attacks, it's done in kind of a role-playing fashion. But there is a very clear problem of individuals who are parts of these communities who progress toward violence and then encouraged by other individuals within it to carry out those acts, and ultimately do, and then leave behind signals or signs or symbols or callbacks to whatever else to past attacks that do come from that community.
And in the specific studies that you did in the CTC Sentinel article, did you have any of that material reviewed through a psychological lens by a forensic psychologist or anything of that nature?
Yes, sir. It is with counterterrorism, the firearms schools in general. It's written for firearms schools in this country.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, thank you, sir. You're pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Did we still need to?
No, sir. Not today.
What did we learn, class? I'm going to give a pop quiz at the end of the night.
This time we're going back to the Senate crossing.
You ready to propose the training program?
Yes.
Is there anything here that y'all have heard that makes you go, aha? I have to say, they're putting so much energy and effort into this honorary trial. I don't know what else to call this. What would you call this trial? This hearing? It's like a little trial for the judge. He pled guilty. I'm just wondering, is it worth 3 or 4 days worth of this on the taxpayers' dollar? What is your thought on that? I've had a little conversation with one of our YouTubers out there. Just wanted to know what you thought.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're back.
Yes, sir.
Picking up sort of where all the testimony left off, in just viewed the videos of your interview with Colt Gray. And in the context of your investigation, and this is not the only person that you interviewed for.
No, sir.
Who else did you interview?
So I conducted interviews with Colt, with Colin. I reviewed or watched a forensic interview with Colin's daughter, Jenny Gray.
I know they have to make a case for life without possibility of parole, but do you think they're going too far?
Also conducted interviews with Marcy Gray, I believe Annie Paulhamus, Mr. Charles Paulhamus, and Miss Debbie Paulhamus.
Okay. And can you give me an idea as to what kind of time frame those interviews were?
I would say within the first week to 10 days.
Okay, so not long after you did.
No, sir.
Prior to the shooting itself, did you have any reason to have any interest in the family?
I'm sorry?
Did you have any reason to have any interest in the family? Was there any kind of investigation or what you know about?
Previous to, I had heard about an incident involving Marcy Gray that occurred in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
Okay. But nothing out of Jackson County?
Not prior to, no.
And do you know whether else the school knew anything about an incident that took place in Jackson County prior to the current school year?
Prior to, no, sir.
So other than Marcy, you have no idea about any investigations or any investigations through Department of Criminal Justice Service or anything like that?
No, sir.
And you had indicated you spoke with Colt Gray. That was the day after the shooting, was it not?
That's correct.
And during that time, you got a fair amount of information from him with regard to Colt's school, right?
That's correct.
And he indicated during some point during his interview that Colt had been bullied in his prior school.
Yes, sir.
And he did not indicate that he did anything other than business of school, is that correct?
I think that's fair to state.
And as far as you know, he didn't seek counseling or anything over the local.
That's correct.
And as part of his bonding with the child, that's when he bought that they were used in June.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall from his interrogation or interview how long Colt was in the school that
How long Colt was in school in Jackson County? I would assume the entire time they lived there.
And during your investigation, did you get any school records with regard to the offense?
I do not believe that I got those records. I think that fell to the DFACs. I believe they obtained his records.
Now, when Colt got the gun from Colt, he did not indicate to you that he lost any kind of trigger loss, safety loss, or lock loss for that kind of day.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He did not indicate to you that he bought any kind of trigger loss, lock losses, or anything of that nature for the gun.
We didn't discuss that during the interview.
There was a discrepancy in what he said was how the gun was kept. Is that correct?
There was discrepancy between what he said and what Colt said, yes.
And your investigation also turned out that either one of them were being active, correct?
Correct.
Where ultimately did you investigate how the gun was stored on a regular basis prior to the shooting?
On a regular basis in Colt's bedroom.
Okay. And that was confirmed by,
Jenny Gray during her forensic interview, as well as portions of both Colt and Colin's interview.
And at Colin's interview, you took him in custody.
At the end of, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during that interview, you also cited to him some information from Inspector Ward. Who is or Special Agent Ward? Who is she?
She's a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And was she also one of those that confirmed that the weapon was not stored in any kind of locked facility?
Yes, sir. She had conducted an interview with Colin the prior day.
During your interview, Colin also indicated that you knew about Colt's cell phone.
Yes.
And what did he tell you he did about it?
He told me that after Colt had caused self-harm, after he cut himself, he had taken Colt's knife.
And did he seek any kind of help for Colt?
No, sir.
Did he go to a doctor or look at the cuts?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Shortly before school started, Marcy moved back in with him. Was that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And that didn't turn out well.
No, sir.
And were you aware that during that time she was there, she had at one point threatened on Colt?
I believe that happened sometime prior.
So what is your understanding of that?
My understanding of that, and I think Colin touched on that during his interview, some time ago, and I'd have to refer back to my case file, but some time ago, prior to September 4th, or prior to even Marcy staying there, that she had threatened to cause harm to Colt. And I believe it was around the same time of the Fitzgerald incident, if I'm not mistaken. During that, Colin relayed that information. That wasn't something that Marcy, that I'm aware of, told Colt personally. That was something that Colin shared with Colt.
And the Fitzgerald incident you're talking about happened with his handler at Debbie Corhan's.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Debbie Corhan's is Marcy's mother.
That is correct.
And the incident you're referring to is when she was tied to a chair?
Yes.
After that threat, there was a brief altercation in Colt.
There was.
And Marcy had anything to do with the gun that Colt found with the gun?
What do you mean by do?
Did she take it?
Yes, she had indicated during my interview with her that she had intentions of removing the firearm from Colt's room.
Do you know that you followed up with Colin to ask him to have it removed?
She did.
And to your knowledge, were any actions taken to secure the gun?
Collins said that he did, Colt said that he did, but the result of our investigation was that was not true.
What was the first arrested as we heard on Friday on the initial interview that you did with him? He said that the gun was in the toolbox in the truck, correct?
That's correct.
And then the second interview, it changed to being in the closet.
Yes, sir. After we kind of drilled down on the timeline of that morning and the fact that Colin would have left prior to Colt being able to get that firearm, he did change and state that it was somewhere else.
And did you ever circle back to Colt and ask him why he didn't tell you that the rifle?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever circle back to Colt and ask him why he didn't tell you that he had the gun instead of the bottle?
No, sir. I don't believe we did.
You remember your interview with Mr. Hintz, right?
Yes.
And that interview, she outlined a lot of facts behind the qualifications between Marcy and Colt, right?
That is correct.
And she's expressed to you her concern about Colt.
She did.
You were also the things that she talked about with regard to Colt and his reaction to the arguments that his parents had.
If you could refresh my memory.
Did Colt withdraw when there were fights and arguments with the parents?
He did.
Did he go back into his computer and just play for hours?
He would.
And Heinz even down with her, didn't he?
And Fitzgerald, yes.
And when he was living in Fitzgerald, did she tell you anything about his being upset, being agitated because of the issue with the parents?
That he did. She did.
Did she also confirm to you whether or not she asked the parents to get things through them?
She did.
Did she even take steps to get it through?
Yes.
Do you recall the portion of the interview where she had gone up to Athens to set up for a practice appointment for Colt?
I believe that was a phone call interview, but she did reach out to a facility in Athens to get help for Colt.
And you recall her telling you that the Saturday before the shooting, they had an appointment that Colt was supposed to go.
Correct. I believe the lady at the facility in Athens told Ms. Balhanis that Saturdays were a slow day and that that they could just have a walk-in.
And she couldn't do it herself because she didn't have a little girl.
Correct.
So it had to be a parent that went with her.
That is correct.
Did she also tell you that Colin didn't make that?
Yes.
With that to your understanding, Colin did not ever take Colt into any psychological therapist, even though he was not.
The only thing that I'm aware that Colin did for Colt was speak with the school counselor, and I believe that was the extent of his involvement for getting help with Colt.
To your knowledge, the school counselor put him across the room?
I know that they have tools available to get children help. As far as all the tools that are at their disposal, I'm not aware of.
But you don't have a culinary room or anything that you may have got from.
No, sir, I don't.
And you were not told by Colin what information or tools she recommended.
No, they mentioned that they were going to have an outside counselor come into the school, I believe is the conversation that they had.
In your interview with Colt, when we first run into him, he's very hysterical.
Yes, you can hear in the beginning of the interview where Colt sounds upset. I think that kind of comes and goes throughout that interview, and in my opinion, I believe that what you're hearing, and unfortunately you can't see, but what you're hearing is largely a performative interview. I believe there were portions of that interview where Colt did actually cry, and that was specifically I noted when he would discuss his father and his father's alleged involvement, and he also discussed his sister Jenny, at which time I did witness him cry and tears come from his eyes, but I believe a majority of that interview to be performative. You can tell when I'm asking him questions, there's portions of the interview where he is kind of breathless. I believe that is the best way to describe that interview. And then I'll ask him a question, and he will calm down very quickly and answer that question.
Were you aware of he suffered from anxiety issues?
He did tell me that.
And at the time of your interview, as you heard, he never denied he was the actual shooter.
He did not.
And he did express some concern for some of the folks that he shot.
He did. More so during the second interview.
And during the second interview, that's where you saw evidence of his cell phone.
Yes.
And when he was taken into custody, he was transferred back to, I guess, the jail at that time, the detention center?
Yes.
Okay. Were there referrals made with respect to psychological counseling to go with the cell phone?
I'm not sure if it was made there or if it was an RYDC. I'm not sure which is the most, I believe RYDC would be the most appropriate place.
Okay. And you know how long he was in detention here?
I do not know.
When Colt was speaking of voices, he also indicated to you that he had wanted to kill himself, correct?
I don't recall him stating that.
But he did talk about the voices.
He did talk about the voices. He, in some cases, he would indicate that the voices were family members. In other cases, he would state they were teachers. And I believe at one point during the interview, he also referred to the voices as people in the government.
After being taken in custody, he wrote some notes to the family members.
He did.
Do you know if they were sent?
Sent to the family member? I'm not sure.
But he did write all of them.
He did.
That's all I have, Judge.
Do you hear it? Yeah. As far as the letters that Mr. Collins mentioned, were those prompted by law enforcement? Those law letters, did y'all ask him?
Yes, we did.
And was that sort of an interrogation that you did him to write letters?
That is correct.
And the letters were they or been genuine?
I don't believe so, no, no.
So they asked him to write apology letters, sorry letters, in hopes of getting more information? So the letters were prompted by law enforcement, the apology letters. I've never heard of that as an interrogation technique. That's interesting. I learned something today.
With regard to those letters, he never indicated that he wanted to, did he?
So sometimes it's not always about what someone says, it's about what they don't say. And he discussed them at great lengths. He seemed very excited to write the letters. In my personal opinion, and again, that's all this is my personal opinion, it did not seem genuine.
But he didn't say that it wasn't genuine?
No, sir, there's a lot Colt said that wasn't true, and there's a lot Colt said that was true. But again, in my opinion, if you're asking for my opinion, I don't believe that they were genuine, no, sir. I believe they were for attention. Yes, sir.
Next witness is the investigator actually going, if he probably at the end of the day, we can possibly take a break now. Thank you.
All right, 7:15 break.
Thank you guys for joining me tonight. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to zoom. We're almost there. I think we have about an hour left. Can y'all hang with me? I can go another hour if you can. I appreciate my mods. I appreciate all of you hanging on with me. Yeah, that's new. If you see me looking down, I actually have the stream on my iPad because it is very difficult with these glasses that are multifocal to find the sweet spot to read. This is a better and easier angle for me. So please don't be offended if you see me looking down. I'm reading captioning. This is harder. I want to be like this. That's not very pretty. It's not very.
I did forget about this list. I wrote it happening, so I put it towards the what you want so that you have it. And I will.
So we're all present. Well, you all are working on that. Mr. Smith, Mr. Allen, approach.
Okay, they're approaching. Sorry, I drank all my water again. And my hitting me this way.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, my name is Ashley Gilland, and I'm an investigator with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office?
Almost 7 years.
And what are your jobs or responsibilities with the Bexar County Office?
My responsibilities are to prepare cases for court hearings and/or trial. That can be a plethora of things, from interviewing witnesses, serving subpoenas, writing search warrants for social media records, and then in turn compiling all that evidence into a summary format for court purposes.
And were you assigned to aid in the investigation into the Apalachee High School from September?
I was.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
From day one, I was more in a support role. As evidence was coming in for that the day of, I was collecting that evidence, doing preservations on different social media accounts, and then in turn writing search warrants for certain accounts. And then as each piece of evidence came in, I kind of put it together and compiled it into a more readable format.
And as far as compiling it into a more readable format, can you tell us a little bit about what evidence you summarized, what evidence you reviewed with this case, and specifically in preparation for the sentencing hearing today?
So I reviewed and compiled together Discord records, which is a social media app, Google records, cell phone extractions, computer extractions, crime scene photos, and any other type of photos that were found.
As far as Discord records, whose Discord records did you summarize and look at?
They were the defendant's Discord records, one from back in 2023 during an investigation, and then also one during the investigation of Apalachee.
And those Discord records that you review, are they on a jump drive that will be providing to the court with all the evidence?
They are.
And Your Honor, those Discord records are numbered State Exhibit 266, and we would like at this point to introduce it into evidence under the business exception.
All right. Mr. Carroll?
No objection, no.
In addition to Discord records, I think you mentioned Google records.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose Google records did you review?
The defendants.
And Your Honor, we also have the Google records on the jump drive, and those are listed in State Exhibit 237. We would also like to introduce those evidence under the business exception.
No objection, no.
In addition to those records, since the defendant's arrest, have you been able to get calls that he has made while he was in custody?
I did. I did subpoena jail calls from while he was in different YDCs.
And have you also reviewed those calls as part of preparing for today?
I have, yes.
And Your Honor, this time I'll introduce an evidence States in 267 through 335 and 345. They are clipped from personnel calls between the defendant and his mother, Apalachee Gray, and we introduce an business record exception.
No objection, no.
And then the last, these, did you also obtain the defendant's medical records, or that you have the records from the institutions that are involved?
I did.
And Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence States at 336A and B, which are the medical records for Colt Gray from the various detention centers. We would have in place on the scale as well.
No objection, no.
Thank you, Your Honor. Specifically in preparing for today, was PowerPoint created as part of your presentation?
It was, yes.
And does it highlight the digital evidence related to the defendant in this case?
It does.
Can you just briefly tell us what the purpose of the summary PowerPoint is?
Yes, so because there was a lot of digital evidence within this case, being from computer extraction records, cell phone extractions, all of the Google and Discord records, it was easier to formulate this PowerPoint for today's purposes in more of a categorical format, so it's based in categories instead of like a timeline.
And has that PowerPoint been run stated with 341?
Yes, it has.
And does that include the evidence that we just talked about? Google records, Discord records, phone records with the defendant, jail calls, those types of things?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, and have you had, I guess, investor deal, and you had an opportunity to review that PowerPoint?
Yes.
And the PowerPoint that is on the graph that will be providing the board that the PowerPoint was created to schedule the treatment.
Yes.
Now, this time I'll introduce an evidence to the 341, so that we can go through that PowerPoint with the board today.
No objection, no.
Can we have the chief? So I'm going to start with page 1 of the PowerPoint. Can you guys tell us what this shows us?
So like I said before, this was kind of put into categories. So you'll see the folders that are in the middle of the screen. One's titled Idolizing Mass Shooters. The second one is Planning a Mass Shooting. And the third one is Motive Seeking Fame. So these are the type of kind of the overview of categories that we're going to talk about.
So it's sort of a roadmap for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to start with idolizing mass shooters. As far as idolizing mass shooters, was the defendant part of the online community that in itself idolized mass shooters?
He was.
And what was that?
True crime community.
And how do you know he was a member of that based on your review of the evidence?
Prior to the shooting, there were a lot of Discord messages, Tumblr accounts, Google records that talked about TCC, the true crime community, as well as after the shooting, it was still referenced in a lot of the jail calls.
Did the defendant spend a lot of time researching mass shooters?
He did.
I'm going to pull up our next slide. Is this a list of the majority of the mass shooters that you researched?
Yes, this is just kind of an overview of all of the mass shooter research that was found on different pieces of digital evidence in relation to the defendant, and this list is 22 listed, but there were more than that.
These are the ones that you spent the most time on?
Yes.
And how are they identified on this page?
They're identified by physical location and incident location, and not via the shooter's name.
How did he research these people?
A lot of the research mainly was found in the Google records, and then also there was within the true crime community, there were photos shared, different clips shared, different pieces of evidence shared amongst members that was in relation to different mass shooters.
Did he save any of this information that he researched anywhere like on his phone or computer or within his Discord?
Yes, there were many different pieces of evidence saved on his phone, his Discord, and his computer extraction, with that being anything from photos, videos, incident reports, crime scene videos, lots of different pieces of evidence.
And when you research these people, you also Googling names related to them?
Yes, yes.
Give us an example of some of the Google crimes that he used to search for the mass shooters.
Yes, there were several different Google accounts, and within those, there's a search history, and so within the search history, there's a lot of different terms. So this is kind of just a short couple things that he Googled, the defendant Googled: shooter caught on police body cam, Dallas police ambush, unstable veteran opening fire in a crowded bar, soldiers of Christ torture during initiation, let me see the other ones, extended dash cam video of man plowing through parade, Uvalde school shooting video, how to get kicked out of a gun range, cell phone footage of the first shots fired at Route 91 Harvest Festival, 911 Sandy Hook calls, plea for help, Parkland shooter, I love to see the families suffer, and Maine gunman's body.
Okay, so you mentioned I saved some of these, some of the research on his phone or computer. Does that include taking pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move to the next slide and kind of tell us what this is.
This is a collection of photos that were found on his Discord and phone extraction, and this is just a kind of a compilation of all of the different mass shooters.
And I'm going to zoom in on one in particular. Can you tell us what this is?
So this is, it says your result on there with the name of one of the Columbine shooters. And this was a result of, he took a quiz called What True Crime Personality Are You? And that was taken on September 3rd, which was the day before the shooting. And this was the result that he got and saved to his phone.
Was September 3rd school day?
It was, and this was saved at around 1 p.m., so it would have been during the school day.
And was he out?
He was not.
Now, we just showed you, before a list of all the different mass shooters that you researched. Were there four in particular that you researched the most?
There were.
And who were they?
The three that we talk about here the Parkland shooter, the Sandy Hook shooter, and then the Buffalo shooter.
And then we also talk about the Aurora theater shooter.
We do.
Okay. So we're going to start with the first one that you researched extensively, which is the Parkland shooter. And just for clarification, what is the Parkland shooter's name?
Nicholas Cruz.
And how does he spell the Nicholas? Is it with a CK or with a K?
With a K.
What kind of evidence are we going to start with in talking about the defendant's identification of the apartment shooter?
The first category is listed evidence of obsession. So basically things that show or prove that he was obsessed, essentially with the shooter. And that could range from different messages or photos or things that he saved.
And was this obsession with the apartment shooter, was the time frame for that, did that lead up into the shooting on the Supreme Court?
Yes.
All right, we're going to show this page. Tell us what this shows.
This is just specifically from the defendant's Discord. So these are photographs of the Parkland shooter that were saved and shared specifically on the defendant's Discord account.
I know this is showing up as one page, but were these individual photos saved on the defendant's phone? Can you say on the defendant's Discord, or you just reproduce them in one page?
That's correct.
Was this all of the photos that you had of the Parkland shooter that you had on Discord?
No.
Were there a lot more?
There were a lot more.
And then how about this page?
These were ones that were specifically saved on the defendant's cell phone. And again, this is just a small collection of photos in comparison to the amount that he had on the cell phone.
Did he have over 2,000 pictures of the Parkland shooter saved on his phone?
Yes.
In addition to having these pictures on his phone and on Discord, we also have pictures of the Parkland shooter printed out at his house.
He did. There were 16 photographs that were printed out and on his bedroom wall.
And then we're going to go ahead and show you that. And so, can you just, this is going to be listed as Exhibit 343. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the collection of the 16 photographs that were on his wall, and this is actually an exact measurement of it displayed on his wall.
These are the exact photos that were found on his wall.
They are the exact photos.
And then they were placed on this to show the exact placement of what his wall looked like the day of the shooting.
That's correct.
Now, this time I did is the evidence exhibit 343.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's in
Did he also take pictures of himself in front of the crime?
He did.
And when did he use those pictures?
He shared them on his Discord account.
Okay. When was the first photograph of the crime taken?
It was the first photograph of the shrine with the defendant was taken August 9th of 2024, which was approximately 25 days before the shooting.
And based on your review of the digital evidence, did that shrine appear to remain on the wall from August 9th all the way up to September 4th?
It did.
So you mentioned that he took pictures and shared them on Discord. Is this one of the times you shared a photo on Discord?
Yes, this was shared on August 28th of 2024. And then you see to the left is an actual photo, the photo that he shared from his bedroom.
Okay, and this is, he shared it with Mandy. As far as what he told Mandy, can you tell us that about this photo?
Yes, so his Discord name was Occasional Burner, so he's the one in the blue at the bottom. He says, "My mom's in rehab, so it's just my dad, and he knows not to question what I do."
Wow. And then this is another photo that he shared with Mandy.
Yes, this is another photo that he shared on Discord on September 3rd, the day before the shooting.
In addition to having all these photos saved and these photos printed out, what other evidence of the defendant's possession with the Parkland shooter did you find?
Yes, there were lots of other research materials that were viewed and saved on his cell phone, Discord, and computer.
And so does this page show the different types of research that he did on his cell phone or on his Discord?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you just kind of read through what exactly he had, either saved on his computer or that he researched?
Yes, on the left-hand side, investigative summary of shooters, cell phone contents, and internet searches, surveillance videos of the Parkland shooting, visited website for shooters' police interrogations to view interrogations and took screenshots, saved a minimum of 2,664 photos of shooter, that was specifically from February of 2024 until the shooting, watched each day of the shooter's sentencing trial that happened in October of 2023, watched YouTube video titled Parkland Shooter Faked Psychiatric Symptoms After Shooting, Expert Says. And then on the right-hand side are what's in quotes is what he Googled, specifically Google searches. Nicholas Cruz faking psychiatric symptoms, Cruz's premeditated aggression and violence, autopsy photos for Parkland victims, Parkland shooter, I love to see the family suffer, Nicholas Cruz's love letters from jail, Nicholas Cruz's planned a mass murder, viewed article titled Psychiatrist Probes Parkland Shooter's Mind, watched documentary Behind the Madness about Parkland shooter and shooter's writings while in custody and during trial.
Okay, so as far as the investigative summary of the shooter's cell phone contents, the surveillance videos, are those the actual surveillance videos from the Parkland shooting that showed the shooting, and is that the actual investigative summary that law enforcement did regarding the Parkland shooter's cell phone?
Yes, it is.
You also have on there that he watched each day of the shooter's sentencing trial in October 2023. How long did he watch it? Did he watch it from October 2023 until a later date?
The evidence from the Google record showed every single day in October and then all the way up until February of 2024 at the very least.
And as far as the records that from his computer, what is kind of the first day of the records that we have from his computer?
I believe October of 2023.
So he's watching the trial essentially every day, October, and then continues to watch it up until February 2024?
Yes, that's correct.
What grade was the defendant in at this time?
He would have been in 8th grade.
And was he in school at all that year?
He was not.
And at that time, where was he living?
He was living with his father in Bexar County, and his father had sole custody of him at that time.
Now, in addition to all of this research, we often talk about the Parkland shooter extensively on Discord.
Yes.
And what time frame do we have Discord records from?
These are from August 28th until the day before the shooting, September 3rd.
So this 2024 time frame is when his username is occasional. Who is he talking with about the Parkland shooter?
A user identified as Mandy.
Now, kind of what I'd like to do here is that you will identify the date and time of the Discord record, and if you want to read the defendant's Discord, and I can read Mandy's, so we can kind of go through them.
Sure. So on the left-hand side, you see the date with a timestamp. This timestamp also is in what's called UTC time, which is Universal Time Coordinated. It's a standard time used kind of to regulate clocks around the world. So almost all digital evidence comes in UTC, so we have to convert it to Eastern Standard Time, which is typically -4 during this time frame. So it's -4 hours. So for example, this will be the first one will be August 28, 2024 at 11:42 a.m.
And if you want to read his first two messages.
Yes, ma'am. If you don't have multiple pictures of him sprayed across your wall, a multitude of archives related to him, and not having him be the sole reason you're still alive, you're like fake as fuck. At least that's my quite diluted philosophy regarding the type of love you have to have towards Nick.
Okay. And then about 2 hours later, Mandy says, do you have any hobbies aside from games?
He responds, shooting, Nick, people watching. That's about it.
And it looks like about 5 hours after that, he makes another comment.
It seems like any inspiration / motivation I have always ties back to Nick.
And again, was this the other school day?
Yes, it was.
And was he at school that day or?
He was not at school that day.
We're going to move to, looks like more Discord from August 28th. Approximately what time is this?
This would be around 7:16 p.m.
And if you want to go ahead and start reading those records.
Like, it's weird, but I feel like they only see him for that and not for who he is as a person. I think a lot about him being forgotten and just a number, as the victim said. I've cried thinking about it. So I promised myself and him I'd never leave his side.
Yeah, when I watched you have statements, that's to me, any facts, because like, why did they feel the need to be so able?
If it wasn't for Nick, I would have blown my brains out months ago. I know, right? So inhumane.
Like, they had to get really killed and beat you up.
But I saw him and my heart just, and people say Nick's the monster.
Now we're moving to more records from August 29th. Around what time did he start?
So this actually would have been 11:46 p.m., 11:45 p.m. on the 28th, going into the 29th. So
Midnight, we started around midnight on August 29th.
Yes.
So, and you started with LNA, how long have you liked him? I forgot.
For like almost a year now. I've known about him for years, but I had different hyperfixations at the time. But when I found Nick, literally everything connected, and I haven't left since. I'll say it, I've masturbated thinking about Nick.
And then we're going to move to later on in the day, on August 29th. And then you said you had to pick one person to be with and only them forever. Who would it be?
Like killer-wise?
I mean, just in general, TH. Like, you had to pick one person in this world to be with her.
I mean, Nick, of course. Who else?
And then now, one has to be from August 29th. And is it around midnight of the 30th?
It's around midnight of the 29th.
All right, so 28th to the 30th.
Yes.
All right, and can you go ahead and read those messages?
Sent video. I cried making this, slightly.
Well, I just cried.
What?
That shit made me tear up.
Oh, I didn't think it would touch you like that.
Great edit.
It's hard for me to go back to it because it does the same to me. I need to make more like emotional edits of Nick. I like him.
As far as, so you're talking about making emotional edits of Nick. What is an edit?
Essentially, it's just taking a video and making it your own, whether that means adding photos to it, adding text messages to it, adding music to it, just any kind of thing that you can alter to make it your own.
And you talked about sending, but making an edit. Is there an edit that he sent related to this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And this time we're going to play that video edit that we made.
I cannot play that. I don't want to get a copyright strike. No. So you'll have to just read the captioning. I cannot afford a copyright strike. I just got monetized. So sorry, guys. on.
Before the shooting, can you take us through these messages?
Yeah, so this started at 1:41 p.m. No one gets Nick. He shot up a school. Yeah, bitch, and did it finally, if that's a word.
Real. 17 out of 17 ratio is wild in GL.
Nah, for real. I think about that so much. And also with how autistic he was, how formal he looked doing it. I feel like your brain just goes autopilot. Nick gives me so much motivation to keep going.
In addition to the good board records, we also have some stuff in Spanish that shows obsession with Cruz.
Yes, he did.
So tell us about this.
So this is what's considered notes from a phone extraction. So these are notes that were created by the defendant on his phone.
And when did you create this?
This was created April 2nd of 2024.
And when was it modified?
It was modified on August 2nd of 2024.
And what did he say?
He says, Nick, I don't know how much longer I'll be around for, or if I'll even go through with it, but please know I love you. You won't see this. In fact, I know you won't see this, but when we meet, run into my arms, hold me tight, don't let go. Love, Colt.
Did he also attempt, or did the defendant also attempt to write to Cruz while Cruz was in custody?
Yes, he did.
Did he, before actually sending him an email, did he send a draft of that email to anyone on the board?
Yes, this was sent to Mandy, and like you said, it was a draft of what he was going to send.
And when did he send that to her?
On August 28th of 2024.
Can you tell us what was in the letter that he ultimately did send to Cruz?
He said, all right, I'm happy with this. I'm really nervous, I know, odd introduction, right? Anyway, I'm Colt, and I'm 18. I know you've gone through a lot mentally, so I'll keep it short. I don't, but just know I'm here, like genuinely. I really do care about you, Nick. I'm trying my best not to make it awkward. Sorry if I come off as such. I'll make sure to add a return stamp for every email I send you.
When the defendant sent this email to Cruz and Huffy, did it actually get it done?
It did not.
And why?
It was labeled as harassment and returned to the sender.
After the defendant attempted to send this letter, this email to Cruz, what happened?
So he began messaging someone that identified themselves as Cruz's cellmate.
And did Cruz's alleged summit reach out to the defendant after the email was sent?
Yes.
Okay. Did they have a relatively conversation?
They do.
And is that on the defendant's docket?
It was, yes.
What was the time frame of that conversation?
I believe it was September 2nd until the early morning hours of the shooting.
I'm going to start. And kind of as we really, if you want to read what the defendant writes, and I can read what the alleged cellmate writes.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, kind of tell us what times it starts.
So this is September 2nd at 8:28 p.m. It says, honestly, went over everything related to Nick and wanted to reach out.
Yes, we need to be honest, that normal person, what normal person would want to write him, maybe to know him, or maybe to level, LOL. He even knows that shit is insane, that's the funny part.
But honestly, I can relate to his trauma, but like romantically, I don't know, he doesn't want that. Honestly though, if you're up to it, let Nick know I'm not fake ASF, no pressure though. Wonder if he feels bad, like, about the shooting.
He does talk about that a lot, he's not proud of what he has done. That's not good though, like someone that did those horrible things.
I agree.
And not know him outside of that? I mean,
They did pretty well going through he life during the trial. Well, is he around? Sigh. Hey, y'all got news in there?
yes.
Just making sure.
And about how long is it before the shooting?
This was around 9 p.m. on the 2nd, so a little over a day. Hope you can stay in contact until the 4th. Got something I want to show you, and Nikki, honestly. Yeah, I've got to prepare for prison myself. Hey, can you and Nick be up around 8 to 9 a.m.?
And what time are we at now?
This is midnight, around midnight on the 4th, on the day of the shooting. I've got my surprise ready.
Is it still midnight, the day of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'll have my tablet.
Well, I guess Nick will know either way. Has he said anything?
Oh, yes, I said you were funny and seemed cool so far.
Thanks, dude. At least he's got my name.
What's the surprise mystery, man? LOL.
You'll see.
And ultimately, do you know who the person he was texting was?
No, there were search warrants done, and it just was someone using a fake number.
All right, so moving to our next slide, what's our next kind of type of evidence we're going to talk about related to the defendant's possession of a cartridge shooter?
Evidence of mimicry.
What do you mean by evidence of mimicry?
Essentially copying someone else, whether that be mannerisms, with words, with movements, with any type of thing where you're imitating someone or trying to mirror someone else.
And in this context, is it specifically mimicry of other mass shooters?
It is, yes.
Within the TCC community, based on your research, your training experience, what is the purpose of an individual mimicking another school shooter or mass shooter?
Based on my research, it could be one of two things. One, showing the specific mass shooter, their admiration or love for that person, and or the second thing, just gaining traction within TCC to get some sort of fame out of it.
What was kind of the first way that the defendant mimicked Cruz?
Through photographs.
All right, we're going to start with this first photograph. Tell us about this slide.
So this slide on the very top is from Discord from August 28th of 2024. He says, help, I forgot I took this. I tried to fucking replicate Nick's face thingy in the mirror. So on the bottom left-hand side is the Parkland shooter's photograph that was saved on the defendant's phone and computer and Discord. And the photograph on the right is a photo that the defendant created back in July of 2024. And these were shared with Mandy on Discord.
And as far as the picture on the left and the picture on the right, those both shared with Mandy at the same time he's talking about I tried to replicate its face thingy.
Yes.
And then is this another photo that he mimicked Cruz?
Yes, again, the one on the left is the Parkland shooter, and that was saved on different places, and then the one on the right is one that was taken by the defendant on August 3rd of 2024.
All right, tell us about this slide.
This slide is on the left-hand side is the Parkland shooter, and this was actually from a specific Google search that was conducted. Parkland shooter tugs at collar, and then the picture on the right was a picture created by the defendant in the defendant's room on May 31st of 2024.
And was that something that Cruz specifically did during his sentencing hearing or his sentencing trial?
It was, yes.
And tell us about this photo?
So the very top one, there were a selection of prison writings that were collected by the defendant, saved to his cell phone and computer. And it was saved as a whole, but then also there were snips of specific sentences from those prison writings. So this one in particular was a snip that was saved on his phone just like that, like you see here. And it says, "I also like girls with red hair and a positive outlook on life." And that was saved on April 3rd of 2024. And then the bottom one is a photograph that the defendant took on August 3rd of 2024.
Is it him right here?
It is, appears to be.
Okay, so obviously we talked a lot about the TCC today. Specifically,
Okay. I get them comparing some photos if he's mimicking. And I may be ahead of myself. Okay. They may explain this. But my reaction to this is, what? Sign language. This ought to be good.
with baby photos, how is that something that's important in TCC?
It seemed to me that they value the other mass shooters' lives, and so they will try to save a collection of photographs of them at different stages of life, starting when they were younger. So the defendant not only had the Parkland shooter's baby photograph saved on his devices, but several other mass shooters saved on his devices. And the picture on the right is of the defendant and was saved to his cell phone and then shared with Mandy on Discord with a collection of photos on September 2nd, which was 2 days before. The collection of photos that he saved were selfies, along with a baby picture, and told Mandy, just in case. I want you to have these just in case.
So essentially, he sent these pictures to her 2 days before the shooting and was saying just in case.
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about how that he had, prior to today, listened to a lot of jail calls between the defendant and his mother. Kind of, is Martha Gray who he talked to most in the months after the shooting?
Yes.
About how long did they talk?
I would say from the shooting up until February of 2025. Maybe there were a couple months here and there, but then I think after that, they started back for a few months, but then it was very limited after that.
And was it limited because she was essentially not allowed to talk to him at some point?
That's correct.
Okay. But mostly she's talking, mostly the defendant calling her and talking to her in his 6 or 9 months after the shooting.
Yes.
When was their first call?
So their first call was October 1st of 2024. And we received all of these calls from YDC. And in the first call, it's kind of a lengthy call, but it talks about asking her to look up his name on Tumblr, Tumlook, and along with TCC. And they kind of talk about all the different mass shooters he's being compared to, and essentially every call after that is referencing that in some way, shape, or form.
And so this, we have October 1st here, and this is space visits, 267 and 268. So he's talking to her, and he said that kind of the first conversation is him getting her to look up stuff at him online.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and play that clip.
Yeah, we got it back together. You want to look at that, please?
I want to need you to give me better communications.
You know, which things?
Did you know we wanted to
Let's see.
block out the name of something?
Was a latest news. Let's see. Oh my God. Here's the latest news facts. He recently agreed to donate his brain to science.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah.
Let's see.
I was wondering if anything changed because I have quite a few sessions with them, so.
I know. Well, now that I got the internet back, I'll do some deep digging.
What's up with my name, Mary?
Let's see.
You go to tumblr.com.
Yeah, come on.
TUMLOOK.com.
L-O-O-K. Homework?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, homework.com.
You see the search bar?
Hang on. Say it again?
TUMWork.com.
Oh, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Search.
Okay. My name and then PCC at the end.
Your name?
Yeah, and then
PCC.
it's only PCC.
Oh, God. PCC?
Yeah, PCC.
PCC.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Read off post.
Okay, so the blogs at the top say Party F Rocka.
Oh my gosh, read the post. I know her.
Sorry. Tinkle with my blood. I know what I'm doing. It might seem insane to some people, but blood art is a thing. I don't know. I'm not very lost. With all the well, it's the hashtag. Okay, here's the next one. Breaking news. Here's the latest on the investigation. And it's got a screenshot out of an article. And then it says, Dad got arrested probably because the gun was his and he was aware of what his son's past actions and comments were.
Okay, this keeps going. You on the blog, see the post.
I am. Let's see. Sorry, I'm reading through them. Could you repost the Colt drawing? Oh, they have a Colt drawing. Oh, it's got this drawing is awesome. Fan art.
What is it? Is it me?
Oh my God, it looks so
I
awesome.
love this community so much.
Oh my God, I'll definitely print this out and bring it to you.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to pack that a little bit. So essentially, he is directing her where to go, and she's scrolling through articles. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And she's kind of telling him what she sees from what she searches. Is that what they essentially do every time they talk on the phone?
Yes.
And is it generally related to the defendant and him being a mass shooter?
Yes.
Okay. Is it related to how popular he is as a mass shooter?
Yes.
Okay. At the very end of that call, he gets very excited about the fact that there's fan art about him. What exactly is fan art?
Within the TCC, they can create different, like the edit we saw earlier in the video, create different edits like that, or create different visual representations of mass shooters in different drawings and different media.
And did he have on his phone fan art of other mass shooters as well?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So this is kind of the setup for how they talk on every call. And previously you mentioned that the defendant sent selfies to Mandy on Discord and said, just in case. Did those selfies ever get released by Mandy?
They did.
Okay. And does he talk about that in any of his jail calls?
Yes, he does.
And what was his attitude about those selfies being released?
He was excited.
What?
Here's some pictures of you.
What?
These see pictures of you posted online or something.
Ain't going on, they tell me.
Yes, for a bunch of seconds. And
So he's excited about these selfies being released. That was from October 9th, so that's about a month and 5 days after the shooting. And that was stated at 272. Okay, in addition to this photo mimicry, was there other mimicry that he did related to the cruise?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And what's our next kind of evidence of mimicry?
Journal entries.
And are these journal entries the Parkland shooter and then also the defendant's journal entries?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start with our first journal entry. Tell us what is here on the left.
On the left-hand side is a journal entry that was from the Parkland shooter. This was located on the defendant's computer on October 14th of 2023. And then on the right-hand side is a drawing from the defendant that was found in a yellow spiral notebook at his home address.
Okay, and as far as similarities, kind of tell us what is similar about these two, or that shows some mimicry between the defendant and the Parkland shooter.
So the first one, you see the red box around the stick drawing, similar face, backwards hat, with essentially a gun in their hand. The second one is, you can see it's there clearly as a whole. There's the word school, there's the word teacher. So this is a school desk that was drawn with a student sitting at the desk.
And then moving to our next journal mimicry, tell us about this page.
Again, the one on the left is from the Parkland shooter located on the defendant's computer, October 14th of 2023. The one on the right, again, is found in the yellow spiral notebook at his house. And so there's a couple different similarities here. So the first red box is around a tactical vest. So it's drawn in a similar manner, just in general, talking about a vest. The second one is the words SS now, which is a Nazi reference. And then the third one is a round count, so like a ammunition round count.
And then here's our next journal entry, our final journal entry for Cruz and the defendant.
This particular one on the left-hand side was from the defendant's cell phone extraction. It was saved April 19th of 2024, and it says, pull the trigger. You will win, just don't be stupid and keep your mouth shut. And the one on the right was in that same yellow spiral notebook. At the top, it just says breathe, pull, reload, click. So they both reference pulling and talking about pulling the trigger.
And then our next piece of mimicry for the defendant and Cruz is what?
Phone notes that were found in the defendant's cell phone.
Okay, and kind of starting with the Cruz's phone note, you mentioned earlier that he had an investigative summary of the defendant's cell phone. Is that what this is?
It is, yes.
Okay, so this was saved on his phone, on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And what does this note say, and when was it written?
This note was written December 30th of 2017, and it was actually accessed by the defendant on his cell phone as late as September 4th, the day of the shooting at 8:10 a.m. And it says, control your breathing and trigger pull. You're the one who sights in the rifle for yourself. Adjust the scope to your shooting ability. Keep that adjustment every time. You have to shoot to yourself only, to oneself. My trigger squeeze is my one's ability. Same thing every time. And the one on the left was accessed on September 4th. That's the latest time it was accessed, but it was still on his computer, extraction and phone well before that.
Okay.
And then the note on the right, again, is from the cell phone extraction. It was created April 2nd of 2024, and it's titled Mantra, and it says, breathe in, pull, 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 breathe out. If it jams, take the magazine out, cock it back, insert the magazine, repeat. So they both have similarities in breathing and then, again, pulling the trigger.
In phone notes, are they something that, for lack of a better term, gain traction within this TCC if they get released?
Yes.
All right, so our next piece of mimicry with the defendant is what?
Interviews.
And this is an interview that Cruz did along with the defendant's interview?
It is, yes.
Okay. So did the defendant talk about listening to Cruz's interview?
He did on his Discord account.
So here we have Mandy, this is from August 29th of 2024. Mandy talks about how she's watched the interrogation 7 times, all 10 hours, and then rewatches it a few more times every year. And what does he say in response to that?
He says 7, I'm at like 8.5. I'm like halfway through on my 8th time at the moment. So real. It seems like I always catch something new.
And so he had sounds like a working knowledge of that interview. In reviewing the defendant's interview in conjunction with Cruz's interview, were there any similarities between the two?
Yes, there were several similarities.
Okay, and what's the first one that kind of stands out?
So this is kind of put into like a chart view. So on the left-hand side is the Parkland shooter interview, what was said, and on the right is the defendant's interview. And the first kind of category is voices. So on the Parkland shooter said, the voice is in me. And the defendant said, I just hear them sometimes inside. It's mostly kind of like whisper. It's always inside. The second one, the Parkland shooter says, just a voice with no name telling me what to do. And the defendant says, I don't even want to say fighting off these things, but it was more of like hoping that the facility and these brainwaves and stuff that are completely just making me do shit. I've said shit within the past month that I've never said. The Parkland shooter discussed the voice telling him to commit the school shooting throughout his interview. And then the defendant said, was asked what made it today, and he answers, I was told via waves. It was a multitude of people that it was going to be sometime soon. It was either going to be possibly today or tomorrow. In the Parkland shooter's interview, the question was, do you always obey what the voices tell you to do? And the Parkland shooter answered, I try not to. And the defendant was asked, when these voices are talking, do you ever agree with them? And his answer was no, not at all.
In addition to this kind of very similar discussion of voices, was there another similarity between the two interviews that jumped out?
Yes, and this one was titled Disassociation. So the Parkland shooter says it's blank when he asked how he got to the school. And the defendant said, I completely just became decentralized through all of it. I came back and I was on the fucking floor. And the Parkland shooter's interview, he said, I can't remember anything. And then when the defendant was asked, do you remember how many shots you fired? He answers, I can't remember. I'm sorry. Really, really anything.
And earlier today, Mr. Smith played some jail calls with the Dr. Richards. Did any of those jail calls show that the defendant was not disassociated?
Yes, there was a couple where his mother was reading an article about something that was said about the shooting, and he responds basically saying that's not true. I wasn't banging on the door, different situations like that.
And then that's our last piece of evidence of mimicry, and now we're going to move to kind of evidence of planning related to Cruz. Kind of tell us what we're going to talk about here.
So we're going to go through the Discord messages again and some jail calls and some phone notes in reference to showing the planning of the shooting.
And again, during the defendant's interview, he gives a reason for why he chose September 4th. And that was what?
In the interview? I don't recall exactly what was said.
Related to voices telling him, is that accurate?
Yes, yes.
And we'll play that clip real quick.
Over the past few months that you've been thinking about shooting up the school and killing people, what made it today?
Today, I was told via ways, I don't know, it was something that I know was, I heard, it was a multitude of people, that it was going to be sometime soon. It was.
So during your review of the evidence, did it appear there was a different reason why he chose September 4th other than the voices told him?
Yes, there was.
And what was that reason?
A surprise for Nick or for Nick's birthday.
Okay. And we've already kind of gone over some of these messages, but we have a few more that we didn't review with Mr. or Dr. Richards. From August 31st, can you tell us, are these kind of talking through why he chose September 4th?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll start with Mandy. This is around, looks like midnight. Did you ever do anything on Nick's B-Day? IDK, why I asked, but just curious.
Made a cake for him. I have plans this next time, though. It's so close, isn't it?
Yeah, 26 almost. My baby getting old. What you gonna do?
Like for his birthday, I want to make it special for him. I hope we're in contact by then.
And when is Cruz's birthday?
September 24th.
Okay. And what else does he say?
Gonna pause this for a minute. I don't know if you heard about what happened on Friday, July the 24th. Oh my God. Firefighters responded to a fire at a home in Grand Haven Township, Michigan. Investigators believe the killings actually started the night before, late Thursday night I'm going to move this where I can read it better, into early Friday morning with the fire set. Afterwards, the autopsy results and murder self-harm ruling were announced by the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department Monday the 27th. Christopher or Chris Carl, age 47. I really can't say that name. I'll copy and paste it so y'all can see. Have y'all heard about this? Someone just sent it to me. Age 47 of Grand Haven Township, Michigan, is accused of shooting and killing his wife, Amanda Mandy, age 39. There's 6 children, ages 5 to 15, and then setting fires in multiple locations inside the house. Then he shot himself. Amanda Mandy, 39, and 6 children were unalived, and 47-year-old Christopher Chris died by self-harm. Investigators said the 4 children were the couple's biological, and 2 11-year-old girls had been adopted per Ottawa County Sheriff's Captain Jake Sparks. The family was found Friday morning on the 24th. Firefighters responded to the smoke in the home. State police investigators are working to determine the cause of the original fire. The weapon used was registered. Evidence at the scene indicates no one else fired it besides Chris. OMG, y'all. OMG. My heart is broken. And I have a picture of the family. My heart is broken. This is just too much.
So these messages are on September 2nd.
I'm worried that it's going to push you to do something in September 4th.
Not really. Fun fact, September 4th is a Wednesday, the same weekday that was on February 14th. And February 14th was the date of the Parkland shooting.
Okay. And I know previously in a message you talked about how September 4th was a Wednesday and all February 14th was a Wednesday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And And then there was nothing really to surprise, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then did you also have a fun note about sort of this September timeframe?
He did.
And that was when?
This was dated July 24th of 2024, and it says, if everything goes to shit, I'll probably take September as my exit. I'll use August to scope everything out. This shouldn't happen, but if I somehow end up doing it in September, just know this wasn't the date I had originally planned.
Based on the kind of Discord messages what was the original date that you needed to do this?
In February.
And you kind of do the same day that Bruce did his shooting?
Yes.
Okay, and so in terms of evidence of planning related to Cruz, kind of talk about this note.
This note was titled Prison, and it was July 26th of 2024. Says, God, I hope they move me to the Wakula facility in Florida whenever I'm 18. Hell, move me there now.
And who was at that facility?
The Parkland shooter.
Okay. Now, tell us why this is in the planning section. What did it show?
Because this was back in the end of July of 2024, and it's essentially showing that he's going to be going to prison or doing something that's going to cause him to be in prison.
Does it also indicate that he was planning on surviving whatever he did?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about this.
So in terms of, we just talked about going to prison, there was also this edit that was shared with Mandy on Discord on August 29th of 2024, and it references also prison.
Sorry about that. I didn't my ears didn't recognize it as music. I don't hear like y'all do, but I can't play the music.
He did.
Okay, so that was the end of us talking about the criminalization of Parkland shooter. What's the next shooter that we're going to talk about that criminalized?
The Sandy Hook shooter.
Okay. And so again, we're going to kind of start with that evidence of possession. What time frame was the defendant assessed with the Sandy Hook shooter?
Going back as far as we have the record, so back from October of 2023 until the day of the shooting.
And did he also have photos with him on his Discord or on his phone?
He did.
And are these some of the photos?
Yes, just a short collection of them.
And then, did he also research and kind of, the same way he did the Parkland shooter, items specifically related to the Sandy Hook shooting?
Yes.
Can you take us through the stuff that you researched?
Yes, so the Sandy Hook shooting 911 call, shooter's Discord chat logs, and these are things that he actually had saved, not just Googling it. These were items actually saved. Sandy Hook investigative report, video of search warrant execution of shooter's house, shooter's death certificate, shooter's daily schedule, Sandy Hook after action report, shooter's writings and school records, which was 1,448 pages, report of the Office of the Child Advocate for Sandy Hook, transcript of the shooter's audio recordings, shooter's spreadsheet that details mass shootings since the 1700s, timeline of the shooter's life, which was 34 pages, typed document authored by the shooter, which was 8 pages, and videos from the shooter's YouTube channel.
And again, that the actual 911 call that was made by someone who was Sandy Hook?
Yes, it was.
And then is that the actual investigative report that the law enforcement did after the investigation in the video.
Yes, it was.
And then the search warrant execution of the shooter's house, and that a video of the shooter's residence after the crime scene.
Yes, it appears as like a crime scene investigator took a video during the search warrant and going through all the evidence in the house.
Are there any jail calls where he talks about his obsession with the Sandy Hook shooter with his mother?
Yes, this next jail call is from October 13th of 2024.
Okay. This is safe to shoot 80, we're going to put in that.
Yeah, when you think about it, when you got Adam contract, so I'm slowly going to get in with every year. No, I've never ran it. I think I'm bringing out like all of these years.
Okay, so this is approximately a month and a half after the shooting. And the actor that he appears to be excited that he got wrong with Apalachee.
Yes, he does.
So now we're going to move to evidence of mimicry between the defendant and the Sandy Hook shooter. Okay, we're going to start with, again,
Photographs.
tell us about this one.
On the left-hand side, this was a photograph that was shared on Discord by the defendant on May 20th of 2023. And then the one on the right is a photograph that was found on the defendant's phone. I know that it was taken prior to July of 2024 because that's when his hair was dyed.
In addition to that, there was a specific mimicry that the defendant did related to Lanza that he did not do with the Parkland shooter.
Yes, in reference to the crime scene.
Okay. Mr. Smith talked about this a little bit with Dr. Richards, but kind of tell us what exactly he mimicked.
So on the left-hand side is the Sandy Hook shooter. These are screenshots that I took of the specific crime scene video that was on the defendant's computer. He accessed it November 19th of 2023, and it's a photograph of the Sandy Hook shooter's computer tower, and it was destroyed. The hard drive was destroyed. And then you can see on the right-hand side is a picture from the defendant's room the morning of the shooting, and you can see that the hard drive was taken out and the tower was destroyed, and there's also screwdrivers laying out and tools just like in the Sandy Hook shooters.
Okay. And during his interview, the defendant indicated that he did that because he was paranoid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during jail calls, was there a different reason why he actually destroyed his computer?
Yes.
And what was that?
To be like Lanza.
And this is a jail call from October 12th. It's basically a 279 between the defendant and his mother, and we'll play that clip.
How did anyone look at me kid twice and think that he was just like Lanza? It was. I did the computer on for
And what's our next form of mimicry that we're going to look at?
Motive.
And kind of what time frame are we talking about where he is mimicking Lance's motive and committing a mass shooting?
Going all the way back to 2023.
And is that kind of the May 2023 timeframe?
It is, yes.
Where was he in school at that time?
He was in Jefferson City Schools.
Okay. So we're going to start with the Discord records that show this. This is from May 19th of 2023. Can you tell us, can you read these for us?
Yeah, so this is his Discord, like you said, from 2023, so there's a different username. He says, I print a shirt with Adam on it, easy, and under it say, for Adam, or some shit, because I feel like Adam had a logical reason to kill those kids. It's morbid, but think of the suffering they would endure later in life. So in reality, he did a good deed, right? What if we die and we see Adam in the distance and he says, you have done well?
And at this time, when he's talking about committing a mass shooting, is he talking about committing it to an elementary school like Lance did?
Yes.
Now, there's some notes that kind of also talk about that same motive.
Yes, these are both from the defendant's phone extraction in the notes section. The one on the left was created April 28th of 2024. And it says, I hate my generation so much. The amount of brain rot I'm subjected to is almost unbearable. It hurts to see a politically inclined 11-year-old with 5 pronouns and 15 neo-pronouns and the Palestine flag in their bio. I want to see them dead. I want to see them laying on the floor in a pool of blood. And then the one on the right, a little less than a month later, on May 17th, 2024, it's titled On Adam. Sigh. Before I start, I want to preface it like this. I used to be a huge Adam fanboy, a fan of both his writings and him as a person. And yeah, I kind of just lost interest. Shocker. But as my hatred grows, I realize how much of it ties into him. I hate the idea of people my age becoming full-fledged.
All right. So that finishes our section on the Penny Hook shooter. The next shooter that he idolized and mimicked.
The Buffalo shooter, known as Peyton Gendron.
Okay. And we'll talk briefly about some evidence of his obsession with him. Again, does he have a lot of photos of him on his phone?
Yes, on his Discord and his phone.
Okay. And did he also do a lot of research on him?
He did. For the Buffalo shooter, there was a Discord transcript for the shooter. It was the shooter's manifesto, pictures, a list of writing on the shooter's gun, a shooter criminal complaint, and an earnest manifesto.
Okay. And is there evidence of mimicry that's related to the Buffalo shooter?
There is, yes.
And again, are there at least a photo that you mimicked?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start with that. Tell us about this slide.
So the one on the left is the Buffalo shooter, was saved by the defendant August 18th of 2024. And then the ones on the right are of the defendant, both of them, and they were located on the defendant's cell phone.
Okay. What's the next kind of mimicry that the defendant did related to the Buffalo shooter?
The writing on the gun.
Okay. Tell us about this piece of evidence.
This is one of the notes that was saved on the defendant's cell phone. It's titled On Gun. And this was the creation time was May 11th, 2024. And this is a list of essentially things to write on the gun that were also written on the Buffalo shooter's gun, some of them.
And what's the type of writing that he has on here? Like, what is kind of the general idea of the words that he's...
Hate speech, racist propaganda.
Okay. And you indicated that the title was On Gun. At this time, did the defendant have the rifle that he used to commit school shootings before?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And specifically, this 1352, was that on the the Buffalo shooter's gun?
It was, yes.
And is that also the reason for the end of it?
It is.
Okay. As far as on the defendant's gun, the first part with where it was written on the Buffalo shooter's gun, is that the 1352 was referencing?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Is that specific phrase 13/52 on the defendant's gun?
It is, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the rifle to take to the 342. Do you recognize that? And when do you recognize that?
This was the firearm that was collected from Apalachee High School on September 4th.
Your Honor, this one later is evidence page 342.
Introduction to.
Can you tell us, show us where on the defendant's rifle is 1352 written?
So this is upside down, but it's written right here.
And it appears to be kind of black on black, like it was written in black or it's black writing on top of the black gun.
That's correct.
Does that make it a little bit difficult to see?
It does.
Because of that, were you able to, on the PowerPoint trace it to make it more visible?
I did do that to make it easier. It's a little bit more visible in person rather than in a photograph.
Okay. And then this trace the 52?
It does.
Okay. In addition to having the exact same phrase that Gendron had on his gun, does it have other things written on his gun?
It does.
And again, the kind of black on black is a little bit difficult to see.
That's correct.
The first phrase to the left, again, we'll trace it, but can you tell what that says?
Yes, it's a backslash, so it's CM backslash, and then there's an emoji that he used a lot in his Discord messages, backslash R9K backslash, and this would have been located right here.
Okay. And based on your research training experience, does this appear to be a reference to something particular?
Yes, so in reference to the CM, cute male backslash with the emoji, and then backslash R9K, which was a popular 4chan chat room, similar to like the Discord stuff.
And is that like the chat room that the TCC was involved with?
Yes, like-minded individuals with violent urges to talk about ordinary people.
And also up here on the top right, what was the writing on that part again?
This is just a heart with an exclamation point, and it's right here.
And then final writing on the gun, where is that located?
It's in between the 1352 and the heart with the exclamation point, so it's right here on the gun. And it's 38/PM, which is a reference to the Sandy Hook shooter needing 38 rounds per minute.
Is that approximately how many rounds that is the last that he shot?
Yes.
Now we're moving to the final mass shooter that has been finalized, and who is that?
Can I put this back over here? Thank you. And that was the Aurora Theater shooter.
Okay. And that was in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the first part was limited evidence of discussion with this individual. Did he have photos of him on his phone in Discord similar to the other mass shooters that he idolized?
Yes, he did.
Okay. That bottom right drawing, is that an example of fan art?
Yeah, it can be, yes.
And, what does this say reference to?
This is another phone note from August 9th of 2024, so a little less than a month before the school shooting. And there wasn't a title, and it says, "Hi, James, sorry, this is almost surreal for me, I debated sending a letter because I kind of figured it'd just be denied, but here we are. So how are you? You okay? I'll try to be as pure, but Allenwood has quite a lot of regulations as far as mail goes, so please."
So this appeared to be like a draft of an email he was going to send to
Yes.
And did it appear he ever actually wrote an email to them?
No, he did not, but he did do research as to what facility he was at and saved a screenshot of where to send mail to.
Did the defendant also do a lot of research on James Hubbs?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us about that?
There were journal pages from the shooter, there were prison records related to the shooter, viewed a documentary related to the psychiatric evaluation of the shooter. He Googled James Holmes' gear, saved numerous photos of the shooter, and post-shooting had numerous conversations from custody about the Aurora Theater shooter.
So, post September 4th, did his possession kind of shift from Cruz being his main possession to Holmes being the main possession?
It appeared that way.
Okay. Right. Are there any jail calls between the defendant and his mother related to this possession with Holmes?
Yes.
And this is from November 6th of 2024, and it states that it's 301.
Oh yeah, also figuring out evacuation of the homes that will be to the case a lot recently, and I find a lot of things that connect with James. Listen to right now, because you know what to bring up. Alright, now that in the past, I police.
Possession of Holmes being the main possession?
It appeared that way.
Are there any jail calls between the defendant and his mother related to this possession with Holmes?
Yes.
And this is from November 6th of 2024, and it states that it's 301.
Oh yeah, also figuring out evacuation of the homes that will be to the case a lot recently, and I find a lot of things that connect with James. Listen to right now, because you know what to bring up. Alright, now that in the past, I police a bunch, but I thought this one kind of permanent, like with him. I had a thought to kind of work.
And, does he have another call with his mother about Holmes?
Yes, this one is from December 3rd of 2024.
This is states that it's 318, so we're going to play that.
There's a couple, here's one, there's also he was saying the song like an old friend
He should have one right the night when he left the meeting. Do you like his contact, by the way? I think it was cool. Do you like his contact, by the way? I think I think those were the main concluded ones that were main.
To talk a little bit more about that, the defendant represents crime on that one. Is there an indication from these jail calls that the defendant's mother is actually bringing him pictures of homes?
Yes, it seems that way.
Okay. And she also mentioned setting off alarm bells. So that's something that she's not supposed to do.
That's correct.
And is it, I guess, are pictures screening at the YDC?
Yes.
All right. In addition to these phone calls, did the defendant make any edits homes like he did about Bruce?
He did.
Okay. And this one of those edits that he made?
It was, and this one was a few days prior to the shooting and was shared with Mandy on Discord.
Sorry, guys. Can't do it. I wish whatever was played in a court thing like this, we'd be safe, but I can't risk it. Absolutely can't risk it.
He's done what we've other mass shooters.
Yes.
Okay. And did he know any photos?
He did.
Okay. We'll start with this person.
The photo on the left-hand side is the Aurora Theater shooter, and this photo was shared with Mandy on Discord a couple days prior to the shooting, and the one on the right is of the defendant and was shared with Mandy on Discord on September 2nd of 2024.
Okay. And then talk about this also from the 2nd of 2024.
So this is a Discord chat in reference to the photograph, and he says, James Holmes sheets, red silk.
And in addition to having these pictures showing the defendant wore red sheets and James Holmes wore red sheets, do him and his mother also talk about these red sheets in jail?
They do.
Okay. And what's the date of that phone call?
A call on December 3rd of 2024.
So now we're at 3 months after the shooting, and he is still talking about James Holmes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this was the date of 3/17.
Yeah, I don't want that one yet. That one. And sometimes I think he was actually what inspired me to get my own sheet. Yeah, it is a hard time to detail that you do. So that's why.
All right, and our next evidence of the imagery goes to, again, the defendant noting more journal entry for ER of Holmes.
That's correct.
Let's start with what he said on August 30th related to Holmes' journal.
So he says he wrote why 247 times exactly, think, in his journal.
Right, so on the left here, we have Holmes' actual journal, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did the defendant have that on his phone? His Discord?
He did have it on his phone and shared it with Mandy on Discord on August 30th.
And did he share that in relation to when he was talking about how he wrote why his journal was so nice?
Yes, he attached that photograph.
So on the right, what do we have?
On the right, this is a page from a binder that was at the school on the day of the shooting, and the word why is written out numerous times.
This appears to mimic the defendant's journal that appear to mimic Holmes' journal.
Yes, it does.
And based on your opinion, experience, and kind of your research into this case, what would be the purpose of someone having the exact same journal as another mass shooter?
Just trying to gain traction within the TCC, or just to show some sort of unhealthy admiration of a mass shooter.
Moving to our next journal entry, talk about this.
This is another entry from the Aurora Theater Shooters Journal that was saved and shared on Discord on the same date. And then the one on the right is from the defendant's binder that was at the school, and you can see similarities in the way the number 1 and the infinity symbol was drawn with a circle around it, similar in both of them.
Okay. And again, was the notebook that was found at the school that was specifically left behind by the defendant to be found?
That's correct.
Now we're moving to the defendant mimicking another mass shooter's interview with the Holmeses. Did he also have a knowledge of this mass shooter's interview as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write about that in Discord?
He did.
Okay, so on August 29th of 2024, he says James Holmes.
And he responds, yep, I get the urge to watch his interviews every now and then.
And also, we previously listened to a jail call where he talked about watching his psychiatric evaluation multiple hours of it, correct?
Yes.
All right, so starting with the defendant's interview, we'll play a little bit of that.
I told you to call it, not hotline, but the
So at the very beginning of the interview, he talks about trying to call a hotline in the bathroom. Does the Aurora theater shooter also talk about calling a hotline?
Yes, in his psychiatric evaluation, which the defendant Googled and watched, it says, called the mental health hotline at 12:30 a.m. from his car right before the shooting, claiming, I called for one last chance to turn back.
So the defendant talks about him calling it from the bathroom. Was the bathroom the defendant's staging area for getting ready for the shooting?
It was.
And then he also talks about in reference, basically, this was when he was trying not to do the shooting.
Yes.
Is that similar to the Aurora theater shooter, he was trying to call a hotline and he said, like, one last chance to not commit the shooting?
Yes.
Did he also call from his staging area, which was the car?
The Aurora theater shooter, yes.
Okay. So obviously there's a large similarity between those two. Did you review the defendant's phone to look for whether or not he did in fact call a hotline or didn't call a hotline?
I did. We received call detail records from all the phone numbers that were used by the defendant and the physical phone itself, and there were no attempts to call a hotline.
And then we're going to move to the defendant's mimicking Holmes' mental illness. So we're going to start with another journal entry from the Aurora theater shooter. And kind of what is he doing in this journal entry?
At the top it's listed self-diagnosis of broken mind. So he's writing out things I would assume he thinks he has, and schizophrenia is listed as one of them.
And did the defendant share this particular journal entry with Mandy as well on this board?
He did on August 30th of 2024.
And around, I guess, within a few hours of sharing that, did he also talk to Mandy about himself having schizophrenia?
He did.
Okay, and can you take us through what he said?
He said, I have the paranoid whispers, urges, James Holmes schizophrenia.
I had that too at one point, like on the side of thoughts, urges, and whispers.
It's gotten really bad, and they take advantage over my love for Nick. Things like, do it for Nick, what would Nick do? Coward.
The defendant also has sort of like a list of what he believed he had.
Yes, this was a photograph that was saved to his cell phone, and the picture in the middle is of the defendant.
And he diagnosing himself with similar schizotypal or schizoid, sort of schizophrenia related terms.
Yes.
Now moving to September 3rd, the day before the shooting, they again talk about this sort of delusion of schizophrenia.
He does.
Take us through what he said.
He said, I'm nervous about my teachers. They're after me, dude, and it's not schizophrenia. I feel like I was simply placed there at the school by, I don't know, some facility.
YK, how that sounds.
It's true, Mandy.
Are you sure?
I'm not making this up.
And in his interview with Jason Smith at Apalachee High School, does he bring up this idea of the facility and also has not schizophrenia.
He does mention both of those things.
Okay, we're going to play a quick clip of that.
You just wrote it.
I thought they were all someone's saying the other back to me.
Somebody was after you?
Yeah, it's not to the radio either.
And then him and me talk further about this idea of somebody being after him. Also on September 3rd, she asked, who is the facility, and what did he say?
Something I feel like was after James, and now it's after me.
And then he referring to James Holmes.
He is.
And then he said, don't need to be that person, and like, I do believe in sincerity, but there's no organism after you.
I swear, dude, like the FBI drives past me every time I'm out.
In Holmes's interview or in his psychiatric evaluations that the defendant watched, the defendant also talked about the FBI being after him in cars driving by his house.
Yes, in the exact same way.
All right, here's our final one. Just more clip about this. This is all from September 3rd. Take us through this one.
He says, I don't know what they or the facility wants from me. I think I'm going to try calling the hotline tomorrow.
Hotline? Which hotline? What facility?
I don't know. Crisis hotline.
And then again, it reference back to the home calling hotline.
Yes, it does.
So that ends our discussion of his idolization of mass shooters. What's kind of the next evidence we're going to talk about?
Planning a mass shooting.
Okay. And talking about planning a mass shooting, what's the first type of evidence we're going to present?
Discord messages dating back to 2023.
And I think Rick was talking about this, and then the defendant talked about it in his interview, because the defendant investigated by the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in May of 2023 related to making school shooter threats on Discord.
He was.
At the conclusion of that investigation, what happened?
Colt denied being on Discord or using that, saying someone hacked his account. And ultimately, there was nothing further from that.
In investigating the Apalachee school shooting, did the investigation entail getting the actual records from May of 2023?
Yes.
And was the defendant the actual person who did in fact make school shooter threats in May of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have the particular threats that he made produced here on the trial?
We do.
So we're going to start with May 20th of 2023. Where is he making these threats?
On Discord in a server, so it's similar to what a group chat would be like. So several people can be part of the chat at the same time.
And was it someone from that chat who ultimately reported him to the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. Take us through what he said.
So this was May 20th of 2023. I have a Bushmaster coming in today, the shotgun, me and Smiggles. I need ideas for where to shoot. A targeting and elementary. I'm saving them from a life of suffering, as Adam put it. And that's referring back to the Sandy Hook shooter.
Okay. Moving still on May 20th.
And the thing with elementary schools is that it's easy, and I have a reason. Little kids, I'm saving them. Easy kills if you can aim right.
Can you hear a few more threats? Also from May 20th?
He says, I'm committing a mass shooting, and I'm waiting a good 2 to 3 years. Exactly. I can't kill myself yet because I'm not contributing anything to culture. I need to go out knowing I did.
And then the love letter responded, OMG, have people idolize you and read what you wrote and everything you did. That's a good way to die knowing you left your mark.
Right? And most people don't understand that.
And then, this kind of final one,
He says women simp over mass shooters.
is this kind of in relation to why someone had committed a mass shooting?
Yes, just to kind of have that unhealthy obsession over them.
So in addition to making these arrests on the server, he also specifically talked to Sniggles, another user, about committing a school shooting in May of 2023.
Yes, he did.
Actually, let's talk through some of those threats that or pleading that he did with Sniggles. This is from May 18th of 2023.
Yeah, so this was 2 days before the server chat room. He says, do you want me to wait on you for the massacre that I planned or nah? Because I'm doing it in like 2 to 3 years, but I can wait. What would our target be though? Yeah, should we go school related or like a mall or some shit, right? And again on the 18th, how should we position ourselves when we kill ourselves? Should we sit together or what? No cringe intended. Fuck, I wish we would have more time. Dylan and Eric were walking around for like an hour.
And then Sniggles was on YouTube and things were easier back then. How many do you think we can kill?
If we are quick, maybe 30 max, sadly with how quick police are. On the 18th, continuing, I think I'm going to go get a VR tomorrow and download some mass shooting maps. And then on the 19th, probably going to go pick up my VR.
VR, is that virtual reality? What? Download maps? Oh my God.
Today.
And Sniggles says, yep, that's how you do.
Practice routes for my little massacre.
Sniggles replies, oh yeah.
It's kind of scary how unaware people are when people like us lurk in front of you every day.
And then now we're going to be August and September of 2024 when he's using his cable burner Discord account. And he's talking to Mandy. Is there other evidence of him playing mass shooting and talking to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And starting on August 28th, he says, wait till they fucking buzz me in prison. And then on the 31st of August, because if I'm in prison, I'm writing back to every single one of them. And then on September 1st, even if you even care, Mandy, you have to write me if I ever get sent to prison.
And she said, why would you go to prison, buddy? So again, this is the planning section because he is planning on going to prison and planning on surviving whatever he does.
Yes, that's correct.
Here is another discussion with Mandy about September 4th.
Yeah, so these were on September 1st, so 3 days before the shooting. Mandy, I can't wait. 3 days, Nick is going to be in love with us.
WYN.
Surprise.
Oh, I'm done on September 4th. What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Tell me.
I'll text you at 9.
In addition to having these Discord records where he's talking about planning school shootings, he also talked about it on his phone just in the next section.
Yes, he does.
So starting with these two notes, kind of what are these in reference to?
These are both in reference to ammunition. So on the left-hand side, this was titled math question mark from April 2nd of 2024. It says 50 count box of 223s is $30. 50 times 3 equals 150 rounds. 30 times 3 equals $90. Oh, so expensive. So 3 50 round boxes is $90. And on the right-hand side, the creation date was August 3rd of 2024, titled Ugh. So I swear to fucking God, I'm seriously about to do it. Once I get 150 rounds, I'm doing it. I don't care anymore. Fuck waiting until February. This is it. I'm fucking doing it within a month from now.
Okay, and then, so that was modified on August 7th. Does he text his father about that 150 round number?
Yes, 3 days later from that modification date on the note, he texts his dad, could you stop by Academy and pick up a 150 round pack of 5.56? If they don't have any 556, 223 will do.
Okay. And then now we're moving to more fun notes, kind of planning what he's gonna do. Can you take us through these?
The one on the left is April 27th of 2024, and it says, I hate my generation, I fucking hate it, I really do, please kill me. I hate everyone and everything, I can't function knowing these people exist. Why is no one dead? Dear God, why is no one dead? Until that day, in that classroom, everyone's dead.
And this is approximately 4 months before he actually commits the shooting.
Yes, and that one was titled Poem. On the right-hand side, this one's titled Anger of One. This was created on May 16th of 2024. It says, why am I choosing to do it now? Because it's my only chance to strike on a generation I oh so dearly hate the most. I fucking hate it. Why wasn't I born in the early 1900s? I spend hours on Fallout fantasizing about being in that era, that generation. Everyone was so formal compared to.
And we got some more fun notes on May 17th and May 18th.
Yes, so May 17th, titled Anger 2. God, I hate it. I fucking hate it. Why are people my age so fucking different? Like, I genuinely wonder why I'm choosing to do it so early, and that's just it. Why let them grow into society only to make it worse? And the title, Pleading 1, on the 18th of May of 2024. Everything is crashing. What it is, I don't know. Why was I? What? I can't stop it. There's no stopping it. It's pointless. I should just kill myself and let it end there. But no, I'm being pushed into this. Why? And when it finally happens.
Okay. Now we're moving to July 24th, 2024, a little over a month before the shooting.
This one's titled Longer. Guys, I don't think I can do this for much longer. I've had multiple panic attacks within the span of like 2 days. I genuinely don't have the strength to make it to February. My homicidal tendencies are growing rapidly. It's over. I lost.
And then here is another note from July 31st, 2024.
It states high school it is.
All right, what's the significance of July 31st?
In reviewing all the evidence in compilation that was collected during the school shooting investigation, it was determined that he was trying to go back into 8th grade for that beginning of that school year, and the phone call was made to the school at the end of July, and he had to be enrolled in the high school.
So July 31st, when he wrote high school, that's the day that he found out he would be in high school.
That's correct.
All right, and then we're going to move to the last notes in relation to Colt Gray. Can you tell us what he writes here?
On July 4th of 2024, it's titled Dad, and it says, I swear to fucking God, my dad might end up as one of the victims. These final few months have been hell, and will be hell, living with this whiny, narcissistic, self-centered, childish fucking retard. 54 years old, by the way. If he doesn't end up dead, I ask that the system fuck his ass up. Thanks.
And then with the later change, his kind of tune about what he wants to see happen to his dad.
Yes, on the 26th of August of 2024, it's titled For Text, and it says, it was not, and I mean it was not the negligence of my father. It is well documented that I was the one who set out to kill. I threatened my dad on multiple occasions. Whenever he would take my guns, he was scared. He knew I wouldn't be able to control myself, and I would only put him and my siblings at risk. He was cornered. Well, he should have just called 911. And risk having a hostage situation, a familicide, a shootout with the police. So do not charge him, as you know, just as much as everyone else. It would be unconstitutional. The Crumbly parents had a petite little angel who they could have easily taken to a mental hospital. No threats or acts of domestic shit there. My dad tried, but was only met with more threats and risks from me. That is all I have to say. Sunday, August 25th, 2024.
So this is 9 days before he commits the shooting And it appears he's attempting to cover for his, or planning to cover for his dad, is that correct?
That's correct.
And does he continue that narrative when he talks to police after he gets the shooting?
Yes, he does.
Okay. We're going to play kind of a clip from his interview where he does attempt to cover for his dad. Can you tell us about the pictures that are going to show up on the screen as we're playing that interview?
So going through the defendant's cell phone extraction, there are numerous photos of himself with 2 different types of guns in his possession in his room, along with boxes of ammunition, magazines, and it was from a period of time in these particular photos dating back to the beginning of August until the day of the shooting. There were several others found before he even dyed his hair, dating back to May, in which he had photographs of himself with weapons in his room.
So all of these photos would be, or most of these photos would be from approximately August and September, where essentially the defendant says the guns were hidden from him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Alright, so we're going to play that clip and show those photos that were found on the defendant's phone.
So you said you looked for a while for the gun today?
Yes, sir, because he hit it. That's how the day it's all because
Where did he normally keep it?
in his room.
Do you know where in his room?
I think it was a closet. I think it was his little box. I can't remember. He really started hard as I know he did.
But you told your dad, when did you tell your dad to move it? You said, was it months ago?
It was like a month ago. I haven't been off for so long. Oh my God, this is so dramatic. I'm so sorry.
You said you think it was in his toolbox?
I think it was, yes. It was somewhere really well hidden.
In reviewing the jail calls, did you find any calls where the defendant and his mother specifically talk about where the rifle was the one that was shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And is that conversation inconsistent with what he told police?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when's that conversation from?
December 7th of 2024.
Okay. And this is exhibit 345. We're going to play this clip.
All the people I think that she put us through all wasn't in the shit that I told them about, just not taking the guns away.
It wasn't enough.
They weren't even put up, they were like that rifle was in my room that morning. It didn't stay in my room. Everything, magazines, boxes, shotguns, all around that morning. And I actually went to the room and planted most of there because I felt so bad about him.
Well, did you not tell them that?
No, I'm calling that.
So you tell them that stuff. You have to. That's what I told them. I told them that it was, your dad didn't put anything away. And the reason I told him that is because I had been telling him he needed to put all that shit in his truck before leave. But, you can't change it now, but.
Okay. So now, still in the line of talking about the defendant planning this mass shooting, in the actual execution of his shooting, did he imitate previous mass shooters?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks, is there a chance we can start it tomorrow, or?
We can, yeah, we probably have about 30 minutes. So, I mean, this is probably a good stopping point.
What's the price of the day? 9 o'clock tomorrow?
All righty, guys. Well, that was 9 o'clock this morning, so we will catch up. We will catch up. Well, everybody, that's where court wrapped up today, and I have to say, this was probably one of the most important days we've seen so far in Colt Gray's sentencing hearing. Now, the defendant spent much of this morning trying to paint a picture that Colt Gray upbringing is a mitigating factor. Their forensic psychologist testified that Colt grew up in a chaotic home filled with instability and much neglect, financial struggles, drug abuse, and very little structure. Now, according to the defense expert, Colt became isolated and spent most of his time, well, kind of living on an outline and most of his time planning. And he became very consumed by what is known as true crime community. I don't think I struggle with them throwing the true crime community in on this because I think that is not what we are. He testified that Colt identified with mass lead shooters like Nicholas Cruz, Adam Lanza, and James Holmes because he saw similarities in their lives and believed Colt still had the capacity for rehabilitation because of his young age. But once the prosecution got their turn, the tone of this hearing changed dramatically. Cross-examination was relentless. Prosecutors walked through message after message after message and interview after interview after interview and all the medical records after, well, another medical record trying to show that Colt was suffering from severe mental illness. Instead, they argued he was studying previous mass lead shooters and intentionally copying them. Jurors heard evidence that Colt allegedly mirrored Nicholas Cruz's language about hearing voices, copied James Holmes' claim about paranoia and crisis calls, and even staged his computer to resemble Adam Lanza's after Sandy Hook. The prosecution repeatedly suggested that these were not coincidences. They were deliberate attempts to imitate famous unalivers. One of the biggest themes today was something called the true crime community. TCC. I hate that they're using us. The true crime community, less true crime and more Red Rumor community to me. Hello, Britt, you're right. Prosecution experts did describe it as one online community where some members idolize mass shootings, trade information, create artwork, and sometimes even seek status by committing their own acts of violence. Now, they need to take true crime out of this because they got to call it something else because we true crimers don't do this. He's sick, and there are a lot of them out there, but they're not a part of our community. Prosecutors did argue that Colt wasn't just following these cases. He wanted recognition within the community. How about Red Rumors in general? The state also highlighted numerous inconsistencies in Colt statements. They pointed out to changing stories about where the rifle came from, claims of hallucinations that didn't match earlier medical records, and repeated notes from mental health providers questioned whether he was exaggerating or embellishing or, in other words, malingering. Several treatment records raised the concern about the possible malingering, meaning intentionally overstating symptoms. When we heard from the investigator who tried to tie together months of digital evidence, they showed the searches, Discord conversations, journals, phone notes, photographs, and jail calls that they say revealed the extensive planning. And let me tell you, the jail calls with his mama make my skin crawl. That woman should be prosecuted as well, in my humble opinion. According to the investigators, Colt researched numerous mass unalivings, but built what they described as a shrine dedicated to Nicolas Cage. exchanging messages about September 4th before the attack, and even discussed how he hoped people would remember him afterwards. Prosecutors argued the points to planning and a desire for notoriety rather than uncontrollable mental break. And I agree with that. This here was a kid who wanted to be famous, and famous for one of the worst things a kid could do, unalive fellow students and teachers. By the end of the day, the prosecution message was clear. They want the judge to believe this was a calculated attack carried out by someone who carefully studied previous school unalivings and intentionally copied many of their behaviors. The defense, on the other hand, continued to argue while Colt may have copied aspects of the unalivers, his traumatic upbringing, emotional development, and mental health struggles and isolation all played a major role in shaping who he became. So now we have two very different narratives. On one side, it says that this was a deeply troubled teenager whose damaged childhood and mental health deserves some consideration, and the other side saying that this was calculated individual who knew and modeled himself after infamous unalivers and sought the same level of attention. Court adjourned with the state's evidence presentation still underway, and there's more testimony expected in the proceedings that came in today. I want to thank you for spending your evening with me. If you haven't already, be sure to like the stream, subscribe, and we have a drawing that we're going to be doing in just a minute. I got to get my monitor. I got to get everything set. We've got, if you haven't commented, I liked, I sub, or I shared in all caps, please do so if you have done so, and you will be entered into the giveaway that is being sponsored by Mr. Red Dog Ranch. Thank you so much for the giveaway, Mr. Red Dog Ranch. We're going to come back over here. We're going to share this tab. This is the I shared. Are y'all ready? Good luck. If it's me, I'll draw again. All right, here's the I sub. It's going to be Kathy. Because I don't win. All right, here's the I liked. Good luck, y'all. Bye, Miss June. Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging. Thanks, my fabulous mods. Honey and Miss June. Thank you so much. Kathy, you won again. I always draw again if there's multiple. One person wins more than once. Okay, so what this means is y'all are in the drawing for the end of August. We're just starting it yesterday, so we're going to do it all at the end of August. And everybody who becomes a member, whether it's a gifted membership, whether you join under your own, oh, you missed it. I'll add you in tomorrow. I'll give you an extra entry, okay? Jabala, I'll give you an extra entry tomorrow. Anyway, so we are now monetized. So we have these prizes. So at the end of August, we will have a $25 gift card to Amazon. Well, over here. Thanks to Mr. Red Dog Ranch. And then we will have a $25 gift card to Amazon for any and all members, whether you joined by paying yourself, whether you gifted, and if membership, you will receive an entry as well. And if you gift memberships, you will receive double. All right, you guys are simply the best and amazing, and I appreciate you. Tomorrow, Lindsay Clancy, day 2 tomorrow night. I will be coming in from out of town. For those of you who don't know, I'm a disaster case manager, and I am going to be working about an hour to 2 hours away from here all day tomorrow. And hello to Britt. Yay! Okay, you're in, like Flynn. Oh, thank you. Yay. And so tomorrow I will be working hour and a half, 2 hours out of town. I will be sliding in here by the skin of my teeth. If for some reason I'm going to run late, I will push the live back to 6 o'clock, and then I should be in by then. There's no reason why I shouldn't be in unless there's some car trouble or accident or driving or something happens. Everybody continue to keep all the flood victims in Central Texas on your hearts and prayers. It has been very difficult. And I saw a place that was so bad, I wouldn't even let a stray dog live in that somebody's living in. So remember, life is hard out there, y'all. Rico, thank you so much. That's why I like having my iPad right here. I can see it better. These multifocal things, just their struggle. But anyway, we will be going into that, and then we will catch up with this again. I don't know when, but we'll make it happen. In the meantime, have a good night, sleep well, rest well, have a blessed day tomorrow. And remember, smile at somebody. Be nice, because you know what? This life is hard. And if somebody is in your life is just not a happy little camper, give them a little extra love. Who knows, one day you might need it. All right, we'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks for hanging with me. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.